Welcome, dear viewers, to the heart of Switzerland, Biel, Bienne, where the largest tournament and festival in the Switzerland is taking place. And in the heart of it is a Grandmaster Triathlon, which features the best of the best masters and challengers. We've already had so many tournaments past us. We have 7 players remaining in the field after the Blitz round, which was the day before yesterday. So it's the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon, which we are having now 3 final classical rounds, and today is starting with round number 1. We're going to be your hosts, as always. My name is Angelika Valkova. I'm happy to be joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, do you feel more lonely now that we don't have so many players in the field?
Hey, Angelica, and everybody else who is watching. Of course, I feel a bit lonely, but what to do? We had to part ways with several key players. Matthias Blaubaum, Jose Martinez Alcantara from the Masters, and then unfortunately, the 3 ladies from the Generation Challenge tournaments, Alexandra, Vaishali, and Carissa. But it is what it is. Unfortunately, the action continues. We have the final stage here, and I expect it's going to be a great day.
It is going to be for sure, because for the players who are now for the final stage, the first place, that's what matters. And as we can see in the current standings, there are 2 clear leaders in each Masters and Generations Challenge. In Masters, we have Aronian with 25 points, which is 4 points from Aydin Suleimanli. So it means for Aydin, yes, and Limle, it's kind of a must-win situation where you want to try to score as many possible points, because with a victory in Classical, you're getting 4 points. And what about Generations Challenge?
Yeah, in the Generation Challenge, we also have one clear leader, Václav Finek, the young Grandmaster from Czech Republic. He is ahead of everybody else, 3-point difference there. So for Shao, today is going to be a rest day because they don't have an even amount of players, unfortunately. Alexandra Kostanyuk is not part of the final stage because to qualify for top 4, you have to be within 12 points to the tournament leader Finek, and she was just shy half a point behind her. So unfortunately for Alexandra, it's over. But today we're going to have some huge matchups, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, we are going to have the, so to say, generations battle in the Masters tournament, because we will have Limle with the white pieces taking on Aronian. Limle, the 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon winner, with 9.5 points right now, which is 5.5 points behind Aronian, putting him in a must-win situation right now in order to score his 4th title here at the Biel Chess Festival. And yes, Erdogmus against Aydin Suleimanli. We've had already them in quite some matchups in the Rapid, in the Blitz, in Chess 960, also Classical. There's always some drama between these 2. So we have those 2 youngsters. Of course, Yaz is still the youngest participant in the field, with a difference of 1.5 points between them. But for each of them, the victory is going to bring 4 points, trying to catch up with Aronian.
In the challengers, you see Václav Finek is going to have the white color against Marco Materia, who currently is in a must-win situation. And I think also we are going to see a lot more risks than we saw in the previous classical tournament part, because for some of the players, the priority was to make it to the final stage, and that's it, they're already here. So that's why for Limle, I don't really think there's any choice for him. You got to give it a try, because otherwise, if he doesn't win this game, Aronian might just run away. And of course, the same applies for Erdogmus, his white color against Aydin Suleimanli. It's not going to be easy. And for Václav Finek, I think he has a bit better cards than Marco Materia. So I suppose we're going to see how many risks the players they're going to take, and it's looking really promising.
It's always a big question, will they take risks? But the format is implying that you would love to get those 4 points, you would love to score a victory, because draw is bringing only 1.5 points. So let's bring up the format just to explain one more time what have we had so far.
So this is the final stage. We have already 3 tournaments behind us. That's what Chess Triathlon is all about. And to be honest, Angelica, I don't even think there's any tournaments similar to the format of the Biel Chess Festival's main event. That's what makes it so special. Now we are essentially at the very first round of this final stage. Again, classical chess, the time control is going to be the usual as they already played in the classical time control, it's 2 hours for 40 moves with no increment. So this means we might see some time scrambles happening, and then only then you get more time and plus 30 seconds after move 41.
Yeah, those are our format of the event. One more time, we've had already Chess 960 Rapid, Classical Round Robin. We've had Blitz all behind us for players to qualify for this final stage and play 3 last rounds. So we're going to see today 3 battles. By the way, dear viewers, Kongresshaus is also in the field. He's just not playing today because there are only 3 players, so it's always going to be exchanged by them.
Yeah, so the games are about to start, and I believe we have like 3 minutes to go. And yeah, for Kongresshaus, it's a good day to rest. Yesterday, the players had a rest day. Here we see Limble, hopefully rested. It was a rare sight to see him losing the final round classical game against Aydin Suleimanli. He blundered unusual tactics against the young Azerbaijani player, but here once again he's back in business. He has won the event 3 times, and who knows? I mean, it could be one of the most important games for him in his life so far, because if he managed to win Aronian with the white collar on demand, he's back in business.
Yeah, he is going to get those 4 points that he would really love to try to catch up and get his 4th title. I mean, talking about Limble and his participation in Biel, he was always coming here. Biel was almost the only tournament in the calendar that he was constantly playing. He used to be a head coach of the Webster University, and yeah, now he's going to be a coach of the women's US team. And here we see, by the way, Aydin Suleimanli is getting seated.
And this is also the board. We are going to have a special guest making the ceremonial first move. It's becoming a tradition. There's sometimes a high-profile guest coming here, execute the first move. You know, Angelika, sometimes I would love to see like executing the last move, having a checkmate on the board, but yeah, for obvious reasons, it's very difficult to schedule it.
I would really love to have, you know, the rule in chess that you have to play until the checkmate, so that you can, you know, execute that the final ceremonial rule, we can call it. Yeah, definitely would be fun.
Yeah, so Aydin is doing really well in this tournament. He was the last-minute replacement. Nodrbek Yakuboyev was originally slated to play in the Masters, but he had some visa problems that he was unable to come. So he essentially agreed to come here 2 days before the start of the tournament. Here, the 2 youngsters of the Generation Challenge tournaments, and it's going to be a big game here.
Yeah, Václav has been dominating so far almost the whole tournament, so to say. I mean, of course, Kongresshaus also caught up. He's not playing today, but we're going to follow their match very closely. And meanwhile, we have so many other events which are taking place at the Biel Chess Festival. Altogether, 15 tournaments, even over 15 events, because there are also simuls, there are also problem-solving competitions. Everything is happening. And by the way, officially at this point, all the tournaments either have finished or have officially started, because on Monday there have been the Total Chess Open tournament which started. And we have a handshake, by the way.
Yeah, Aronian again comes with a colorful shirt. He's really good taste when it comes to dressing well. And here's the game of Erdogmus against Suleimanli. I believe that's the ceremonial first move.
Yeah, we're going to have very special guest, the CEO of the Biel Hospital Center, Filipe Plodek.
All right.
He's making the first move, which is going to be...
Looks like e4 to me.
e4.
I wonder if Yaz whispered in his ear that he's going to play e4. It's not really a mandatory thing. The guests can play any moves, but sometimes the players really like the choices and they stick to it.
Yeah, and sometimes they even leave it on the board, not even putting it backwards. By the way, we have a handshake and the game have officially started. So
it's d4, d5. Are we going to again see repeat of the rapid game where it was exchange Slav? It was pretty chaotic game.
Yes, we have the Slav on the board. So the first part of the opening is there. Will we have exchange Slav? No, we're not having exchange Slav.
I mean, actually, this is how the game did start after knight f3, knight f6, and I think at this point he did take on d5. So it's still possible. There's obviously some nuances, Let's see first what the Vietnamese grandmaster is going to do. No, G3. All right, first deviation from the rapid tournament.
So he's going for some kind of a Catalan setup now. He would like to develop the bishop on the G2, but then you have to always watch out for any time black is taking the pawn on C4.
Yeah. So here Aronian is not doing that at the moment. The pawn on C4 is seemingly for free, but also I think that both players perfectly understand the tournament situation, because for Aronian, he has such a solid lead ahead of everyone else. I don't think he's really going to take a lot of risks, so his strategy is pretty clear. I'm going to play solid chess, and if I'm going to have some opportunity, okay, I'm going to take it. But for Lim Le, he needs to come up with something. So what is it? Queen A4. Or I think this is one of the sidelines of the symmetrical Grunfeld.
Oh, it looks very interesting. So we're having almost symmetrical position. The only difference is that pawn on C4, not on C3 for white, and now queen is coming to A4. So what's the idea? Queen cannot be easily targeted because of the pawn on C6?
Yeah, so the queen cannot be targeted, as you said, Angelica. And white wants to play something like knight c3, develop the bishop, and protect the pawn on c4, just in case. But I think also this is a very good opportunity for us to go back a bit, because I don't think that Aronian is going to blitz out the moves. Like, the first moves that immediately come to my mind, I think it was either knight e7, knight b6, or knight f to d7, knight b6. I actually think it's the latter, which is the more popular continuation. But typically at this stage, you know, when you see something unexpected, you want to slow down a bit, try to recall, have I played any games in this line, in which direction my opponent is taking it. So let's go to the beginning.
Yeah, let's start from the first moves. And we have d4 on the board. d4 so far has been dominating throughout the openings in the whole festival, and also the Catalan-like positions. So we have here knight f3, knight f6.
Yeah, and then the rapid, Lim Le also played with the white color here in Biel against Aronian, and he went for c6 on d5, c6 on d5, bishop f4, which seemingly was quite quiet, but exploded at some point later. And of course, like, he's trying to surprise his opponent. He played g3, and the idea here is that if black accepts the pawn on c4, white very often goes for some long-term compensation. Let's say here, bishop g2, give up the pawn, play shoot castle, knight c3, e4, have an unbalanced game. And that's why I think the tournament situation suggests that Aronian doesn't really need this risk.
Yeah, and he is not taking the pawn, of course, not allowing white getting a center, and he's replying with a symmetrical approach. He's putting his bishop also to g7 square.
This is really smart, because the one thing I know about the Grunfeld, now we are essentially moving aside. So it was quite amazing. We started with the symmetrical, not symmetrical, we started with the Slav defense. Then we are in the realm of the Catalan, and now it's suddenly the Grunfeld. You know, it's really amazing how we transpose from these openings one to another. But this is really smart choice by Aronian, because the symmetrical Grunfeld has a very solid reputation, and black is hard to crack. And personally myself, I've faced it many times from the white's perspective with this move order. Knight f3, d5, g3, g6, which is also among professionals one of the most annoying move orders you can do. Black will play bishop g7, threaten to play e5. White typically stops this. Here, castles, castles, c4, c6. Now, does this look familiar to you?
Yeah, well, it's reversed Grunfeld, which we see now with white pieces.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's what happened. It's really, really smart choice here by the Armenian super grandmaster. And queen a4. I think that basically here, yeah, either you play queen a4 or you play knight c3. I think this was was it rook e1 even? I think the Mirage Gukesh, the reigning world champion in some games, even tried to play rook e1, d takes on c4 and e4, but probably you couldn't really surprise Aronian with this. b3, I think it's harmless because takes, so there's going to be c5. And what do you do? Like, the main continuation is knight c3 and after, wait, I think it was takes, knight c3 and knight e4. I think also here black is doing really well.
Yeah, very well, and activating the knights. And now for black, knight on b8 is ready to go to c6. So with a trade on d5, the c6 square is now available for the knight. So queen a4 is played.
Yeah, I'll just show very quickly what are the last moves being played. I don't really want to stay too far behind. So this is the position right now. So I think we can now have a look at this position and try to understand why it was played.
Well, I'm just wondering, because white just spent a few tempis. So first of all, queen a4, then queen b3, and then queen went back to d1. And meanwhile, black had the knight coming to d7, to b6, then queen came to d5. So if we compare this position to the position before queen a4 was played, black has activated so many pieces, and white has just moved with the queen. But probably knight c3 is something what is coming with a threat and trying to grab the center. Is this idea of white to grab the center with 2 pawns?
I think so. It's yeah, these are the wonders of the modern openings. Yeah, like you said, white just lost 3 tempi for what? To go back to the starting square. But that's why, once again, let's go back to this position and try to understand what's happening here. So white defends the pawn. Black has a choice between knight e7, and I think also this was the move here, if I'm not terribly mistaken. Knight fd7, knight c6, and the big idea that here, after knight b6, wherever walks away the queen, I think it also here goes back, this knight goes to c6. Yeah, and white tries to play against this knight. Somehow it's sort of misplaced, yeah. Like it's not a lot. But after knight bd7, c takes on d5. Here the Vietnamese grandmaster was aiming for a position, let's say, if black takes with a pawn, again we have a symmetrical position, but now, again, maybe this knight is sort of misplaced because white could play bishop f4, knight e5, and potentially even play a4, a5, and try to generate some problems for black.
Yeah, so you have to be really careful with what you want to take here, and probably most flexible way for Levon was to take with a piece on d5.
That's what he did. Yeah, that's what he did. So first he played knight b6. I think the reason why he doesn't play queen d1 here, because if you play queen d1, then black plays c takes on d5. And he's sort of saying that in this position, the knight is not so badly positioned here. And Limle put the queen here on b3 because if black takes on d5 now, then after knight c3, white goes for this idea of a4, a5. Now that's why black includes this queen d5, and now Aronian goes back with a queen d1 because he has seemingly won the battle for the center.
Yeah, Limle just played queen d1, and queen on d5. Is it a target now for white? Because knight c3 move isn't coming, I can see. But what can black do meanwhile? Because I look at this move c5. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this
Can I break it? Because if you jump away with a knight, I was considering like c5. And I see the bishop is on g2, of course. In case knight will jump anywhere, I can take on d4 with a queen. So...
yeah, the queen could be a target to win some tempi, yeah? So I was thinking, like, again, without any super big theory knowledge here, something like knight c3, winning a tempo. I think black typically puts the queen on h5 and tries to trade off your powerful Lascaux bishop here, because look at this, yeah, it's controlling this long diagonal. And I was thinking I could take it, and play, let's say, something like this. So we have something very close to symmetrical position here, but I'm not really sure if black is fully equalized, because with this, I call it typically the Catalan bishop, Angelica, this bishop on g2. If it opens up, then black might have some problems with his pawn on b7.
Yeah, there could be some issues, and black indeed has to be really careful in this case. So we see that Levon is already taking quite some time in this position, trying to figure out, okay, if not c5, which are other options for black, how to continue from here.
I was thinking like, okay, he just played rook d8, yeah?
He just decided for us.
Yeah, I was thinking instead of rook d8, maybe it made sense to play queen h5, bishop h3, because like if you're not super ready for this position and it looks like Levon did not expect this, then from a strategical standpoint, playing c5 feels a bit, you know, shady because it opens up this bishop on g2. So I think rook d8 is the safe move. You want to target a pawn, you're kind of toying with the idea to play c5, and then of course, if this queen is harassed, you can always play queen h5, bishop h3, which doesn't really exclude the idea to play c5 later.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and also point here, oh, a4, instantly played. So Liam is still in his preparation, pushing it, I mean, similar idea, I mean, same idea as you were mentioning earlier when queen was still on b file, a4, a5, targeting the knight. And the biggest question is going to be for black where to go backwards, or if black can stop it with a5.
That's a very big question, yeah, and I think it's not really so great news for Levon because, I mean, Limley is so well prepared in this tournament. We already saw a couple of his amazing victories. Like, I still cannot forget his rapid section victory over Matthias Blubom. Such a deep prep. And I have a feeling this is going to be a fascinating game, but also I think it's a good idea that we check the other games, yeah, and see what's happening there.
Let's get an overview of this final round, I mean, first round of the final stage that we have. And as you're mentioning, we have 3 games. The less and less players are here in the field. So we have one more game in the Masters. It's in the middle of the board. You can see Yaz Erdogmus against Aydin Süleymanli. We're having some interesting opening. It's some, what is it actually? Is it some kind of
something Tarash-like, Nimzo-like.
Tarash-like, yeah.
I'm not even sure if it matters at this stage because, yeah, these openings have many names it can transpose. So it looks like Süleymanli has temporarily sacrificed a pawn on c5. And this typically gives you ideas like maybe queen a5, knight e4, maybe try to attack the knight on c3. So this is the game where Erdogmus essentially needs to strike because he's playing with white, he's falling behind, and if you remember, he had some problems at the very beginning finding the pace. Yeah, so he was struggling a bit in chess 960. Also, the rapid tournament didn't really go so well. And I think that also he has gained a bit of confidence after having this last round victory in the classical segment against Jose Martinez Alcantara, possibly one of the most beautiful games of the tournament so far. And also, he had a pretty strong showing in the Blitz event.
Yeah, he was really playing really great, and he established the top 4 there together with Limle because it was always so close between those two. And they have, by the way, the same points. So for Yes, it's 19.5. For Aydin, the situation is slightly better because he has 21 points. So he's the closest one to Levon Aronian. So we're talking here in this situation for Yes Erdogmus. Do you think, I mean, how much of a risk we would expect from him, knowing that he's so much behind?
I think he has to pretty much go all in. The only thing I do not know in terms of the opening choices, but he's going to definitely play it until the very end. He has nothing to lose. He's currently quite a bit behind the tournament leader. He's playing with white color, 4 points for the victory naturally. But it's going to be really difficult because they already have played against each other several times. So Yes against Aydin, this is not their first encounter over the board. This is the 4th classical game. And in the previous 3 classical games, it is actually Süleymanli who is ahead with 1 victory and 2 draws. So in classical tournaments, Erdogmus has never defeated Süleymanli before.
Wow, so it might be the first time that he is going to try to.
Always first time for everything, yeah.
Always first time. But talking about the opening and the position, let's start maybe from the beginning and see what happened, because I'm really looking forward to see maybe some kind of also Ragozin vibes. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, knight c3, this is already a declaration of war immediately. I think that very often you can get immediately the mood from the opponent. Like if you play something like knight f3, g3, this means like you're playing solid chess, some Catalan. But knight c3, this means this is war. White goes aggressively for the center, wants to play e4. Bishop b4 to Nimzo has a very good reputation. And here white has vast amount of choices here. Yeah, so here we saw Erdogmus playing knight f3. He can play e3. He can play the modern move a3. He can play the sharp move f3. But knight f3 is the classical choice.
Yeah, knight f3. And now d5. So now we're getting into the more...
Ragozin,
Ragozin, yeah.
And again, white has many choices. There's queen b3, there's queen a4 check, there's e3, there's bishop g5, you name it. So yeah, we saw queen b3.
Actually, according to the course, which I'm also, I also play sometimes, queen b3 I play instead of knight f3. So there is also queen b3 move earlier. Of course, it's completely different situation if you play now queen b3, because here is a c5, which is possible. And also knight c6 with the idea that after takes you can play knight c6 here, and then many variations from here. It's considered to be dubious, but if your opponent doesn't know what to do, it could be very dangerous. But what he does here, he's first provoking d5 and then going with his queen b3, which is very smart, because now black will have, if they play c5, they're already committed to the d5, and this is what's happening.
Yeah, looks pretty interesting. There's a big fight here for the central squares. And we saw Erdogmus pretty quickly playing d takes on c5. I think also the point here is if black plays bishop takes on c5, wins back the pawn here. White is generally quite happy because either c takes, e takes, or bishop g5, or bishop g5 immediately. And there could be some pressure against this pawn on d5. So that's why in these positions, black very often kind of forgets for a while about this pawn on c5, defends the bishop on b4, and the common understanding is that this pawn on c5 is going to drop pretty soon.
Yeah, and the black will be always ready to recapture it. So I'm just wondering, can you take on d5, or?
Yeah, probably. I don't think it's terribly wrong. Maybe there's some opportunities like queen d5 or knight e5. I'm not into, okay, queen d5 engine doesn't like it. Maybe knight takes on d5 is a thing.
Putting more pressure.
It's definitely a move. Yeah, like maybe the same c takes, e takes actually, because nowadays nobody is really afraid of to isolate the pawns.
But I think the next move, what was one of the surprises in the position, this e3, because you expect maybe something like bishop g5 to be played, developing the bishop.
Yeah, so bishop g5, like, that's the thing. Like, if you look at this position in terms of the well-being of the pieces, you would think, yes, I want to get out the bishop here. Then you want to play e3, bishop e2, and target the pawn on d5. It makes perfect sense. And seemingly the move e3, it blocks the bishop. Yeah, so you would think, why don't I get the bishop out? But I suspect that if you play early bishop g5, after some moves, you might have some issues with queen a5, and the bishop is a bit locked away. Let me just show you maybe some random move. I don't know, let's say something like h6. Let's say here. Maybe not very accurate, so you have to pardon me. Let's say you don't take it. Bishop h4, something like shoot castle, e3. I mean, you do need to watch out. In some lines, maybe this bishop here is not where it's supposed to be. I could play like knight e4, I could play queen a5, knight c5, and you see this bishop on c1 seemingly does feel passive, but now you could have the move bishop d2. And I think that's the entire idea. So that's why Erdogmus is being a bit cautious. He expects queen a5, that he can meet with bishop d2. But obviously this is still some...
Yeah, because bishop g5 is actually the main move in the position. So e3 is a second move playable, but it has been played like really compared to bishop g5 around 200 games, with e3 25 games. So he's already going for some sidelines even here. And yeah, this position has been played around 20 times. But we see how precise Iziak is with the choices that he's having in this opening, and he's leaving the bishop on c1 just in case to have the bishop on d2 ideas. I mean, potentially the bishop could also go to the long diagonal. Yeah, we don't know how the game is going to continue because, well, at some moment you have to do something about the bishop on b4, maybe after short castle. And then maybe some a3 b4, removing the queen.
Yeah, precisely. I think we might see that, and this bishop could go to the long diagonal. Also, one thing when it comes to playing unexpected moves, naturally, you have to surprise your opponent in some way. So, as you said, bishop g5 is the main move, and this is, of course, that Aydin knows and he expects. And very often, when you're playing against such a strong opposition, you try to play sideline within the sideline within the sideline, something that your opponent doesn't know. And of course, you see immediately the engine says the position is equal, but there is a big difference. Erdogmus has looked at this position recently, while seemingly Suleymanli has not.
So we have same situation right now. Limle against Levon Aronian. Limle coming fully prepared, going for this crazy idea of losing so many tempis, but getting some clear plan. The same right now here. Yes, Erdogmus is fully ready against Aydin Suleymanli. So we see the clear patterns that players with the white pieces in the Masters tournament so far are fully ready.
Yeah. So things are looking really good to them right now. The position is about balance, but again, everything can change. So I suggest we still go to one more game. Yeah. So in the
Yeah.
Challengers tournament.
In the Challengers tournament today, we have one more game ongoing. So it's Václav Finek against Marco Materia. Of course, there is still one more player who is in the final stage. It's Xiao Tong, but right now he's having another rest day because there are only 3 participants in the finals. So every day someone will have some rest, so which is also good for the tournament and getting more energy for the next game. But yeah, of course, very important clash right now and super important situation for Marco Materia because of the tournament situation right now, since Marco Materia has 23 points and Finek is having 28, so it's 5-point difference. So even if Materia wins, he's 1 point close to to Finek.
That's the question, yeah, really. We tried to figure out at the very beginning, is Marco in a must-win situation? I think so, because they only get to play 2 games, and this is one of them. And if he does win this game, then that's it. He's not catching up with the leader. So he is going to be willing taking some risks if he wants to win the tournament. But one thing which really amuses me is the amount of the moves, Angelika, they have played. This is move 17. And
Alrighty.
look at how many seconds has Marco Materia spent. Exactly 58 seconds per 17 moves.
Wow, so under 1 minute. So we have another player who is coming ready to the first round of the final stage. Okay, let's start maybe from the beginning. We see that there was most likely some Catalan played, similar as in the game of Limle against Levon Aronian.
Yeah, and they already played this. They already played the Catalan in the rapid section of the triathlon. Finek was with the white color, and he won that game in a very beautiful fashion. He sacrificed the pawn early. Black collected the pawn on c4, tried to keep it, and then it was the Czech player who just absolutely demolished his opponent. And here the situation is a bit different because after bishop g2, castles, Black opts for a d-takes on c4. Queen c2 and c6. So here again, Black has many choices. Black can play the aggressive b5. Black can play a6, but c6 is probably meant to be as a small surprise.
Yeah, c6. So what is the point? Because with the c6 also you're breaking the bishop on g2, so it's not going to go anywhere. But at the same time you're preparing b5. So what will happen if queen takes on a4, or did it happen?
This is exactly what happens. So queen takes on c4, 4, b5. You know, it's really amazing because normally you would think, once again, we go to this position, you would think that if you play c6 and b5, the big idea for Black is to play bishop b7, a6, knight e7, c5.
Yes.
So that's the logic, right? Because, I mean, otherwise, what's going to have this bishop here targeting the rook, the pawn on c6? Why would you want to do that? So the question is, why don't you play a6 here and then play b5 and seemingly c5 with one go? But again, I think it's an element of surprise. So he wants to play something that his opponent has not prepped, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, it does work. So here we have b5 on the board. Queen has now to stop backwards. Queen d3. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Still centralizing the queen. e4 at some moment can be pushed. So, and now...
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why queen d3 and not queen c2 really, but again, this must be some big prep here.
Yeah, so still in the preparation at this moment for Václav, but now bishop g5. Okay, looks also logical. You're developing the bishop.
It's a very common move because sometimes white wants to take on f6 and relieve the tension from pushing the c5. You see Black has 2 pieces supporting the c5 push, and after this trade at the right moment, let's say Black recaptures with the knight, he kind of loses the access to the c5 square. So bishop g5 is a very common move for the Catalan. Bishop b7 and knight e5. Very interesting.
Yeah, extremely interesting position.
So he's immediately opening up the Catalan bishop, threatening to take on c6. The logic suggests, of course, Black should take, and knight d5, and not queen d3, as you would think. Takes, because I would have thought this looks very logical. the bishop is under attack, but probably this endgame is somehow not very good for black. Let's say here, rook d8 and some sort of knight e4.
You know, if I'm getting this position like where I'm offered to trade the queens and go in the endgame with a player who is just, blitzing out everything, I'm just definitely not going there. But okay, white of course didn't have a choice. So Marco Matera knows a lot of things here.
Yeah, both of them actually. So they played this part quite quickly. Yeah,
so both of them.
Yeah, knight d2, queen c7. Now white doubles the pawn here on e5, but he says, that I'm going to have a great compensation of the dark squares. Yeah, of course. I mean, you don't play knight e4 randomly. Of course, you know that this is some big theory. If white plays f4, I suspect that there could be issues with some queen b6 and knight e3 to follow. So this is some really big prep. This entire sequence with knight e5. Yeah, so white is not doing this randomly. Takes, knight e5, takes on e7, knight e2, queen c7, give up the pawn, anchor the knight on c5. And already here, I think that white is probably out of the prep at some point.
So I was checking a bit, and the move queen c7 has not been played. So the position before queen c7 was reached in 2 games, in 2 notable games. And of course, like one of the games I don't even know the players. It's Viktor Golis against Marek Pinacek, and the other one Mats Andersen against Ksenia Balabayeva. Ksenia Balabayeva is a strong female player. So in both games were somehow won with the white, but in this game, in this position, rook f to d8 was played. So this was a continuation, rook f d8, knight e4, and knight f4, queen e3. Getting the bishop on g2, so knight g2, and queen c5 apparently here. Wow.
What an idea. Otherwise, yeah, if you play king takes on g2, black plays c5. That's what I was wondering about, yeah? So black immediately solves the problems of the bad bishop, but as you're saying, Angelika, queen c5.
Incredible.
This looks like some very nice prep.
Yeah. So this was played in 2 games from this position, which we can see right now in the database, and both of them were won by white, of course, due to this beautiful queen c5. Absolutely incredible. And for that reason, as we can see, Marco went with a queen c7, so he prepared all of it. He knew he cannot go there, and he played queen c7. And from here, there is already no information. So we don't know what is still a preparation there, if Marco is already playing on his own. But definitely he knows the ideas. And the most important, that he surprised Václav Finek here. I mean, Arturs, what's your, what's your insights from this plan?
Yeah, it's it seems to be like a surprise because white has spent like 20 minutes. But I also think that white's position is super safe. He is currently down a pawn, but it's a very common thing for these Catalan positions, Queen's Gambit, accept positions. You give out the pawn on c4, you anchor your knight on c5, and black has some issues. So, like, I understand that Marco was really deeply prepped for this game, but I like white's position more, to be honest, because I think that for white the moves are coming a bit easier. Like, you want to play maybe e4 at the right moment, play rook d1, play something like queen d6, have an easy game. And how do you make a progress if you're black? The only idea I can think of is you somehow try to get rid of this knight, but for this you need to do what? I don't know what. Knight b4, knight a6? Knight b6, knight e7? I mean, how do you get rid of this knight? Or the second idea I was thinking, remove the queen, play e5, bring out the bishop, and pretend that this knight doesn't bother you, but I don't know, Angelika, it does bother me.
It does bother, definitely. We'll find out what Marco Matera is going to do here about the knight on c5. Still has an extra pawn, so we're going to find out it soon. And dear viewers, we're heading on our very first hydration break. Even though FIFA World Cup is over, we're still using hydration break here at the Biel Chess Festival. Stay tuned for more, because we're going to have a special guest after the break. See you there. And we're back here at the Biel Chess Festival. I'm happy to be joined by the four-time US Women's Champion Carissa. You've also the player of the Generation Challengers here at the Biel Chess Festival. We just kicked Arturs here because we want, all-girl show for the next hour. Carissa, happy to have you here. I mean, tell us first of all. I mean, the tournament, of course, didn't finish as you were supposed to. You wanted to go to the finals, but share us your impressions about the event and how are you doing here in Switzerland?
Yeah, I mean, a little disappointing performance, especially on the final day, but I had a lot of fun here, and happy to be joining you for commentary, of course. Some might say it's even more fun than playing.
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday was a rest day, after the staff blitz. What have you been doing?
I actually went sightseeing yesterday, so that was pretty fun. And I'm planning on going paragliding tomorrow. Actually, I was planning today, but then
we dragged you here in the studio.
I'm on the clock, I guess. So.
Wow. Okay, some exciting plans in the Switzerland. We're also having exciting stuff here on the boards for the first round of the final stage. As you know, there are 3 players who qualified from the Generations Challenge. It's Tao Shong, who is having rest day today. Václav Finek facing Marco Materia. You faced them in so many formats already. You know them so much. We also have Limle against Levon Aronian. So we had kind of this generation battles in the Masters. So we have the older generation against each other, and also Yas against Aydin, the younger generation.
Right.
What exciting do you see here at the bird's eye view, and where should we head next?
Honestly, let's start with Lim and Lev.
Okay.
Because I'm personally invested in that one. Yes.
So we were talking about it many times, but of course he is going to be your coach at the FIDE Olympiad later this year in Samarkand for the women's team. But also you're very close friends. You were also on the team.
Go on, please. Yeah.
Yeah, we're also on the same team in the Hong Kong.
Oh yes,
yeah,
yes.
So always
great
nice
friends.
to see. Great
Me
friends.
And Lim. No. Yeah, he was just the coach at Webster, and I live in St. Louis, so see him pretty often. And yeah, we're on the same team. He's a great guy. I'm definitely, it's hard because I want to root for my fellow American, but I gotta say, I think I'm rooting for Lim on this one.
For Levon, okay.
For Lim, yeah.
For Lim.
For Lim, yeah.
Ah, okay, of course. Because also
That's
you
my
want the
goal right
competition
there.
keep on going, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the reason. That's the
why.
reason. Okay, so we have this position. Have you watched the opening at all, or would you like to check
No, we
it?
could go through it again.
So we already gone through it briefly with Arturs, but you can also give your own insights. So what happened is that we were expecting the exchange Slav, because that's what happened in one of the games that they played against each other in the Rapid. But here, Liam went for the G3, and Levon also went with the same approach.
Oh, okay, very solid.
Yeah. And now here, he went for this interesting move, Queen A4.
Okay, haven't seen this one.
And then he spent quite some time, and then went all the way backwards. What do you think about this queen maneuver?
He got to avoid c takes d5, knight c6, which I think is very solid for black.
So for example, in case of here, yeah, it would take with a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not too familiar with this opening, but I think generally black's knight wants to be on c6, so it's a little bit misplaced, maybe. That's kind of the whole idea.
And then after queen d5, queen going backwards. And in this position, feels like Liam's still in the book. He is going for a4, and Levon went queen h5.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, yeah, the thing is, white has, like, better center, of course, but I guess black has more activity right now, given all those queen moves.
Some x-rays in the position, potentially some c5 there, maybe bishop coming out.
Yeah, I mean, I think if white plays accurately, should be able to be fine. But I would say I would prefer black. Just practically, I think. I kind of like these style positions more. There's more activity, right? So white has to be pretty precise.
So here Liam goes for a5, so now attacking the knight. Where to go? gone to the d5. Okay, looks very logical. Also, e4 cannot be played for a time being.
Right. Knight c3.
Now knight c3. What to do? To
Developing.
trade or not to trade? You don't want, yeah, to trade to get
I mean,
more
you
pawns
could
in the
al-
center.
You could always trade, I guess, so no need to rush it.
Yeah.
I don't think white wants to take on d5. So bishop h3.
Yeah, bishop h3 was played, and this is,
Makes
by the way, the
sense.
current position
Right.
right now. So what can we say about it? About this
Um,
nice knight on d5, at the same time white has some space on the queen side.
Yeah, again, I think if white consolidates, white will be pretty happy, but it'll take a while, some time. So black will have, I think black has some chances to get some action in, and I think also the position is probably a little easier for black to play. Like all the moves came very naturally, you know. Knight d5, bishop h3, all makes sense. I guess kind of unclear where you want the dark square bishop to go for white. Because d2 feels a little bit awkward, g5 feels a little bit shaky. E3, f4 just runs into taking, of course, so it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit annoying. White should take.
Do you want also to go for the e4 at some moment, pushing the knight away, getting the center, or you have to be careful about such commitment?
Yeah, I think e4 at some point would be good because, I mean, you either gain a tempo by forcing the knight back, where you get extra support on your d-pawn, knight takes, b takes. But
Of course, now it's not
yeah, right now it's not possible, right? So
tactically. So
I
maybe
mean-
something what white can try to prepare?
yeah, like maybe white would want like, I don't even know, like Ricky 1 to try prepare it, but I just feel like that feels a little bit slow. Like, I think we should focus on developing a queen side first.
Well, it's a big question how to develop. Yeah, where, as you said, look, bishop d2 looks a bit passive, and bishop g5 probably way too
Yeah, it
risky.
looks a little awkward. Like, I don't really know if I love my queen on the d file because there's always like some c5 that I'll run into, and that'll
So
disrupt
queen goes again.
coordination.
Queen b3.
I was soft launching queen b3, but but you got there first. Yeah, I think I like queen b3.
Yeah, just asking some questions, and also there will be no longer this c5 idea.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop d2 looks a bit better now, like bishop d2, rook fd1, that sort of thing. Natural development.
Yeah, just finishing development. And what do we do about the kingside situation here? Because bishop went to h3. Of course, you cannot stop the trade of the bishops, but like you just wait for bishop to be traded.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think white minds the trade too much. Just because there's so many. Oh.
Oh, that's what I was asking about. You know, like to take on h3 or just to wait. Okay.
I think I personally would wait, but you know, gun to my head, I'm picking between who plays the better move, me or Lim. I'll have to say probably Lim. I had to choose.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, you know, you're inviting this queen to h3.
This is a little annoying. I prefer
Yeah.
the queen on h5 and my king on
Yeah.
g2, I think. And queen on
Yeah,
h2.
same. Girls team. Okay, so yeah, queen h3 is now on the board. As you're saying, so you have to fix somehow this issue of the bishop. So I guess maybe it's a good moment.
Sorry, I'm trying to think. Like,
Ah,
what was
so-
he worried about?
Queen b3 was actually played.
Ah, okay.
So it's already now, yeah.
But Andrea, tell me which was a better move, queen b3 first or
We
bishop
can
takes h3?
we can cheat a bit here.
Yeah,
We are
let's
not
take a
playing,
look.
yeah.
Let's take a look.
So let's go backwards. Of course, it's queen b3. Of course, your move.
I mean,
Easy, yeah? Like
just say maybe Lim should take some pointers from me.
maybe you should coach him a bit for the remaining part of the tournament. Oh, but okay, so far he was pretty, you know, delivering some very nice opening ideas in the classical tournament. He always was coming with
sure.
some crazy prep. Like we were always so excited about his games, and also when he went with Matthias in this line, which also Matthias prepared in the candidates in this exchange in the Carlsbad.
Oh my gosh, wait, he's just so good in these end games. It's like squeezing water out of a stone, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks like zeros everywhere in that game against Matthias. But you know, I feel like Lim's so good at just putting on like a little bit of pressure,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden it's too much.
But also Lewon, you know, so experienced, such an experienced player and such a creative one.
Of course.
So anyway, he didn't go for our best approach. So
I think what he wanted here is like, I mean, now he's starting knight g5, e4. Just maybe a trick.
ah, knight g5, e4.
And f7 is weak.
You have to watch out, by the way.
Yeah,
That's a good
exactly.
point. Queen not only attacking the pawn on b7, but also their ideas on f7.
Mhm.
And there could be even like some potential, if knight steps away, some queen f7 immediately, like some queen sacrifices,
Yes.
and then winning a pawn. But of course, that's not going to probably happen. But Lewon now has to watch out. By the way, 1 hour 30 against 141. So let's leave this game for time being because Lewon has to take some time. So we have 2 other games, also pretty exciting matchups that we have here. So
You
let's
can pick the next one.
yeah, let me pick. Well, I would love to go to Václav Finek against Marco Materia, looking that this pawn a4 has just been played.
let's do
It's
it.
on the right. So let's go there. And of course, what can you say about performances, first of all, of Václav and about Marco, because you're playing against them so closely throughout the last 2 weeks?
Yes. No, I think they're both very strong players. I would say Václav is playing quite well this tournament. And I mean, in particular, I'm pretty impressed with his fighting spirit, I think. He played like a risky line against me, and yeah, it kind of fizzled out to a draw. But I think there were like multiple times during that game where I was wondering if he would want a repetition, and he did it. Not that I was too disappointed by that. I think during the game I was actually like, I was betting on him not going for the repetition because I was like, I just don't think he's that kind of player, and I mean that as a good thing. Yeah, I mean I think
Everyone
quite
is young,
impressed with
everyone
him.
is strong, yeah?
Yes, and Marco is a blitz specialist.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what he's most well known for. So he was just doing great in like the faster time controls as well. And yeah, I think he missed maybe some chances in the classical portion. Marco did, so he should maybe have a few more points.
So yeah, let's start from the very first move, just very briefly. Again, we have another kind of Catalan approach, yeah, this g3 move, and here bishop e7. So that's also what's similar what they played before in the rapid, because they were the same colors.
Right.
Yeah, in this moment, the c6 move was played. Very interesting, because usually you expect something like a6 with a b5 idea to go with a c5 in one
Yes.
move. But he went with a c6, just a bit of a like sideline, kind of. And here we see that that's how they continued. And 95, asking some questions, trading the pieces.
Right.
And I think this is the moment where we are discussing the position, because this position was played, I mean, at least in 2 games. Maybe there are more games in this position, but this is what we found in the like Masters database. And at this moment, Queen c7 was played, but in the games went Rook fd8.
Ah, yes, I saw this. Knight e4, knight f4, queen e3 takes, queen c5.
Yes. Some crazy stuff, yeah?
No, this is very nice. Very nice for white. Yeah.
And 2 games finish in a victory for white. So basically, if not for this queen f5, there is c5, and black is just doing so good.
Right.
So Marco prepared everything, and he plays here queen c7. He's not allowing any kind of tricks like this. And now this is basically the moment where we stopped looking with Arturs, and now it's a new position. So knight e4. Okay, white is having some dark
Pawn
squares.
sack? Sure. Yeah.
You want to go on?
compensation, of course.
You
So
want-
black has to take, I guess.
Yeah, queen e5, and now knight is getting to this nice c5 square. Queen d2, just defending the pawn, probably. Now a5. So yeah, around this position, it was the last time we saw. We like the knight is so great, and what's the plan for black here? But yeah, he went queen c7 and rook fd1 a4. I think what Arturs was considering is to remove the queen and even like consider as someone to play
Yes, an
e5. But
E5.
yeah, it's like always dangerous to leave the d5 square.
I mean, black does have an extra pawn, so I guess kind of holding on to that. But yeah, unclear how you're going to get the c8 bishop out and finish development. Yeah, at the same time, if white wants to push, you're going to have to make some concessions. Like, I don't know, maybe looking at some, like if white wants some e4 to dislodge the knight, right, then it ends up blocking the bishop as well. But otherwise, the knight's pretty solid on d5. I think Marco's just kind of, I mean, a5, a4 makes a lot of sense, improving the structure. And yeah, I mean, this is pretty typical, right? Sacrifice a pawn, and you get
So
positional
e5.
counterplay, especially in the Catalan. But I think, yeah, I mean, black can kind of try to give up the pawn when the time seems right to finally sort of
Develop the bishop.
yeah, break out of the bind.
But also there are not so clear way like what is white threatening in this position, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, very typical, some sort of like kingside attack, but there, a lot of pieces got traded off, so.
yeah, it's not so easy. Also, knight is so far away,
hmm
so you have to somehow to activate the bishop, the queen. I don't know. Actually, how do you? Yeah, maybe
Yeah, I also
like
find it
chick,
so
chick.
annoying to defend these kinds of positions. 'Cause you know black has a pawn, like, how you're getting that queen side out.
Yeah, maybe just according to the plan, just removing the knight, pushing the e pawn, developing the bishop out.
Yeah, but it's kind of
Time.
hard
Yeah?
to remove the knight, right? Like, knight.
Is
and
it
then
is
over
it
the
hard,
other-
you know, because of some lines, or you just you want to keep it on such a beautiful position on d5?
I mean, I think c6 gets a little weak
Mm-hmm.
if you move to b6, for example.
Okay, of
Um,
course it's now.
I think probably the best way
let's
for a
see.
knight is on d5 anyway. Like,
no.
I mean, even if you're worried about knight c4, there's always b3, right? And I think there's probably tactically something here too. So, I mean, it's just kind of difficult to find a square to move the knight to, and I mean, maybe you want to overprotect c6 before you try to move the knight. But again, that seems hard. Like rook b8, rook b6.
Yeah, it's a
Always
little
runs into like some sort of queen a5. Looks annoying. So
But okay, the last move a4 probably highlights that something is going to happen on the queen side. Maybe some a3. Is it something that black is pointing out, or you think it's just to open up the position, potentially some, I don't know, is queen f5 something that you don't really want to trade the queens, right? Here.
yeah, I would be a little scared to enter the endgame because then I think for sure the c6 pawn will fall, and then and then it gets a little annoying for black. But you know, actually I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, I think a3 is possibly an idea. I mean, a3 I would assume b3. But then at some point maybe you would want to be a little bit careful
Maybe
about like
see
a
before
b4
knight.
coming. Yeah. a3. I mean, the thing is, if white plays a3, then the c4 square becomes weak.
Now
right?
suddenly we can go
So
with the
that would
knight to
be-
c4.
That'd be pretty annoying. I think a3, b3, maybe it's a little double-edged because, I mean, then the rook kind of have to stay on the a file to protect the a pawn. And again, I think white's action is going to ultimately try to be on the king side.
But also maybe watch out for some b4, knight c3, you know, just defending.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on b4, I'm just wondering if we could even take on d5 and then take on b4.
Let's try just to make some moves, just so we...
Oh, wait, I think
Go
h3 wouldn't really work because on b4, there's e takes
Ah.
and h3 hangs.
Yeah. Okay, so let's
But
try
like,
some...
maybe bishop h1 or something. Let's
or
say.
king f1, yeah? Or maybe, or I don't know. Okay, bishop h1, let's
Yeah.
do. So a3, now b3.
b4 takes, maybe? Takes on d5?
You have to take with the...
I think so. Takes on b4?
Yeah, and then also, okay, the bishop is open, you gave up a pawn, but this will be a weakness.
I know, but yeah, I think the structure is just so bad. At some point, maybe we even want knight a4, queen takes a3. But why move that knight?
Yeah, so maybe you have to prepare if you want to play something like before. So if we have again bishop h1, a3, b3.
Yeah, maybe you need to play like rook b8 or something first.
Yeah, rook b8. with this idea.
But now we have time for like some e4. And then, you could follow it up with like, let's say knight somewhere, and then queen.
I don't even know where knight goes. Yeah.
Sure, f6 seems
F6.
normal.
Yeah. Just
And
to
then-
provoke to go back.
Yeah, and I think like maybe you can even go like queen b4 here. Then rook has to go back to a8. You're just wasting some tempi.
Yeah. White doesn't control in this position.
Yeah, I think so too. Or yeah, the onus is on black to untangle, right? At the same time, if black kind of sits around and waits, not super clear what exactly what white wants. I think to prepare some e4, but it will take some time.
So in terms of also the tournament situation right now, since Václav is so much ahead, he's ahead like in 5 points of Marco. So it means even if Marco wins this game, it will be like 1 point difference. But if in this game, for example, Marco doesn't win, even if it's already a draw, Marco doesn't catch up with Václav, and only Xiao could try to do something. So it's very important, for tournament situation, of course, for Marco try to strike, but of course so difficult with black and in such position.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this level, it's sort of hard to take risks in such a way, right?
So whose side are you picking here, white or black?
I would say like white chances. I think also Klav is very good in these sorts of positions. At the same time, anything can happen. It is a pretty sharp line. I mean, black got that pawn, right? So white should probably, white kind of lets this guard down for a second, and could just instantly become worse.
Yeah, because if you're just statically, we can say the advantage is for black because of the extra pawn. So somewhere in the end game it can be used, but of course there is a big compensation right now for white. And we have.
I was just gonna say, I think the main thing is that black's the one under pressure, right? So I feel that's always annoying. Like every big decision you might want to make, you'll have to calculate, and it seems like a very concrete position as well.
So tough to play with black, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Easier
so.
to play with white.
That'd be my guess, but we'll have to see.
Okay, one more game we haven't checked. Let's pull up an overview in the current round and then see what has changed. By the way, Liam against Levon, nothing changed, so queen is still on b3, and Levon is still taking his time.
In the tank.
Yeah, so that was at least some good move to make Levon spend time. And well, the game we haven't checked is the game in the middle. It's Erdogmus against Aydin Suleiman Lee. So two young stars, superstars, and Yaz is on the board. Always, by the way, was getting in some time troubles. It doesn't matter, it's classical, rapid, blitz, always in some time trouble, and his body language is always so cool. For now he's a bit more chill, but usually he's like, playing piano during the game.
I've seen the clips. No, he's I think he gets nervous easily, but I mean, the thing is he gets in time trouble so easily, but he still plays so well in it, so.
But looking at you on the other hand, like when we were having this blitz event, of course, like it was pretty tough for you. Also like that winning game against Vaishali and many other positions that you had. But it doesn't matter if you're better or you were worse in the position. It felt like you were always not showing it physically. I don't know how can you...
I mean, I have a great poker face, they tell me.
Also, with the hands and with the body, you're like not showing at all that you're under stress. But are you mentally under big stress in such situations?
I think more stressed than I usually am, but in general I'm a chill person, so objectively not that much stress. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's head into the game. So we have some very pretty symmetrical pawn structure that we have here, starting from the opening.
Oh, another d4.
Yeah.
When are we gonna get a Sicilian out here?
Somehow everyone is playing d4 this tournament, or starting with c4 and then getting to the d4 in some way.
I actually think the trend in the last very recently has been d4. Like if you look at candidates, it's pretty d4 heavy. But I was talking to Matthias about it, and he claimed it's because everyone wanted to avoid his Petrov.
That's true. That's true, actually. Yeah. So we have here this variation of some Neiksans and transposition to Rogozin. Now queen b3 was played. And here c5, trying to defend. Okay, knight c6. Everything looks logical, right?
Yeah.
So. Yeah, and at this moment the e3 was played. We were thinking also bishop g5 is possible. Was mostly played in this position, but somehow he went for e3, probably to keep the bishop just in defense on the queen side. And now castle, bishop e2. So you have some comments you can always share here, like if there's.
I mean, I have to say I'm definitely not a d4 expert.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'll let you take the lead here.
Yeah, I'm actually one d4 player.
Oh, really? You know more than me here.
Yeah. So queen c7. Now, of course, like any time the pawn on sc5 is definitely false. So for time being, it's extra pawn for white, but of course doesn't really matter much. And now a3, finally asking question to the bishop. So, yeah, now we see finally the pawns being traded. And bishop d6. So we have this symmetrical pawn structure now on 4 against 4 on the king side, 2 against 2 on the queen side.
Right.
And the question of the bishop. And also this bishop.
Yeah, I think just because it's symmetrical doesn't mean it's not a little bit dangerous. I know. See, the thing is, I don't really like d4 because there are so many positions like these where white has to be pretty precise to be able to get an edge, right? And then if you're not, black equalizes quite easily.
So you can tell about now everything you don't like about d4.
Sure, let me think. Something I don't like about d4. Oh, actually, my friend made this analogy once. So you know how when you play e4, like, you know, you're happy to see c6, c5, e6, but then you see e5, you're like, oh this
no.
boring. That's like d4, but with every opening in d4.
That's a good chess joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, no
great
matter
chess
what.
jokes.
So you already played d4, so.
I mean,
Yeah.
when I play d4, like, what's the most you can hope for? 0.1, 0.2.
Okay, we have some still like in the tournament. There were a lot of d4s, but of course, very very interesting games. By the way, what do you do against d4 usually? It's your main weapon, or it's always different?
Well, here's the thing. I usually like playing the King's Indian.
Ah.
So maybe that's the one opening against d4 that's not like e4, e5. Just solid 0.7 advantage for white.
So you always want to get some spicy positions, King's Indian.
Yeah, I like fighting positions, and I've played it since I was a kid. So a lot of good memories with that one.
Yeah, that doesn't look so sharp as the King's Indian, definitely. But yeah, bishop d6 was played last, and I have some comments there from the producer.
Yes. I'll get to that later.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we have a symmetrical pawn structure. We have issues for both sides, asking some questions, bishop, which way they're going to be developed. And white pieces are slightly more developed, probably, because of queen c4, but also not sure if it's good or bad thing, because queen can always be targeted in some way.
Exactly.
So what could be the plan now for both sides? Or, you know, something which could make position... yeah, like some attack maybe, which can be.
I'm honestly gonna need you to take the lead on this one because I'm just so unfamiliar with these like, what's it even called? Like Tarish structures? Wait,
This is
QGA?
Queen's
Something
Gambit
like this.
declined. So it's like yeah,
But the structure
it
is like,
started,
you know, you take on
yes.
c4, take on d4, open c and d5.
Yes, and also in some way it could also remind if we remove the queens of the board, so it's some Queen's Gambit accepted even,
Yes,
like you know.
yes.
So it's, you know, with the queens on the board it's a little bit different. So what I think that could be an idea here at some moment is try to push for some things. So maybe idea could be to do something on the king side, maneuvering the bishop to the long diagonal, also developing this bishop somewhere here.
Yeah,
But
I
of
mean,
course,
I feel like if I were white, I'd be happier if my bishop was on the b1, h7 diagonal. Because e2 is kind of a demure square.
yeah. You want to attack. You need it. Yeah.
I think I want to finish developing first. I mean,
Do something
I
about
don't know if
it.
this is too ambitious. Maybe I want b4, bishop b2.
Probably before you have to watch out for a5 because of the rook on a1 is hanging.
Right. a5, b5.
If after this 5.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's that good, but
But
I don't know.
actually,
Like maybe I want my bishop on b2. You know. I think, because I feel that I don't want my bishop on d2. That just feels like too lame of a square. So either want it on the long diagonal or I want to play e4.
yeah, that's another question, of course. Where to develop this dark squared bishop? Because then suddenly maybe you can remaneuver somehow the pieces, bring the rook to e1. Bishop will either go, I mean, probably not to d3, but maybe step away, and then e5 could be an idea. Maybe that's something what Yaz is right now thinking about. But yeah, as you're like mentioning, this position is not so, adventurous and
It's not the most thrilling, I have to say. But
But for both of these players, by the way, according to the tournament situation, it's kind of a must-win to try to catch up with Levon, because Levon is right now the leader in the Masters
yeah,
portion.
actually, can I take a look at the standings just to see?
Yeah.
Exact
Let's
breakdown.
try to pull up the standings before this round. Here you can see, so in the Masters, Levon with 25 points, 4 points behind him, Aydin. And then, yes, with Lim and at 19.5 points.
Oh yeah. No, Yaz had a pretty good Blitz tournament, right? Remember Lim was suffering, not as
Yeah.
badly as me, but we were.
Together suffering.
Yes. We were talking about it between rounds.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm having a tough time. I was like, brother,
Oh, no.
I lost another game, so don't talk to
no,
me.
No. Yeah, that's a bit sad. But in Generations Challenge, as you can see, there is 3 points difference, Václav and Shao. But okay, Shao having rest today, so
Right.
we will not know exactly how it's going to happen next 2 rounds for Shao. But for Marco, it's basically the final chance.
I mean, I think we're definitely going to see some decisive games in the challenges just because Shao and Marco are going to have to take some risk to catch up. The
Yeah.
Masters, I'm going to say, I mean, honestly, Lim is just so good in classical. I feel like that's definitely his strongest time control. So,
Yeah, so let's maybe pull up now the bird's eye view, looking at all the games which are happening right now. And I would like to hear your predictions in terms of the result for each of the games and the position that you've
draws,
seen so
3 draws. No, I'm
3
kidding.
draws.
I'm kidding. Let's see, predictions for results. I'm going to say, I see in the Lev game, he played queen c8. Breaking 1 now, threatening e4. I like white. White has more space.
A few moves ago, you said actually you prefer blacks. Do you remember
I
that?
think that, yeah, because black had more
Yeah.
activity, I said. I thought it was easier to play for black.
But now white.
Now white. And I'll also say it kind of, I mean, it always kind of depends on who I'm facing. You know, there's some opponents where you're like happy to put under pressure even if your position is objectively a little bit worse. But I don't think Lim is one of those players. He's just too good. So,
So you say
I'm liking white here. I would say I'm rooting for white because I want the standings to be a little tighter. You can't have Lev running away with it too early, right?
yeah, of course. So your prediction, it's going to be 4 points for Lim, 0 for Levon in the game on the left.
That's a tough prediction. That's a tough prediction. I still think draw is the most likely
Okay.
result.
So draw, you say.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Then the one in the middle, yes, against Aydin.
I just despise this opening position.
I guess our viewers also who are playing e4 will agree on that.
So, I'm gonna say another draw.
Okay.
Why not? It's just so symmetrical, and I feel like play's coming easy to black. You know, like bishop d7, rook c8 will come with tempo. So, I mean,
Okay, so we'll end up with 3 draws, I have a feeling. So in the last one.
hang on. me see. Last one. Okay. Last one, I'll have a more detailed prediction. Here's what I'm going to predict. Finette keeping up slight but solid pressure the whole game. At some point, Marco annoyed at having to defend a slightly worse position. And then he's like, oh man, gotta win this game. Overpresses, loses.
Ooh, so we have a very
That's a
long
storyline.
prediction.
Yes.
Wow. So Finnick is going to have some slight edge. Then
Slight edge.
Marco will feel like, oh, I have to try something, or
Exactly.
pushes, and then
Oh,
it's
he'll
going
be-
to be Finnick.
Finnex is just so. I just feel like Finneck's so good with like these like small edges, especially in the Catalan.
I love your predictions. Okay, so
That's my guess.
so
but what about your
two
predictions?
draws. I would say I want to be more. I want to have more decisive results. So I'd say Liam wins.
Okay.
Yes against Aydin. Let's say yes wins, and
Jazz
I would
wins
like.
from this position.
I hope. I hope.
Symmetry. Okay.
And in the last one, of course, for tournament standings, I want Marco to win.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all like my predictions. But we're
Wait,
going
but
to talk.
these are hopes, not
Yeah, this
predictions.
is, yeah, but
Okay.
I had hopes one of the previous rounds, and my hopes somehow were correct in the final round, by the way, of the classical.
Nice.
But yeah, Carissa, first I want to also ask you some questions about this tournament. How did you enjoy to play such a format where you have so many, basically all the formats possible, even Chess 960 starting the event? As you were saying, it was your first Chess 960 in the over the board, right? You played. Please share with us, how it felt, and
sure.
how do you like the format?
I mean, this is my first time playing this format. Just every single possible variant. I had a lot of fun, honestly. I think I was most worried about 960, but that ended up being my best format. So maybe it's time for a pivot in my career.
Maybe freestyle chess more, yeah?
Freestyle specialist now. Honestly, I love 960. Like I said, it was my first time playing, but it's just so nice to play with no theory at all. And I feel like especially in 960 Rapid, like Grunke is classical, right? But in 960 Rapid, like you could get away with just doing so much goofy stuff. Like I remember I had this game against Marco, and it was just like my position just looked kind of ridiculous. I had like knights on like d6 and e6 or something. I was black. I had like pawns on like f6, h5. My king was stuck in the center. But I think there's something about it which I like more than regular chess, in that you have more creativity. And so what I liked about that game was actually it was just like horrible setup for me. I think it was like +1. But there's just like slight inaccuracy, and then all of a sudden like my pieces just exploded and came to life. And I don't know, I think it's nice when you have like moments like that in chess, because it makes it feel like more beautiful, So yeah, I really enjoyed 960.
Yeah, I wanted just to add, because we loved, those when you got like completely crazy position, then after one or two moves, you already have some threats, like for example, to take with the bishop the pawn, and then the rook would be like, you would already win some, material. So you have to always like keep on defending and keep in mind that it's not the real chess, and basically even your central pawn can be taken in a way that, okay, you can just defend it, and there will be no way to defend for yourself.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, the thing with real chess is that, I don't know if this is like the right phrase exactly to describe it, but it's kind of like, at some point it's a little bit like muscle memory, like the way, you have like your set repertoire, you see the way that your pieces are supposed to coordinate together, comes like super naturally. But in 960, when the starting position's like all messed up, you'll have all these like crazy combos, and all of a sudden like chess is just so different. I think it's just kind of like a reminder of how little we actually know about chess. Like I remember I was actually trying to study some 960 before the tournament, and was just looking at all these like random setups, literally random out, like draw a number out of a hat or whatever, and check it. And there are just some positions where I'm like, there's no way this is the evaluation. Like, black move 1 plays like a5, with the idea of like rook a6, and it's equal, like it's like plus 0.1, 0.2. Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed it. I like 960 a lot. And for the rapid classical blitz, I feel like everything was structured very nicely. So we had 960, rapid, rested, and then we started the classical, and then final day of blitz, which I think is exciting because it kind of keeps the standings up in the air, right? But I will say it's a tiring format.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, it's so much, and also like now you've had, you didn't have a final stage. Now also players are playing final stage. There's 3 more rounds to go, and well, I wanted to ask also, have you played in Switzerland before this tournament, or is it your first time here?
No, it's actually my first time in Biel, so it's been great.
How do you enjoy the nature here? Because there's also a beautiful lake. Have you ever been to the lake? What have you been doing, in there whenever you had some time? So
well, I actually studied abroad in Europe when I was in school a couple years ago. So I did visit Switzerland then, and it's probably like my favorite country that I visited. So I was pretty happy to come back. And I have to say, even though I got knocked out, I was like, man, at least I could go sightseeing now, you know? So
you have some quite nice plans, as you said, for tomorrow?
Oh, yes. I want to go paragliding today, but...
Will we see you somewhere?
On the clock, on the job. I was trying to convince Matthias to go paragliding with me. Yeah, I was like, Matthias, let's go paragliding tomorrow. And he's like, I don't know about that.
Indecisive.
I was trying to reassure him. I was like, it's so safe. Like, chances of death are so low. But
let us know at which time you're going to be. So maybe we can just watch out and see you somewhere.
Oh, I mean,
out there.
Yeah, you see me gliding right into the square.
So yeah, and talking about currently how are you fully focusing on chess right now? What are your goals right now in your life? Are you studying? Are you also doing something else in chess?
Sound like my mom. What are your goals in life, honey? What do you want? No, I'm kidding. Shout out mom if she's watching. Anyway,
love.
Yes. Yeah, I'm actually still in school, so I go to Stanford, and I'm going to be a senior there in the fall. So I was taking a year off, gap year, to sort of focus more seriously on chess. And I'm going back in September for a quarter or so because I have to maintain my student status. But I think I'll probably try to take more time off in next year. So to dismay my parents, it might be a while before I graduate with my diploma. But yeah, I'm playing the Grand Prix series. So yeah, that'll be during the school year. So I want to take time off, and I want to prepare seriously for that. In general, what are my goals?
What is your goal? What is your goal for today?
My goal for today. Okay, good.
Where will you have dinner?
Before it got too
lunch.
Where will I have? Wait, is that Matthias over there? Matthias.
Where is he?
He's right there.
Oh, I didn't see him.
I was just talking about him.
He will go paragliding with you.
He came here because we're gonna go paragliding after I'm done with commentating.
Really? Yay!
Where am I going for dinner? Maybe a pizza place. I deserve pizza today.
Yeah,
why not?
Pizza. What's your favorite pizza?
Ooh, my favorite pizza. I'm gonna say my favorite pizza topping is mushrooms, which I know is it's an answer some people don't like. But I'm gonna say mushrooms, onions, peppers. Oh my gosh! Actually, there's this chess player I know. He loves he loves chicken and pineapple on his pizza. I was like, whoa.
He shouldn't go to Italy, 100%. You know?
I know.
Okay, Carissa, really appreciate your time here, that you come to us, you shared your thoughts on the game and also on your life, your goals in life. Seriously, yeah, we really loved having you here, following your games. Always there was something spectacular there. It was classical, rapid, bleeds to chess 960. So we wish you also best of luck in your career. We're going to look forward to your great results. And hopefully you can come back to Biel some of the next years.
But yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Carissa. Now, dear viewers, we are going to have our short break. And then we are going to see what's happening in the round 1 of the final stage of the Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon. And we are back live from the center of Biel, Vienna, the Congress Hall. You see here, very nice and beautiful venue with a stage, which we have where we have our Grandmaster Triathlon tournament being played, and also all the other events in the Biel Chess Festival. Altogether, over 15 events are happening here. 59th edition already, so 59 years without an interruption. The tournament is happening. Next year, by the way, we're going to have a 60th anniversary, so really looking forward to it. But now we are at the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We're having the first round, and we have some very nice pairings and already some predictions by Carissa. Arturs, have you followed?
Yeah, so it was a pretty peaceful prediction, yeah. Maybe with except of the final game and the challengers. But if we talk about it, actually I have my own opinion. So maybe we can again pull up the overview. And since we talk about the predictions, let's have some fun. And I'll try to predict how the games might predict. So you were saying, Angelica, that in this position, Limle versus Aronian, that the three-time Biel Chess champion is going to win. And Carissa said it's going to be a draw. That's
And
correct?
you will say Levon will win.
Wow, it's really hard. Yeah, it's really hard to say that here Levon's going to win. I think I'm going to say that Limle is going to win this because I kind of don't like Aronian's last choice, Queen C8 and Knight D6. Like, it feels like he just walked back completely. I suppose we are going to talk about it in a moment. And there's the middle board. Yes, Erdogmus against Aydin Suleimanli. So your prediction was that Erdogmus is going to win?
It was just completely random prediction.
Random,
Looking at the
yeah.
position, it's completely peaceful. Of course, Carissa said it will be a draw.
She said it's going to be a draw. Yeah, this one is really hard to predict because a lot of things depends what here the Turkish player is going to choose next. I think he's choosing between B4 and E4 right now, and maybe there's some other stuff like knight G5, knight E4, try to fight for the central squares. Very hard to predict, but okay, I'm going to go with Aydin, you know,
Yeah,
since
that's
just
good.
to have a different result. Hard to
Yeah.
tell.
Yeah, because you know what can happen also is that yes, we'll get lower load on the clock. By the way, he's already having 14 less minutes, and that, as we know, he's going under big pressure, usually time pressure, and that they can backfire. And the final one, so on the right.
Yeah, and the final one, yeah, so you said it's going to be a draw, was it?
I said Marco
No,
will win.
Marco is going to win, and
Yeah,
Carissa said that Marco is going to overpush, yeah?
My prediction is like, yeah, I want Marco to win, so to say, and I predict him to win.
I'm still going to go with Václav,
Okay.
with white. So we do have almost complete different opinions here. I kind of like white's position because I'm a bit surprised that Engine says it's about equal because I think that for black it's kind of difficult to play. But I also perfectly understand Carissa's point of view that black might over press. I also understand your opinion that the pawn is a pawn after all, and white is supposed to do something about it. But
Very practical approach.
yeah, but visually I kind of like white's
Yeah.
game more with queen d6 incoming and everything. So I'm gonna side with Václav. Where do we go from here?
So I would like to highlight that the middle board, the bishop d6 move, that's what the position looked like when we last time saw with Carissa. So no change there. We see some change. Václav played one move, this b3. So I think the game which the most advanced is Lim against Levon, and I suggest to go there and just go and see what were the moves that have been played. And apparently we see that the evaluation bar goes a bit up. Wow. By the way, we have some upgrade here, since some players, I think, left the tournament, and we have only 3 boards. We have extra cameras for our beautiful shots.
Really good look here, and you can see Aronian is circling him like
Circling
a shark.
around. Yeah, like a
Actually-
shark, like an eagle.
This reminds me of this funny incident they had. Was this the U.S. Championship when Levon was playing against Abhimanyu Mishra, and Mishra would have a peek at his position from the place where Aronian was sitting, and apparently Levon didn't really like that. He would take the chair and take it sideways and look at his board from there. Anyway, you can see that Levon was just circling his opponent behind her. There he is again. all kinds of angles to have a better look at his position.
Yeah, and also very stylish short from from Levon as always. By the way, Liv just looked at us in our direction. I think he feels that we're watching.
I don't know, maybe sometimes the camera, produces some kind of a movement when it comes closer. You never really know. But yeah, this is the position here. I kind of like White's position a bit more because there's a center. Do we delve into this a bit deeper?
Yeah, definitely. Let's pull up a analysis board and check what were the last moves and how did we end up here.
Right. So you did talk about this with Carissa, and I will maybe try to add my 2 cents here. So I think this is where you left it. Yeah. So this Queen h5, f5, Knight c3, Bishop h3, take on h3, and Queen b3. And this move, Queen c8, it just doesn't feel right to me.
Then why was it played? I mean, of course, it's defending the pawn. We were also thinking with Carissa that the queen on h3 was really annoying for White. Like, we didn't even want to take on h3 because the queen on h3 felt like a piece which is annoying our king. So, and he goes back with the queen c8.
You know, I think that Levon was not happy with the move overall, because that's the kind of thing I think you never want to do. Like, you never want to remove your most active piece to the most passive square, even if it protects the pawn. And I'm sure that Aronian, he was looking at every other opportunity, but he was just unable to come up with something. And when I was looking at this position during this commentary when you had Carissa, I tried to understand what I would do. And my original idea was, I want to play rook b8. That's what I thought, And I was thinking, where's the problem of rook b8? And I thought, okay, maybe White can try to play knight x on d5. The big idea is to play bishop f4. I see the relation bars dropping. I'm going to explain why it's dropping. And then I thought, what's the big deal? Like, I could take maybe with a pawn. White plays bishop f4. I play rook c8. White plays queen b7. Yeah, engine doesn't love my analysis at all. But I thought that maybe in some lines, if I get to somehow crash through the second rank, maybe organize some big attack here, perhaps there's something. But apparently, none of this is very accurate, because after knight x on d5, I think that black probably could even take with the rook or the knight. I think both moves look pretty good. Yeah, knight e5, again e4, knight f6, bishop f4. And there's always this knight g5, queen f7 idea here. Yeah, like here, right here even. After bishop f4, knight g5, hitting the queen and the pawn. So probably after knight e5.
There is even queen f7.
Yeah, immediately, precisely. Yeah, here. Yeah, you can go for this beautiful shot. Boom.
The only thing is the pawn on d4 is hanging. That's probably the reason that the computer doesn't like it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably because of this pawn. So, I don't know, like, probably it's ultimately rook d5. Oh, I think there's also this rook b5 idea. But the position is pretty complex. But then, unfortunately, I already looked at the engine. I was sitting there with producer Bick, who is there in the corner. We're having some fun.
And he spoiled it for you.
No, I checked the engine.
No,
I gotta confess.
You spoiled it for yourself.
I gotta confess, yes. And you know what the line was? It was pretty difficult. So, in this position, black's only move was knight g4 here with the knight. And why rook b8 doesn't work? It's not for the reasons why I thought it doesn't work. It actually is knight g5 hitting the queen, going e4, and queen f7.
Yeah, so first going knight g5 and then e4.
Right. I did not spot this immediately. I think Aronian saw this. So
that's what Carissa saw, that some moment there could be this idea of knight g5 and e4.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant. But that's why engine says you play knight g4, and stopping this.
Yeah, knight cannot move now anywhere because h2 checkmate.
Yeah, and after queen x on b7, there's some lines like bishop takes on d4. Like bishop d4, you can't take it, it's a mate. I think the line actually continues. Like knight x on d5, only move, c takes on d5, queen x on e7. And maybe Levon saw this position. Like, he saw this. There's no mate. There's no clear way to continue. And by the way, white is threatening to play queen f7. How do you continue? Like queen f7.
And also having extra pawn for white.
Yes, exactly. So, but according to an engine, this is equal if you play bishop f6, queen c5, and I think here black has a couple of moves, but let's say d4. like when you show this position, oh yeah, then it's very clear. But
Yeah.
like it's a very difficult sequence, and I think that.
How many moves, by the way? Like somewhere like 6 moves or 5 moves?
So it was here, yeah. So it was once one. Once again, what was it? Queen b7,
Queen b7, yeah,
2,
bishop b4.
3, 4. Like this is a very difficult move, going back bishop f6, because you're muddy with the move. But it's like a solid move. You protect your pawn, but it is what it is.
He couldn't find a better alternative in this position, and that's why he went with a queen c8, defending the pawn. And then after e4, knight f6,
Knight e6, yeah, was
knight
played.
e6.
Which
And also rook e1, yes, So pawn on d4 is under attack?
rook e1, rook e1 was played before, yeah, here, right here. Yeah, queen
So queen
c8, first
c8.
rook e1.
And then e4.
Yeah, knight c7, e4, knight e6. Yeah, this is what I got there.
So now pawn on d4 is under attack. That's one of the threats in the position. Question is, how are you going to defend it, or do you defend it, or maybe you play something like actually, what do you do?
Oh, there's many
Bishop.
choices.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, if you play something like bishop e3, you have to watch out for knight g4.
Precisely. So knight g4, I think that, do you want to give up this bishop? Don't you want to give up this bishop? Again, it's not very clear.
Not clear, no.
No, it's not like this. This is a threat again. The bishop on g7 opens. I might play e5, and I try to understand for a while what is this position. But it feels the black is safe, yeah?
Some interesting pawn structure definitely here in the center. And yeah, all defended. But of course, white gave up a bishop for that. So what's our other choices for white to defend the pawn?
That's a very good question.
Maybe d5? Is d5 an opportunity?
Maybe. Like, I don't know. Again, it's again changing the structure. I'm not sure if this is good because it kind of opens the queen, it activates the knight, it might give black some interesting opportunities, like maybe go after the pawn. It's very difficult to like evaluate this immediately. I think that if Lemble played d4, it kind of makes sense to support the center in some way.
Oh, I know the move. I like the move.
Which
Knight a4 or rook a4.
I saw this move, but I was not sure about it. If the rook really belongs here, it's a beautiful idea. Yeah, you protect the pawn, you play a4, a5, but maybe there's some other moves like queen c4 even here.
Queen
Queen
c4
a4.
looks logical, yeah.
Yeah, queen c4 looks super logical. I think black's gonna play like b5, takes. Now this might be a weakness. One thing which really surprises me is that he has this deep thought here. Like, I think he played e4 pretty quickly here. Yeah, I think it was like in 6 minutes. And now he's thinking already for 40 minutes after
Wow,
e4.
14 minutes.
Yeah, so I would have thought that here there was still a choice right here because e4 is not a mandatory move. Because I think you
Not?
can play many moves. You can play queen c4. You can play maybe bishop g5, bishop, like let's say this line is also a possibility here. Knight e6, take out f6, whatever you recapture. This is a structure I would want to check a bit further. But yeah, he committed to e4, knight e6. Maybe he is changing his mind. It's hard, I don't know, it's hard to say.
Yeah, but as you're saying, there are many moves which would defend the pawn in this position. So he has a big choice. Maybe there are some concrete ideas, some concrete lines that he's now calculating how it's going to be. By the way, looking at this angle that we have here, it feels like we are Levon. We are from the side of Levon, facing Liam in this position and seeing all the
Yeah,
impressions.
it's literally from Levon's chair. Yeah, the
Yeah.
view. It's a really great angle right there. Levon is gone.
So now we can watch.
I think. By the way, I have to ask this question to Levon. Is he in the camp of the sitters or the walkers? I think he's a walker.
No, definitely Walker. Yeah,
Definitely
that's
a
like
walker. Yeah, like I think there's a very, very big split between the players. The players who love to sit, I call them the sitters, and the players who love to walk, they're the walkers. Yeah, like one of the most infamous walkers is Petr Svidler. Yeah, he literally never sits. He's always walking, always walking.
Look at this. We are having some other angles at the board, and Levon is also approaching. Yeah, and as you were saying, he's like a shark, you know. Do you feel like he's also walking because it works psychologically on the opponent? Because I have a feeling like when your opponent stands up, it feels that he is confident in his position. And does it put any pressure? What do you think on Lim, or is there any kind of psychological trick like this?
I don't know. Like, I can't really speak for them. I can speak about myself. Well, I'm standing up because I physically can't sit. Like,
Okay.
I have to move. I have to stretch my legs. I cannot sit there. I find it physically impossible to sit there non-stop for 4 hours. So there's players who can absolutely do it. There's players who can't do it. And I know that when I'm getting up, at least I'm taking the game with me, thinking about the position. And also, like, maybe subconsciously you try not to disturb your opponent a bit. You walk away, you know, not be present, respect him, his
Yeah.
space. I wouldn't really read too much into this. It's just like you think about your own comfort, try not to disturb the opponent. But here we see Levon is back at the table.
And now we have another angle on Levon Aronian. He is thinking, and I guess it's also a good moment for us to check what else is happening. Oh, by the way, we have like
Yeah.
check Levon, check Lim.
Let's go.
So as we already mentioned, we have some players who left us, unfortunately, as one of them was also Carissa. After the Blitz, she was one of the eliminated players. So we have only 3 boards to focus. We have 7 players left in the field. So the game we just watched it on the left. We have 2 more games remaining. Arturs, what do you see? Any updates? And if yes, to which game are we going?
Yeah, there's, by the way, quite a big update in the game of Václav Finek versus Marco Materia. I think we will go there, but I would like to still keep the pace that we're checking one game at a time. I wanted to give a bit my couple of cents about the game of Erdogmus against Suleimanli, why the Turkish player is thinking there for so long. And then we go to the Václav game versus Finek. What do you think?
Let's go to yes. And before the break, we were here with Carissa, you know, and she also shared quite some things. Maybe not such a nice things for the 1d4 players.
No? What
well,
were those things? I'm
well-
sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Well, she's a 1e4 player, so she had this joke that when you play e4, so when your opponent is playing like c6, c5, e6, like anything, you're happy, you're fine. And when the opponent is playing like e5, you're like, oh, it's going to be boring, or you know, like it's going to be not so exciting. And for a 1d4 player, it's basically any choice after 1d4.
I'm total with you, Carissa, on this. You know, I played e4, e5 all my life, and I know how it feels. You know how many Italians and Lopez's I have played in my life?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's why. But I mean, I'm a d4 player. I really love d4. There can be many exciting positions. We saw also from the tournament, we had so many exciting games. But this position, it's pretty balanced and symmetrical pawn structure. But at the same time, there is a fight over the d file. There is a fight between the bishops, which bishop is worse, c1 or c8. Will someone push e4 or e5? You know, there are so many uncertainties in this position. Please break down how it is for you and why Yes is taking time for so long.
I think he's undecided right now because we saw this position about here. And then you had, you're talking with Carissa, like, not much has changed actually here. I think we saw this position an hour ago, literally. That was exactly the same pawn structure. So black here played bishop d6, and this is when Erdogmus was taking a very deep think. And I think I know why. Because he has to choose between 2 continuations. One continuation, he goes for the e4 idea. E4, you want to fight for the central squares. You want to maybe bring out the dark square bishop. Let's say here you play e4. And again, I don't know what black responds. Does he play e5? Or does he fight for the control of these squares, like something like knight g4, knight e5? Let's say he goes here, bishop g5. And I was looking at this and try to understand, you know, what is this? Like, you want to fight for the d5 square. Probably there's going to be bishop e6, and I'm sure that Yes was really deep here because when I heard his analysis that he did against Jose Martinez Alcantara, I was blown away, to be honest. Like, just unbelievably good. He's so deep in calculating. Yeah, so he was incredible. So I think this is one idea he's considering. And the second idea is b4. like b4 and bishop b2 to allow black to play e5, or again knight e5. Let's say e5, bishop b2, and maybe he feels his queen is kind of misplaced here. So he's spending a lot of time here. He played rook d1 after how many minutes was it? 42 minutes.
42 minutes, wow.
It's just incredible. 42 minutes for rook d1.
Imagine him calculating all those 42 minutes, calculating all the lines. After e4, after b4, wow.
And what's the catch? So, okay, Suleimanli played rook d8, but what's the catch of why not e5? Why doesn't he want to play e4? That's what I tried to figure out. Is there something? Maybe he wanted to fight for the weakened squares like this? Knight g5, bishop f3, and knight e4. And he felt that if he commits himself to e4, he loses this opportunity to land the knight on e4. So
and
that's
then
why
black will have this opportunity, maybe.
yeah, like I think he spent a lot of time on e4. He spent a lot of time on b4. He realized he doesn't want to force things, and that's why if you spend 40 minutes, this very often signals you're changing your mind. Very often, because like you had an idea, you started not to like it, you're looking for something else, you don't like it as well, and then you think, okay, I'm gonna make some quieter move. And black immediately played rook d8, like not immediately, but after still like 4 minutes, and bishop d2, still waiting for e5, knight g5, knight e4, if I understand it correctly.
But why bishop d2, Arturs? What do you think about it? Because we were discussing that b2 looks like a more logical position for the bishop on this in this position, because you have it on a1, ha diagonal, potentially some attack, also fight over the e5 square. What is happening right now in the mind of Yes, and why is it bishop d2?
I wish I had an easy answer to this. Like, maybe he was looking at this position really deeply, and he didn't like some kind of a forcing sequence. So I'm gonna guess, like I probably would have to spend like 10 minutes here at least, try to understand what he's thinking.
Because he spent like 42
Yeah.
minutes, so we need
just
more.
Yeah, just to even get close. But maybe something like, or without a5, I don't know. Or let's say knight e5. What about this move? Knight e5, bishop e5, and maybe he felt like, you know. Put
Because
the
here
bishop-
knight d5 or something could be an idea. No, knight d5 not yet.
Yeah, could be
maybe.
some knight e5, could be some bishop d7, bishop c6, and I think that he realized that the bishop on b2 maybe is not so great if black is able to counter it with the bishop on e5, and hence enters bishop d2. And this bishop d2 is a pretty standard move for some queen's gambit accepted positions. Like when you trade off these 4 pawns here, then bishop d2, bishop e2 is pretty standard way to play. Like Wesley So has played a lot of amazing games with these symmetrical structures. It doesn't really rule out b4. The bishop on d2 feels kind of passive, but you're flexible with the ideas. Let's say e5, you can still play knight g5. You can play knight b5, bishop c3. It looks really smart. The only thing is, did it really require 40 minutes?
Well, of course, if you're talking about it like this, of course it didn't. Probably like you could easily find this idea, but I think you're just totally right. He was expecting to go for something else, something more concrete, and he realized that it doesn't really work out the way he thought it would. And for that reason, he is going with this rook d1, bishop d2. Potentially, we'll see knight stepping away, bishop coming to this long diagonal. But time is still so important for our dear viewers. Just to remind, the players are having 2 hours for the first 40 moves without any increment. So right now it's 54 minutes without increment, and it just moved 13. So it means in order to get extra half an hour and an increment 30 seconds, at this moment, Yes will need 27 more moves. And yeah, that's not so much time for 27 moves.
Yeah, it's not.
Around 2 minutes per move.
Yeah, it's. I have a feeling that they're gonna have to speed up at some point. But I like his choice. Like I like his choice because he's not yet revealing his cards. Like Suleimanli doesn't know, if he wants to play maybe knight e4, bishop c3, or knight b5, bishop c3, or maybe e4 is still a thing. So here for black, like you probably need to make some big decision. Do you play for e5 and bring out the bishop? Or do you play for a6, b5, bishop b7? Or do you copy your opponent's moves, play bishop d7, rook c8? What do you do?
Yeah, there are many questions right now for Aydin, and also one of the biggest questions I think he has to understand right now. Jas was spending so much time, he was calculating something, so it feels like he should be ready for many ideas. But yeah, e5 is one of the most concrete ones. Yeah, e5.
I would probably choose e5, like when I got the instinct. I'm not sure bishop d7, bishop e8, e5. Like I weakened this square, but the bishop is not getting here to g5. I'm not losing 5 for this square, so I'm thinking, what about knight g5 here? Like, what? I'm not really worried about anything else, am I? Am I worried about, like, what I'm worried about? Like knight b5? No, it just doesn't. Maybe knight b5 is still a thing. Where do you put the bishop?
Bishop.
Let's say this, yeah?
Yeah, looks logical.
I mean, black feels very safe. I'm just toying with some moves here. So e5 feels safe, but what about this knight g5 idea? Maybe I'm just overly fixated on knight g5, but we want to fight for some squares here, here. Let's say takes, here.
Queen b5, yeah.
Something like this, bishop c3, could be some pressure against this pawn.
Have to also watch out for the queen on b5, almost no squares.
Yeah, maybe. He could become a target. It's a very, very tricky game here, and yeah, the players are spending a lot of time.
And now Aydin is thinking, and I suggest we check on the third game. We haven't looked yet. It's a game of Václav Finek against Marko Materia. Let's go there. So we have quite some change from the position that we have, and the queen trade has happened indeed. So still, black is up a pawn in this position, but white is very active, highlighting the c5 square. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, but now black somehow feels completely safe. So I think that there was this moment, I had a look at this position right here. And I had a feeling that white's got to be slightly better. Because, okay, I'm down a pawn, but I'm about to storm through the d file. e4 makes a lot of sense. Knight b6, b3, taking over this square, looks perfectly logical. But this was the key move, e5, opening up the last square bishop.
Yeah, opening it up, and then after queen d6, rook a7 looks also a very logical move, bringing the rook to the game. And now queen traded, and rook d6, attacking the pawn on c6. Now could be some threats in the position to step away with a knight to try to win the pawn on c6, but now your bishop is out.
There could be some ideas like reroute the knight to b4 maybe.
But also c6 is hanging, so you have to watch out.
Yeah, immediately, of course, yeah, you're right. You can immediately just take it. I was thinking like knight b4, you can't play c5, the knight is going to be hanging, but you're completely correct. The pawn is under attack, and like we might, or I'm probably missing something. I just wanted to show the point that with more accurate move order here, we could try to get something like this, where white is trying to apply some pressure against the pawn on b5.
But only trying.
Yeah, probably black can just defend it or activate the rook. I probably missed like a million things along the way.
Yeah, the evolution bar was up and down all the time.
There's some background issues.
But that's why we love it. So yeah, rook d6. So question is, the threat of white is to step away with the knight and attack the pawn on c6. So
yeah, like knight e3 actually is a threat.
Yeah. So the first idea is just to defend the pawn on e5 to be ready for the knight jump, and then after knight jumps to play something like bishop d7, bishop b7, like defending the pawn.
I think rook e8 looks very reasonable. Like king f8, king e7 becomes an opportunity. You attack the rook.
So now if you step away with the knight, you have bishop d7 just defending the pawn, or even rook c6, or rook e6, sorry.
You don't want to ball under the back.
Oh yeah, no checkmate.
I knew you were testing me.
Yeah. As always.
Yeah, that was a nice one. So you can play bishop d7, and potentially the position will repeat. knight c5, here, knight e3, bishop d7, knight c5. But I'm thinking, why I'm repeating, why can't I, let's say, takes and play something like bishop e6?
Yeah, going for the counterattack, attacking the pawn on b3, and then potentially having the passer on the b file. It looks like logical.
Yeah, it probably still repeats. Like knight c5, knight e6, some threat. I don't think the black can ever play knight c8. Knight c8, knight e6 again, back rank issues.
Big issues in the position.
So it looks quite. I would not be surprised if this would finish in a draw, to be honest. Like rook e8, king f8. But that's the thing. I mean, for Marco, draw doesn't work. Like
Yeah.
if he plays a draw, that's it. He cannot catch up with the leader.
That's a big problem, and I have a feeling that somewhere in the back of the head for Marco, not evaluation, but the leaderboard is still there, and he knows that he's right now 5 points behind of Václav. So what does it mean for him? If he wins, he's still 1 point behind him. So to get the first place, he will probably need to win against Tong Shao, and then see how Václav played the other game. But if Václav wins this game, it will be only Tong Shao who can stop him in the tournament. And otherwise, I mean, Václav is looking pretty confident in the Generations Challenge tournament.
Yeah, like almost unstoppable then. But I kind of don't like what he did with the last moves, because when we had a look at this position after the opening, like it did feel that White had some better chances. Here it feels that with his a5, a4, which was a great idea, and like trading the queens and pushing e5, then it seems that here Marco has made a big progress.
Yeah, definitely. Big progress, and I mean, we might see some scenario of the. We might see some scenario where, in which Carissa that she was mentioning, yeah, that she has said that Václav looks slightly better at that last position, but if Marco decides to risk it all, over pushes, Václav could win it. Of course, still there is Tong Shao. You shouldn't underestimate him because he's 3 points behind of Finek. So potentially Tong Shao could still surpass because he'll have to play 2 games. For that reason, I mean, and both of them are playing 2 games, so all 3 of them have to play 3 games. Just one of them is always having some rest, which is also good for the tournament.
Right. Yeah, prepare some deeper ideas. We're going to see. So, yeah, whatever happened before, again, I would like to go back a bit to this moment when somewhere here, I had a feeling that White could do a bit more than this. So let me advise with the engine so that we don't spend here like half an hour to try to figure out. Okay, so you know what the engine says. Engine says e4 is actually not accurate. Because it allows you to play e5, activate the light square bishop, and White loses any kind of pressure.
Okay.
So instead of this, what the engine says, like if we can trust it, I think we can trust it. Any move. Let's say h4.
h4. That's, by the way, Carissa was saying that there could be some potential for the king side attack for White, but the problem is, she said that material is a bit too limited and knight is too far on the board, but the h4, yeah, bringing the rook to h1, pushing the pawn all the way to h6.
Because the problem for black, you're going to play e5, you see? You play e5, I think that I'm going to take on d5 now. Take on d5, my knight is beautiful. Okay, your bishop is pretty active, but I might just enter some better endgame. Let's say, I don't know how accurate is this, something like this, all right?
Okay.
So I have the knight dominating the bishop, king f2, play for the queen side, etc. So, like, let's say h4, h6, bishop f3, queen e7, king g2.
Do you think Václav was calculating this? h4?
But even this is not so clear, yeah? So, I mean, where's your big attack anyway? H4, H5, then
Yeah.
what? No, probably it's just equal. And like I think that Václav's idea makes perfect sense, but ultimately maybe he forced the things a bit too much. And it also forced black to find the correct move. I really love this maneuver. This maneuver. I mean, okay, E5 obviously, but rook A7. It's a great move, defensive move. Now black is suddenly very, very safe, and he solved all the opening problems. But yeah, but the question is how to win.
Question is how to win for both of the players, because I think both of them are very ambitious. But for Marco, it's an extra pawn. If he managed in some way holding on to this pawn without damaging his position, he might have serious chances for a victory in this one. But there's also this pressure on the A4, B3. You have to watch out for F4, as you're mentioning, Artur. So the F4 break is definitely something to watch out for. Bringing the king to the position. Yeah, white's pieces are still more active.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, I want to activate a king. Let's say you play rook E8. How about I play a 4? I mean, do you take it? Don't you take it? I want to play a 5, squeeze you. Do you play F6? I go here. Actually, this king E7 is very unpleasant, so it feels like this rook will be pushed out. Rook D1 relieves any tension against the pawn on C6. So most likely, as soon as black is ready to play king F8, king E7, somewhere here, what will have to repeat
Oh,
to go for something like this? But then again, you play king E7.
you're kicking out the rook.
Exactly.
Well, and if you kick out the rook, then you don't have pressure on C6 anymore. You have a healthy extra pawn.
Well, I think white definitely still has a lot of compensation here, but you're not getting to the pawn on C6 anymore.
But the problem in the position bishop on G2, the bishop on G2 doesn't really have an attack. If the pawn would not be on E4, the bishop would be targeting the C6, and there will be no question in the position. But I think that's the biggest problem of white right now, how to include bishop on G2 into this attack. So maybe this E4 move is something that was a mistake early on, but of course, you never know, yeah? You never know.
Yeah, like, it's hard to tell. I mean, it would have been a different game, and I'm sure that was thinking about this really deep. But here, yeah, I start to think that suddenly for black it's quite straightforward. And maybe Marco is thinking right now really hard how to avoid the repetition with knight e3, knight c5. Because does Václav really mind a draw? I don't think so. Like for him it's okay, it's not super great result, but he keeps his lead. Maybe he's more worried about Shah, who's right now having a break, and there's a difference between the two, like 3 points. And every draw is only 1.5 points. A victory is 4.
Yeah, and also for Tong Shao, this will be 2 consecutive games, one after another. And if, for example, Václav commits to a draw here, you never know what is going to happen in the remaining game against Tong Shao and how he will play against Marco Matera. So now it's a very important moment also for Marco to find a way, try to keep this extra pawn here. But we're going on the very short break because the action is just getting better and better here at the Biel Chess Festival. We have 3 games which are ongoing with potential, some crucial results for the overall standings. So we'll be back. Dear viewers, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more from Biel.
Biel is the center of mechanical watchmaking excellence, and the Biel Chess Festival is the oldest festival in Switzerland. So these tools to handle complex matter and complicated things at scale over very long periods of time under time pressure is something which I would say is very similar between both arts.
And we are back live from Bienne for the first round of the final stage of Grandmaster Triathlon. We have 3 games which are happening at this moment. 2 from the Masters, 1 on Generations Challenge. We've had Carissa as a guest here. Now we're with Arturs, you know, trying to figure out what is going to happen next. But Arturs, what's your impression from this round so far?
Well, after a storm, there's a quiet, and after a quiet, there's a storm. So it feels like right now we are in the quiet again. So this 5th round of the classical before the Blitz was like there was a thunderstorm here on Biel Congress Center happening, which had some legendary games, etc. The Blitz was super exciting, etc. Now it's like, okay. Now we're back in the quiet zone. So, yeah, I mean, the games are not the most exciting ones. They're very big strategic battles. The players are thinking really hard. The moves are incoming very slowly, so there's not a lot of moves really for us to analyze. The pace is significantly slower, but maybe, you know, it's really playing tricks with us because the action could explode very quickly. This is the current position we see currently in all 3 games. So just to give you an update, dear viewers, if there's a change, there are some moves in the game of Limle versus Aronian, lower left corner. Well, it's somehow balanced. The middle board, Erdogmus versus Suleimanli, e5, Angelichka, by the way, e5 was played. There you go.
We're going to see the knight g5, your favorite.
Yeah. Opening up the last square bishop seems to be all right. And in the right part, the only challengers game today between Finnick against Materia, bishop f1 was played just to, I don't know, have some future pressure against the pawn on b5. But ultimately, everything is so balanced today.
Let's go to the game of Liam against Levon. And, you know, I really love how you started it, about the storm and the quiet, and then storm, and then quiet. But, you know, like looking back at the game of the Biel Chess Festival, we know that the action, you know, can blow up very quickly. We know, like, when the player's approaching the next time control, when there is a time trouble, easily, you know, some excitement happen. Of course, right now, maybe not such a big change and not so many imbalances in position, but I have a feeling there is tendency for this blowing up in the time trouble situation.
Yeah, we just also saw the queens disappear from the board.
Oh, the queens are off.
Yeah, it was under attack, and now it's gone. Knight takes on b3, rook takes on c8. It feels like everything is going to disappear from the board very quickly. By the way, there's a pawn on b6 under attack right now, so the big question is, what happens if I take it? Can you take it? Maybe there's actually some room for excitement here. Can I try to trap it? Nah, probably not. I was thinking like c5, rook b8, try to eat the bishop, but who's going to let me, right?
Yeah, no one. Not for sure, not Liam. And there would be even like after c5, there could be some knight a4 even. Ah, you want first to take the bishop.
No, I just want to get everything off the board, you know.
As fast as possible.
It's gone. Gone. Takes. You could take on e7. This knight is under attack. I don't know what you do. Play king g2, threaten to take the pawn. I'm going to play king f8. Maybe white has some ideas here, but where are they? I'm not seeing them, to be honest. The knight on b3 restricts your rook here. You can't go there. You can't go here, can't go here.
Yeah, pretty tough. But there could be some rook e4 attacking the knight, and then rook a4 or somewhere else.
We're going to this.
We're going there.
Yeah.
Okay. Bishop b6.
Okay, I have to upgrade my prediction here.
We cannot anymore.
No, why not? We're commentators. We can do whatever we want. Like, it just feels like this game is getting to peaceful waters.
Yeah, I have a feeling that should have agreed with Carissa on this one when she said it will be a draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, the bishop trades, bishop stops the board.
Yeah, that's what happens. But you know, we have to go back. I think we're seeing the exact sequence. So c takes, rook c3, king g2. Also, look at the speed the players are playing at. Like, they know what's happening right now. Actually, it could continue like this. Like, take it. Rook takes here, king g2, and just play rook d3. What is wrong with this move? Just attack the pawn on d5. Rook e7, rook d5.
Yeah, it's complete symmetry here. Yeah. No, but I'm just wondering. Okay, we have such an even position right now. Let's say the players are playing a draw. Let's say everyone is getting 1.5 points. What does it mean for our standings? Because as we know, Levon Aronian is now ahead 4 points of Aydin. So if he's getting 1.5, it will be 26.5. So still in the reachable distance. But for that, someone has to win. Will he be in the reachable distance for yes?
I mean, it's a great result for Levon. This part is pretty clear because he's been fantastic in the Blitz and Rapid. Let's wind back the wins. He won the Rapid event with 9 points out of 10. He was the best player in the Blitz event, 8.5 points out of 10. In the Classical, he played all games draws. Like, he was unable to score a single victory, but his amazing performance in the axe with the time controls allowed him to cement at the lead. And again, like, he's playing with black, he's playing against a 3-time winner with Limle. So, okay, draw is fine. So I think Aronian definitely is going to come out the big winner from this game if he makes a draw. But for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, it's becoming increasingly unlikely that he might win the event for the 4th time here this year. But of course, never ever write down his chances, because we saw that he's definitely capable of scoring when it really matters, victories with the black color.
Yeah, because right now I think on the other board which we have, Yes and Aydin both are rooting so much for Lim, you know, to try to stop Levon, to try to pull how it's called, like pull the horses, you know, like not to push.
Yeah.
And anyway.
Offer. Liam, do you want a chocolate or coffee? I'm gonna bring you from the refreshment area.
Yes, just win this game. But of course, it's easier said than done. But we're going to see Rook C3 probably coming. We can step back shortly. What do you think to see how it all started?
Yeah, there were a lot of. By the way, I also noticed Knight of 6 move. Yeah, maybe this is why Levon is not immediately taking on C3. He's thinking about including Knight of 6 and then playing Rook takes on C3. I feel like at this stage, and maybe it's going to age really badly, it looks like a draw. Like, we're going to see that. It just goes to this direction. But you're right. Let's step back.
Let's step a bit backwards when the queens are still on the board. We predicted some Rook A4 move. I think it was played. I think that was the moment.
How far do I have to go? Like here, yeah?
A bit further. Yeah, in this position. Rook A4, that's what we were discussing, this Rook A4 move.
Yeah, that was your suggestion. Rook A4, defend the pawn, B5 immediately, takes, and I assume Queen B6 does not work. Why? It does not work. It didn't happen, by the way. Why it doesn't work? This part is not immediately clear to me. Is there
so
some...
sure?
I'm sorry?
No, I'm not so sure. What about Rook A4, Knight A4, and Knight D7? No?
Takes. But this pawn is defended, no?
No, it's not
Knight
defended.
E4, C5, is it? Is this what he wanted? Takes, and C5?
Wow.
Is it really working? Wow, it really works, yeah? So Knight C5.
Wow.
Knight C5, the knight is... Wow, it's an amazing sequence.
And they saw it.
No, but then I think what happened here is that Limle underestimated this move, B5. Because maybe he played Rook A4, and he thought, you can't play B5, I'm winning a pawn. You know, he played Rook A4, I'm keeping the pawn here, so Aronian, boom, plays B5, and was like, wait, what? Why does it work? Takes, Queen B6. It's a forcing sequence, right? Here, Knight E7, attacks the pawn, attacks the queen. You want to defend it, and boom, here comes the shocker. Boom, C5.
Wow. Complete shocker.
And that's why, sorry, I'm going to have to go back here. So this is the current position right now. So that's why he had to improvise and play bishop e3. I don't think this was part of the plan.
How much time did he spend?
3 minutes?
Okay. That's very interesting. And Levon finding this idea, it's amazing, right? Like finding this very deep idea at the very end of it. Yeah. He's having this advantage.
And now again you can't take it, because if you take it, I'm going to play Rook B8 and collect the pawn.
Because no, you know, I remember Arturs in the previous round, like the final round of the classical which we had, it was Liam who blundered easy tactics with f2 square. He blundered very easy tactics, but here
Against
he's sharp.
Suleimanli, yeah?
Yeah, here he's sharp. He's spot on.
So that's why, yeah, I think he just underestimated the sequence. This b5 and knight g4, very precise play by Aronian. And d5, okay, this is where you enter some mass trades. Again, you cannot take it. Rook takes, knight b3 takes. And like, if you would show this position to Limle, by the way, knight f6 was played by Aronian. If you'd show this position to Limle, like, before he went here, he would never go here.
No, never. He would have defended the pawn different way and didn't allow this b5 idea. Wow.
Knight f6 looks super precise.
That was like a very crazy line we just looked at. But yeah, now what can happen is that I think Black is just going to win all the pawn back and...
Yeah.
But Lim is still taking time in the current position. What is he considering? Because of course rook e7, we just seen it's pretty straightforward. Is there some way not to allow the pawns to fall?
I mean, he's thinking, can I afford to be ambitious?
No.
No, he just decided, I'm going to agree to a draw right here.
Okay.
So there's nothing to be done. Yeah, this position is inevitably liquidated. Aronian is playing a textbook defense. Limle is a bit ahead of time, but no. Like, there's no chance. There's no chance here for white whatsoever. Rook b6, rook takes on c3, maybe some final tricks with the knight on g5 here. So this is the current position. By the way, move 29, they cannot agree to a move, to a draw before move 40. We already had a precedent here. So it cannot happen. You have to fight it out. Rook c3 looks logical.
Yeah, rook c3 attacking knight. Maybe what is anyone thinking actually? Okay, he's taking the pawn. Yeah. We might see either them dragging it for 10 more moves or fighting some kind of...
Oh, the pace is going to be really quick from here.
Yeah.
Really quick. I don't...
Do you think there will be some threefold?
They might find it right here. Yeah, because at this stage, both players know. Yeah, because there's only 3 pawns each at the king side. They know that this game, for them, is over. And maybe white has some funny ideas with rook b7, knight g5, try to get to this pawn. But
I could see h6, so stopping knight g5, and then rook b8, king g7, rook...
knight e5 also.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, h6, knight
Have
e5.
to watch out a bit. Okay, so that's why he's stepping with the knight backwards. Very safe approach.
Yeah, it's super safe. Like knight g5, h6, knight e5, maybe. How do you... oh, knight e3. This is how the game's going to finish. I think it's going to be like knight e5, knight e3, knight e3, rook d3, rook a6, rook c3, rook b6, rook c3, whatever. But they're going to go to move 40 or travel repetition.
Yeah, let's see. But I think the moves are going to come very quickly. Shall we stay here for some time?
I think let's stay here for a while. Like I don't think there's anything else happening here. We're just following the end of the game.
What about these two players? You know, I think we can talk like forever, but Limle, 3 times winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the Biel Chess Festival.
Let's guess moves. Let's guess moves.
Guess moves?
I'm putting
93.
I'm putting today's whatever it's already played.
Today's salary.
Not the salary. I wanted to do like the lunch or
dinner.
Dessert in the lunch. Like we could bet for the lunch or dessert. 93. There's going to be knight x3 if you watch this.
Yeah.
Rook takes on d3. Now there's going to be rook b8.
Rook b8, king g7, rook b6.
Or rook b2 immediately. Rook b2.
Rook a6.
That was my original idea.
Okay, now rook b3 or rook c3. King g7.
King g7. Okay, how do you the fastest repeat position?
Rook b6, king g8.
Rook b6, king g8. I love it. It's a great choice.
Rook b6.
Rook b6 is on the board.
King
g8 happens.
So we have twofold repetition. Rook a6 again.
Is he going to find rook a6? He finds it.
He is going for it.
King g7, the only move for black.
And now...
the only move here, rook b6. Super
rook
accurate.
b6.
He finds
3/4 repetition.
He finds it. And king
on
g8.
the board.
Wow.
King
Such an
G8.
accuracy.
Who will stop the clock? Will it be Lim or Levon? Who will stop the clock here?
Yeah.
No, it's not Lim.
No.
They already have fourfold repetition
Are
here.
you sure? It's a fourfold? All right. Yeah, it's a draw. Sorry for the excitement right there.
We're too excited about
Too
this draw.
excited.
Well, what can we say when one of two best players in the field are facing each other? One of the most experienced one in the field, Lim Le, the three-time Grandmaster Triathlon winner. Also Levon Aronian, one of the most creative chess players in the history of chess, in the chess world right now. Such an experienced player, the winner of the many major events, former top 2 of the world, 2-time World Cup winner, numerous winner of the gold in the Olympiads. So, yeah. Super players and super draw. That's what we get.
Yeah, nothing to be done for the Vietnamese Grandmaster, so this game is finished. You see they're still discussing things, but we have 2 more games. Let's maybe jump immediately to Erdogmus's game and
Yeah.
see, or let's see first the overview.
Yeah, that's a game in the middle. That's for these 2 players, by the way, for Yes and Aydin. This result is extremely important. So they see now, it means Levon has extra 1.5 points. So for them, this game is crucial now. Will any of them get 4 points? Will anyone win this? I think it would be very important for all those standings. So let's go to the game.
I think both of them are pretty happy with the result. They know that now Aronian is not going to run away from them. So by the way, 94 was just played. Again, this is a bit slower pace. Essentially, we saw like 1 move being done. We saw e5 and white played 94. Okay, 94, not 95, 94.
That's actually, I wanted to suggest this 94 move. So it's similar idea than knight g4, knight g5, knight e4. But this goes a bit more direct, right? Because the next move, bishop c3, is something
Yeah.
what white wants to do and put some pressure on the e5 square.
Yeah, it looks really normal. You want to get the bishop pair. Maybe bishop e6 or you take with e4. I don't think it really matters.
I think the thing you have to watch out for, like, are there any ideas? Because Arturs, what I see right now is like knight takes e4, queen e4. Is there any kind of f5 business, or it's all just doesn't matter because of bishop c4 or something?
I think f5 is a bit loose. Like you're weakening the king. Let's say you play f5.
Maybe there is queen c4, bishop c4 check.
Kind of, I'm worried for this diagonal. I'm worried about some check, and if you play bishop e6, I'm worried. Oh, there's a spoiler. There's something happening.
Queen
here.
f.
Queen
No.
f5 is bishop c4. Like I don't know. No, I was thinking like takes, and knight g5.
Knight g5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oops.
Oopsie.
Yeah, that's a big
Checkmate.
problem.
Oh, okay.
That's a
You
big.
don't want to blunder that.
Yeah, you can't play
So-
f5.
So for that reason, take.
Just develop pieces, I suppose. Bishop e6, something. Bishop c3, f6. Like is building rock solid position. And maybe this is where Yes is going for the longer game, like trade the bishops, play against the bad bishop here, somehow try to dominate those light squares. But I mean, black is so solid here.
Yeah, super solid. So tough to see how to continue here for Yes, but we see knight e4 is on the board. Aydin is taking his time. So it was not so many moves that have been played, but I think we have quite some moves in the game of Václav against Marco. Would you like to go
Yeah.
there, or you want to stay here?
No, we are gonna definitely go to Václav versus Marco.
Because there have been some update in the pawn structure.
All right. A bit more moves, and so we saw exactly 1 move. Ah, wait, rook e8, pardon me. So rook e8, we saw there was a bishop f1 move, 8 takes, so this is the current position. King f8, makes perfect sense here. You want to get king on e7. Does white want to get the pawn? Let's say king f8. Knight e3. Is it? What am I missing here? Why does it like it? Is there some... No, it can't be. Oh wait, bishop b5. Oh my goodness.
Oh, bishop b5 and knight e6. Oh. Ah, oh, okay.
Take the knight.
Ah, okay, yeah, just take the knight.
Yeah, but knight e6 is always.
Knight e6 is
I also
also-
originally saw knight e6. I was thinking, oh wow. No, but
There are
then
too many pins in the position.
Yeah, this comes with a bishop b5, rook b6 threat.
Okay, so threats are in the air. Do you have...
Knight e7.
Not really. Knight d7, there is going to be again bishop b5 after take, bishop b5, no?
Yeah, but
Take.
that's a draw probably. Takes.
Yeah.
I don't
Rook
know.
b8.
Rook b8, rook c8. Black is again super rock solid here. So how about I being a bit ambitious? I play here. Am I ambitious?
Or is black ambitious? We have knight d7 on the board, by the way, confirmed right now.
It looks like a great move.
Knight d7. So will he trade?
Yeah, so far, I mean, in today's all the games, black is incredibly solid. You know, not taking any risks as they should. We're kind of guessing that maybe Marco needs to score the victory here because if he doesn't win this, then that's it. He cannot win the tournament. But I'm sure he's doing his best. But there's just nothing he can do.
But that's what we have been discussing with you, Arturs. You know, it's such a long tournament. We started off with the chess 960. Then we had rapid, some rest day, classical portion, finished with the blitz tournament. I mean, such a long event. Also, Carissa, when she was here, she was saying, yeah, it was pretty tiring for her. So do you think we have a feeling that players are a bit, you know, also tired and they want to try to be as solid as possible, you know, not to allow anything special?
Yeah, fatigue definitely, I think, plays a role. So it's a long tournament, and I could easily imagine this happening. But I have a question to you. Did any of them yesterday participate in the quiz? Like, we had a special thing going on here. Maybe you could tell us a bit more.
Exactly. So, dear viewers, so we have 2 rest days. First one was at the beginning of the tournament after Rapid, where we had this Omega visit, which was extremely nice. Arturs, you were also there. And yesterday, there was another rest day, and there is extra activity, which of course was like completely voluntarily for all the players. And it was a pop quiz by Arne, who is a part of our media team. And well, I was here at the beginning of the quiz. I was not participating. I was a bit filming of it, and I saw the players coming. You know, it was Matthias.
Oh.
Matthias who came. It was Tong Xiao, and it was yes, three
they're
of
really
them.
Here, yeah? Wow.
3 of them here, and Carissa joined a little bit later. So Carissa was also there.
I wanted to go there. Like I would usually go to the quiz. It's a tradition, especially during the second day. But I was so tired after the
Yeah.
commentary. You made me walk to the
Lake.
yesterday. Like I, Angelica, and Dick, the producer.
Tell our viewers,
like,
yeah.
They
We
forced,
tricked you.
they forced me to go to the lake. I was like, no, I don't want to go. I'm so tired. I want to just leave me alone. No, let's go. We're gonna have some fun. It's gonna be great. Yes. Okay, I went. We had some ice cream and everything, you know. But I was so tired, and then I just thought, no, that's it. But it's really great. You know, I love this. I love these casual events happening. Like during the first rest day, the players were going to the Omega factory here in Biel. They learned how difficult it is to make a watch. I believe them. It probably is very hard. Then there's this watch museum, where we were pressing button every 14 seconds, whatever. And
Because essentially not about the watches, it's also about the time at the Olympics, time in the space, and this 14 seconds, how important
Yeah.
to be very, very
very
precise.
important. Actually, I made it. I made it. I pressed the button exactly
Yes,
14
14.
seconds. Exactly, yeah. But
That's
yeah,
your achievement throughout the 2 weeks, the biggest achievement.
yeah, because we were there 4 years ago and I couldn't do it. Yeah. So, but yeah, yesterday I think most players they were just relaxing, and as I understand that also the players who busted out from the tournament, they haven't. All of them have not left, right? Because Matthias is still here, Carissa is still here. Obviously, she was here with us in the studio. And do we have an update on Alexandra Kosteniuk and the other girls from
Yes.
the challengers?
So Vaishali, unfortunately, she had to go. So after the blitz, which happened, I think she already left yesterday or she's leaving today. But we might also have other guests. So we might have Alexandra in the studio. Matthias was also somewhere here walking around. He was having an interview. I was told about that. So definitely, the players who, even though they couldn't continue going into the final stage, they still participate in some media activities, coming here, sharing with us how it has been for them. Essentially, we have only 2 players who had experience of Biel Chess Festival. It was Vaishali and it is Limle. So only these 2 players played before the Biel Chess. For everyone else, it was completely new format. So it's so cool to hear their thoughts. And it was great also having Carissa here today sharing her thoughts also about the positions, which she doesn't like because she's a 1-4 player, and she was like, yeah.
What are her plans, by the way? I didn't hear what she's going to do here.
So she's going to go paragliding tomorrow.
Do where?
Paragliding.
Paragliding?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so tomorrow, and she told us that she was trying to convince Matthias, if he's still here somewhere,
Somebody
to go
should make a video about it. I would love to see that. Then paragliding.
Yeah, for sure. We want to do it, then we show on the broadcast.
Absolutely, yeah, it's going to be a special segment. Chess players paragliding. I've never done
Chess
that.
paragliding.
Chess paragliding, yeah.
So
Never
there are
done
all
that.
kind of stuff. Yeah, there is chess boxing. What do we also have? Chess diving, like underwater chess,
Ah, yes, there's this, yeah. Chess diving. We should introduce it to Biel.
Chess paragliding. Anyway, a
Life
lot of
is fun.
things.
Life is fun. By the way, 97 was played. There's no moves. 93, C5 maybe, or what is happening here? How else do you protect? Oh, wait, I think you would just play bishop b7. How do you win back the pawn? So maybe it's like also silent draw for, like, draw? Now d7. Can we make a draw here? Rook d7 is good. The bishop d7 is good. I think this is probably good. Rook d7, if you take it, probably not so good, yeah? Okay. Maybe bishop d7, bishop b5. And that's it. Or does white still have some chances here?
Yeah, and also I love how you say it, to have this silent draw offer, Arturs.
Yeah.
Because do you remember what happened in the first round of Classical?
Yeah,
that was not a silent draw offer. That was a problem of the draw offer because it was a bit not too silent.
Yeah, it was a bit funny moment there. So, the players agreed to draw before they could. They had to resume the game, and the game ended with a draw anyway. And it looks like this game is also heading to something really peaceful. 97 looks like a silent draw offer, but now they do know that they have to get to move 40. Václav, again, doesn't mind it. Marco would love to play, but he probably doesn't see really how. That's why after 97, he's ready to give up the pawn. So what else do we have actually here? So this game is, again, as balanced as it gets. And the other game of Erdogmus.
So I think this is like one of
No
probably...
big updates,
yeah, no updates, but I think it's probably at least less balanced position that we have. But Arturs, I have a question to you.
Yes, shoot.
You're asking me about this pop quiz and everything. By the way, also, who was participating is the president of the Biel Chess Festival, Peter Bonenblust, together with Tatiana's husband on the team, and they won actually.
Of course they
Peter,
won. I mean, Tatiana already won the last year.
Yeah,
she knows everything.
She was on a team with me.
Yes.
And also with David Navarro, if you remember last year, he was also participating.
You were unbeatable.
Yeah, and this year they were beating. So the victory continues. Tatiana is winning 2 years in a row. Tatiana, where is she?
Tatiana,
congratulations.
One of our best team members.
The most
We don't hear you. What next year?
The hat trick next year, like Limle winning.
Hat trick.
Hat trick, yeah.
Gonna do a trick with a hat next year.
Tatiana is definitely going for one of the most hardworking team members in the team, and she's coming here so early in the morning and finishing so late in the evening. Of course, we have also other team members. We have arbiters, our technical support. Here, Jonas is passing by. Our producer, Big, who is sitting back there, also being always behind the scenes, but making all this magic happen at the broadcast.
Yeah, so
Such a big team.
yeah, and the team keeps expanding from every year. Also, this year we have a larger media team who are doing a lot of work. Every single one who tries to make the chess festival better.
Thank
There
you so
go.
much, Big.
That's our producer.
We love it.
Having some fun. And yeah, it feels like we're building something special here. And next year, it's going to be even more special because there's going to be the 60th anniversary. And we definitely have to come back.
Definitely. For 60th anniversary, and we do hope that we will be able to invite some dream guests, some surprises to the Biel Chess Festival. So, dear viewers, if you also would like, to spend some very nice time in the summer in Switzerland, there are 15 events for you to pick which one you would like to participate. I think there is also some kind of award for participating in the most events or like successfully participating. I don't remember how it was last year, but because of the timing, you can participate in many tournaments at the same time. And some players can, play one tournament in the morning, then come play in the afternoon. Then there is going to be like some blitz. There will be some youth tournament was one of the days. So many events. There is also simultaneous exhibition. So it's the biggest, essentially it's the biggest Swiss chess festival that we have here. And I'm very happy always coming here every year.
It's a special place. Yeah, we've been here doing the commentary for what, already 5th year in a row on site. Yeah, and feels like a long time ago. We've come a long way. In the other news, Bishop b5 was played on the board.
Well, the trade of the night happened and Bishop b5. Will we see some Rook b8? Yeah.
I think King f8 is super solid. Like, let's do some analysis. But again, like everything is disappearing, just like in the Aronian against Lemle here. So you can't play Bishop c6 because there's going to be some pin. You can't do that. So you can't take it. You can't play Rook d7, Bishop c6 because of the same pin. You can't do that. And if King e7 is a threat, so what do? You play Bishop c4, King e7. Maybe you double the rooks here. Pretend you're doing something. Bishop g4, Rook d2. Could be many moves. Yeah. So like maybe you have to be a bit accurate here. Let's say Rook d7. I could drop a pawn. Takes.
Oh, Bishop f7.
Yeah, some issues here, so you have to be a bit accurate. So, no, I mean, this game is going to continue for a while, but White has nothing here.
Yeah, Black is being very solid. But Arturs, that's always a big question. Players are fighting so much, they would love to go to the final stage, but for what are they fighting? Let's pull up the prize pool of the Masters section that we have in the Biel Chess Festival.
Swiss francs for the winner in the Masters section. Followed by prize money for every finisher. So feels great.
Yeah,
really great prize money there, 29,000 euros in total.
Yeah, so we already have 5th and 6th place being eliminated. All the rest is wide open. So 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place. We'll find out only after the 3 final rounds, final stage. And here is a prize pool for the challenger section. We have for the 1st place 5,000 Swiss francs, and 2nd, you can see 3rd. So far, we have 4th, 5th, and 6th place already eliminated from the tournament, so they are not participating. But 1st till 3rd, that's what they are fighting now. 5,000 francs, 3.5, 2.5, respectively. So,
not so bad, yeah,
very
for
nice.
Just playing chess for 2 weeks.
For enjoying Switzerland, enjoying
eating some
summer.
good food in the local restaurants.
Yeah.
Which is your favorite one here?
Well, Arturs, I do love Verona. It's so close to the playing hall. It's close to the, square that we have. But there is also one very good restaurant at the lake, which, unfortunately, because it's a little bit further away, it's not so easy to visit. But I do want to go there on the final day, and maybe you will join me.
Well, we're going to have to take our producer with us.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Since I mentioned now already it's live, we have no other choice. But dear viewers, we have already one game finished in the draw, Limle against Limon Aronian in the Masters. We still have 2 games ongoing right now. We're going for the very short break and find out the results of the remaining 2 games. Stay tuned for more from Biel.
champion d'échecs, il doit maîtriser toutes les cadences. J'étais choqué que le championnat du monde de partie classique se finissait en départage, en partie rapide. Là m'est venue l'idée du triathlon, donc jouer les 3 cadences, bien sûr en pondérant les points. De proposer un nouveau format, un essai en 2019 qui était concluant, et maintenant c'est même dans les projets de la FIDE de faire de notre format, sous un autre nom, pas triathlon mais total chess, d'en faire le nouveau format du championnat du monde. C'est une certaine fierté pour qui on est le plus vieux festival du monde sans interruption. Beaucoup d'engagement, beaucoup de responsabilités, beaucoup de stress. Du coup, c'est là où je trouve l'énergie et la force mentale qu'il faut pour pouvoir réaliser un festival avec 16 tournois, 12 Open sur 2 semaines, de m'inspirer pour trouver la force de continuer.
And we are back live from Bienne. You have just seen a very nice video that we have. And by the way, huge thanks for everyone who is donating, because next year we're going to have 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival and really want to make it special. And we appreciate your support into making it more and more special and getting some surprise guests to the field.
Absolutely. So, if you want to do it, you can find a link in the description of the broadcast.
Somewhere below.
Yeah, it's somewhere below in the description, or you go to the official website of Biel Chess Festival and you find the link there. Everybody who did it, you're officially awesome. Let's hope we get more so that we can make the 60th anniversary even more special. Yeah, let's, I suppose, go back to chess and see, do we have some changes? There's only one real game which is a bit uncertain at this stage. The other one is a bit dry.
Yeah, so one more time to remind our viewers, Limle against Aronian. We had some unbalance in the position earlier in the opening, but the game finished in a draw. So we have two remaining games, one at the Masters and one at Generation Challenge. The game in question in the middle is Erdogmus against Aydin Suleimanli. As we have here more imbalances than in the game of Václav Finek against Marco Matera, which is on the right side. Their material is very limited. We can see that the pawn structure is almost the same. There are bishops and the pair of rooks with no real attacking opportunities for white. What do you say, Arturs?
Well, we can maybe start with this game and predict how long it's going to continue.
So we're not even talking about results here, we just predict.
Well, yes. I mean, 4 pawns at the king side, 1 pawn at the queen side. None of these players have any weaknesses. White doesn't mind a draw, probably because he's having a major lead in the rankings. Black kind of wants to play, but there's no weaknesses again. So I think that if the players are looking for a way out, one of the easiest moves here to play is bishop e6. You do that, you trade it here, and it's going to go something like this. Like, I have a good feeling it's going to be like this. Here, takes, here, takes, here, and
some kind of repetition.
Somehow, I don't know how, let's say here, 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 and there we go. Pure perfection.
A repetition. According to the lesson of Limle and Aronian, which was played earlier, because one more time, dear viewers, there is no opportunity to agree on a draw before move 40. So it has to be either perpetual, 3-foot repetition, or it has to reach 40th move, and only then the draw can be agreed. And, well, we have rook b4 now on the board.
Okay, it doesn't really spoil anything, of course. I mean, he attacks the pawn on e6. Maybe he's trying to be a bit ambitious here and play this bishop e6 at a better moment. F3. White protects the pawn.
Both players are very young, very ambitious.
I just do not see anything that black can do here, like maybe g6, f5, try to create some passed pawn. Because as soon as the bishops go, that's it. Like, these pawns will be traded. We are going to have 4 pawns each. So how else do you get a game? Like, you need to have some kind of a
h5,
target.
h4, let's go. Let's create.
All right, let's go. h5, there you go. There's going to be a big checkmate here.
Yeah, I'm going to attack.
Well, I'm going to stop it, probably.
Basta pawn structure. Maybe we want the same.
G6, F5, maybe. Okay, I'm going to pretend I didn't see anything. F5.
Yeah, you don't even have to react, but probably you should, right? Because there is some... By the way, what will happen with the pawn on e5? Maybe you take rook e1.
That's actually a fair point. Yeah, be careful what you wish for.
King f6, rook d6, and, well, yeah, goodbye, pawn h5. So that's the scenario which Carissa, by the way, was talking about, yeah? Where Marco would, for example, yeah, try to risk it all, and Václav will overtake.
Yeah, but I don't see this happening. So, any other ideas? Again, maybe f5 immediately. Again, this is going to be a problem. Takes, same plan.
Yeah, the problem is this rook e1 move, because you cannot defend with any pieces but the king, and then once the keep step away, there is a d6 square for the rook.
Anything else? Just I'm running out of ideas here.
No.
What even to recommend? I just see bishop e6 and that's it. So maybe okay. I have an idea. Trade the bishops, but do not give the pawn on c6. All right. So let's try this. Let's f3, bishop e6, and I'm thinking. Let's say here.
Takes.
Takes, and I'm going to take with the rook. And takes, and I'm going to give you some annoying check back there. Here. And then we shake hands anyway, huh?
I don't know what you're trying to show.
Okay, maybe takes, rook f2, king g4 would drop the pawn. It's a draw anyway, but rook c3. Maybe do some g4, king g3. H5, maybe pretend.
Yeah, but also after the check on b2, I think even rook c2 was possible to be played.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Many moves.
But yeah, rook b4 is on the board. Václav Finek is taking his time. Václav, by the way, is current leader, and he is having quite some advantage in the Generations Challenge tournament. If Marco wins, he will be even like he will need also 1 point to get to Václav. For Václav, draw would be very much securing his position at the first rank. But don't underestimate Tong Xiao, who was dominating in the Blitz tournament, coming now back to the Classical, who potentially can score 2 victories in a row. But we have 1 more game ongoing, Arturs. I suggest just immediately to go there and see. Maybe we'll have more to analyze there, because there are also more pieces on the board.
There's more pieces.
More pieces. I'm very happy about it.
Only a pair of knights and 2 pawns have been traded.
What an exciting position, Arturs.
Well, compared to what we had today, yeah, this is like super fun.
This is probably the, how to say, the ultimate game.
Okay, so white is doing really well. Beautiful bishops. There's some pressure against the pawn in e5.
Potentially some problems on the king side because there is no knight on f6. Is it so? Like some queen e4
I
checkmate.
kind of like his position. I mean white's position. I kind of like it because considering what happened, I think we missed a couple of moves. If I'm going to go step back a bit, somewhere here. Yeah, knight f6, takes, queen a4, not queen b5, queen a4. a6, bishop c3, queen e7, bishop d3, activating the pieces, and bishop e4. There's some threats to win a pawn, and now you might try to exploit these weaknesses. No, wait a second, like I think this is going somewhere.
Okay, so some maneuver on the pieces, some kind of hidden game right now here. So yeah, bishop e4. I really like this move, putting so much pressure on the black's position. Maybe doubling the rooks. What do you want to do?
You could play rook d2, rook d1. I like that. I want to dominate these last go weaknesses, but the question is how. If I play knight h4 to put the knight at f5 to dominate those light squares, I think black's going to play g6, f5. You have to watch out for the knight here. I was thinking, is there room for some h4?
h4, h5, and then knight comes to h4. I love it.
Yeah, but maybe it's not enough. Maybe bishop f7.
Still trying.
Stopping. I mean, if you want to have some progress, you probably need to have some pawn play. Maybe h3, g4. Let's say you play g6, I play g4. Is this too much?
I'm not sure, but computer says it's okay.
Do I even need to stop f5? That's the question, because f5 I'm winning a pawn, so maybe this is just ridiculous. Yeah. So h3 maybe not so much, but I like your idea actually. Rook d2, rook d1.
Just putting more pressure on the d file, improving the pieces. You know, that's essentially what you do. If you don't find any way to continue, just improve your pieces. And the problem is rook on a1 is tending. And if rook cannot take because knight on c6 is a problem. So you have to take with the queen or the knight.
Potentially, yeah. Like, I think I think that Suleimanli is very solid here, but maybe Erdogmus can make some long-term progress because of this slightly worse Daxman bishop. Like something like this. Again, I'm not sure how accurate is this, so let me just put a couple of pieces on the board, a couple of moves, something like this. You know, like, let's say 92, let's say black does something, and 94. If you get an endgame like this with white, I could easily imagine him having some progress because he would have a beautiful knight, a bit bad bishop, maybe try to fix those pawns.
By the way, some knight c5 ideas, queen g8 already in the air.
Okay, I did a lot of help for white.
Of course.
Yeah, so, but that's the only idea I can think of how I can make a progress. And I think that for Suleimanli here, he's looking for ways to liquidate the position, like maybe bishop b8, trade one pair of rooks, trade the second pair of rooks, and see what happens.
Yeah, so still there are chances for yes and for Aydin, but time situation. 22 minutes right now for yes Erdogmus with 21 moves to go. How do you evaluate that?
Well, from his body language, I can tell he's still not nervous because we saw that when there's a time scramble,
But the chair, I see
the
the
chair starts rocking. We're still not there.
But the chair is rocking, but there is no piano yet there.
Right.
That's the highlight of his nervousness. And Aydin is looking somewhere else. Maybe he saw some nice game in the MTO tournament being played right now. By the way, dear viewers, Biel Chess Festival is all about different kind of events. There is event for everyone here. Any rating, anything that you would like to play, any time control, you name it, you have it here. During the round of Grandmaster Triathlon, at the same time, ATO, Amateurs Tournament, and MTO Masters Open Tournament are being played.
I'm really amazed how he can sit at the board for so long. I will be probably wandering all over the playing venue. At the time, I would have probably made like 10 circles around the stage. I would have been wandering somewhere in the hall, looked at all the games of the MTO, the Masters Open Tournament, went to the refreshment area like 5 times, grabbed a couple of coffees with snacks, be back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's how it goes. Yeah, so this is the quiet round. What to do? Just, unfortunately, that's how it goes. Yeah, sometimes it can be super exciting, and sometimes it's a quieter day. And we are having the quieter day
Yeah,
today.
we're having the quieter day, but still, time pressure, anything can happen. And for yes, Erdogmus, he's at the peak of his career right now. He's the youngest 2700 in the history of chess. Has just recently played a classical tournament also against Magnus. His last game before, by the way, before coming to Biel in the classical, was facing Magnus in the last round. And well, since the last tournament he played, also he has been preparing not only chess-wise for Biel Chess Festival, but also in the sports. Because as we can see, he lost, and he also shared with us, he lost 15 kilograms in the last 2 months coming here in Biel in the perfect shape. Yeah, also I remembered him from the Bundesliga, and then when I met him here in the first day at the Biel Chess Festival, I was completely amazed of how he changed.
Yeah, big changes by the looks of him. So,
Yeah. And it's definitely very important, right, for chess, not to be just mentally fit, but also
fit.
physically.
Absolutely.
How important is it
I
for
think
you?
also Magnus sets an example to many, and Erdogmus already said that Magnus is his idol, and of course Magnus Carlsen is really big into football and pays a lot of attention to the physical preparation. At this level, to stay fit, sit and not lose the concentration for hours, of course, it's very, very important to be physically fit. Speaking about Aydin, before this tournament, like, of course, he was not yet aware that he's going to be here in Biel because until at the beginning of July, he was in the United States playing in Daniel Naroditsky Memorial in Charlotte. How do I know it? Because I was there myself as well. This is where I met Aydin. And I suggested to him, would you be interested in case there's going to be an opportunity to be a replacement to another Bek Yakuboy, of course, having visa issues. And of course, he was super, super interested. And I played against him, against Aydin. in the rapid tournament.
Oh, and how did it go?
I lost. It was a very tense game. I was winning, but he defended tenaciously. But I lost the game, and then he ended up winning. Not the winning, but he was leading the tournament. And there were players like Hikaru Nakamura, Fabi Caruana, Javohir Sindarov, and Sindarov ultimately won both rapid and blitz.
That was
he
amazing.
was doing really well. So I then lately is on fire. Maybe not this game. This game he's just trying to, try to stay ahead to Erdogmus, but his results lately speak for themselves.
So Arturs Neiksans connecting people.
Yes.
Yes.
That's me. I'm him.
So since we're not having so much to do, we have some instructions from our producer. Are you ready, Arturs?
What are they?
To play a game.
Play a game. Jesus. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So we're gonna play a game. He's gonna show us something on the camera.
And we
I
have
assume from the playing venue, and we have to find something. Yeah.
blue sunglasses. First one to find wins. Okay.
All right,
We're starting
let's go.
the game.
There's not much action happening in other games. Okay, let's go. Let's see. What do we
Our
have
viewers
here?
can also help here, us on side.
Well,
Blue sunglasses.
there's no way I can see from this perspective that somebody has blue sunglasses.
Oh my God.
So this is the playing venue in the
Is
second.
there other on the left, like the middle left board? I see something blue there.
The guy with a light shirt, like the bluish shirt, and he has a white shirt behind him. You talk about that guy?
No, the both are in the black. Now they are more in the middle. It's like yeah, a bit more to the left now. Yeah, higher
That's
and
the
to
guy.
the left.
Yeah.
Okay, these ones. Yeah, okay, then I found
There you
them.
go.
Yeah, this is what I meant.
Okay, I was not even looking. At it.
Okay, so I won. I beat you.
Congratulations.
At least once in
That was
something.
not a fair fight.
Do you like such sunglasses, Arturs? Would you wear them?
Actually, I broke my sunglasses. Yes.
Your new
Yeah,
sunglasses?
yeah. I had these Ray-Ban sunglasses.
With this virtual camera, like, or how is it called?
No,
like this?
not those. No. You're talking about Meta smart glasses. No, I have
Meta.
them with me as well. I even shot some content coming here. But no, the standard sunglasses, I broke them. Like, I'm carrying my laptop every day to the commentary venue and back, and like, I don't know what happened.
But you never wear sunglasses.
That's why they're broken. How can I wear them? And
before.
like, they were in there's somewhere in the back of the backpack I'm taking, and I just slammed my laptop inside,
no.
and yeah, and now it's broken. So I'm out of sunglasses right now. So
But Arturs, did I ask you this? So yesterday we had this quiz. What were you doing during the quiz? You were not here.
that's private.
Right?
Can't really go into details.
No details.
I was
Oh,
having
no.
a good time.
With whom?
Just me. Just
Okay.
me. Just me. No, I was just having some relaxation because also, yeah, the players are getting tired. Sometimes the commentators also get worn out.
Yeah.
That's what happens. So, yeah, I wish I could have joined you yesterday in this quiz, but I decided not to. You dragged me to the lake, and I
And
had
you
to go
dragged
back.
yourself backwards. But Arturs, let's come back to chess because look at what's happening right now.
There
Yes
it
is
is.
spending 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Now he has 14 minutes on the clock with 21 moves to go. We might see the time trouble approaching very, very soon, even though we don't see some like fireworks on the board right now here. There might be happenings because of the time issues.
There's the nervousness. Yeah, this is usually when Erdogmus locks in. It typically happens like 15 minutes or 20 minutes before the time scramble. He's trying to focus a lot. You see?
Yeah, you see,
Yes.
he cannot even sit on
Trying to.
the chair, jumping. And that's ultimately, I mean, what's happening in the player's head during these critical moments. They know they shouldn't spend more time, but they're still calculating. They have to make up a decision. They already, at this moment, he already has some candidate moves in the position. He most likely has already the move he wants to play, but he has just to make this decision. Arturs, how difficult is it to go for a decision that you kind of want to play, but you still continue dragging on the time, trying
G4,
to...
G4, play G4. Yes, play G4. I mean, he looks so excited. It's got to be some G4 move or H4. Anything else, I will be disappointed. Like, he's going to play Rook D2. I'll be like...
I think Aydin already saw that Yaz is like jumping out of the chair and came back to see what is actually happening here.
Nothing is happening.
Nothing is
just
happening.
Still the same solid position.
But time.
For some excitement,
12
I would
minutes.
love to see G4, G5, H4, H5, some provocation. Like your idea, Angelica, Rook D2, Rook D1 looks very normal, but Black is going to trade the rooks at the D file.
We need some excitement, we need fireworks, we need some G4, G5, we need some H4, H5, anything.
Right, let's guess. So I'm saying he's going to play and G4 is so ridiculous move. I can't believe it. Like, I'm saying
I would
H4.
bet more H4.
H4? You're also going to say H4?
Yeah, I wanted to say that.
Okay.
So let's see. Let's see if he's going to play it.
Anything else? Like Rook D2, Rook D1? It's a bit too simple, yeah?
By the way, now officially he spent more time than he actually has. He spent 13.5 minutes. He has 12 minutes right now on his clock. Time is ticking. He has to make a decision. He cannot spend so much time. As you were mentioning earlier, he spent 42 minutes on one move, this Rook D1. 42 minutes. How much of a time to spend? I mean, what would you say to your student?
That's not a great time management. That's what I would say.
But if you're 2700?
Anyway, no, I mean, I think that normally it's a good thing you spend like maximum 15-20 minutes per move. And he plays H3. It's
almost. But he's preparing G4. Is
not
he?
Sure. I think he's just making a window for the king, really.
So all this time he has spent 13 minutes and he's just making a window. Probably in some of the lines, this is very important not to have some backrank issues.
That makes sense.
Okay, Aydin is taking his time and he has 27 minutes on the clock. By the way, do we have update on the other game? If we can go to Václav against Marco Materia. Did they finish in a draw?
Actually, I do have an update because they apparently just finished it literally 10 seconds ago.
Ooh.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Wait a second, I have a question. Were they move? There was a trefled repetition.
Yeah, they didn't agree, for sure.
Look at this. So this was the position. I saw this position, but I thought there was no trefled repetition. Rook C2, Rook D2, Rook C2, Rook D2, Rook A2. This is how you do it.
Yeah. We're discussing that bishops might be traded, the pawns will be traded, but they were repeating. What does it mean for the Generations Challenge? Actually, let's pull up the standings right now because we're going to have an update since Marco, with this 1.5 point that he's going to get after this game, this, by the way, is the standings before the round, so he officially will not be able to surpass Václav Finek. It means Marco Materia will not be able to win the tournament.
Yes.
For Václav, it means a lot. He will get 1.5 points to solidify this lead. What will Kongresshaus do?
So for Kongresshaus, it's really simple. Like, by the way, here the scores have not yet been added. It's 1.5 points from this round to Václav Finek and Marco Materia. So this means he's like 29.5. Marco Materia is 24.5, and Kongresshaus is going to have 1 game extra. And it's really simple. So Finek has secured at least the 2nd place. Obviously, he's a leader. Marco Materia cannot win the tournament because he has only 1 game left. And Kongresshaus, if he wants to do anything, like, again, like how big difference is it? It's 4.5 points. He needs to score at least 1 victory and 2 victories or 1 victory and a draw if Václav Finek loses. No, actually, I think it's...
He has to win, right?
No, I think he has to win both games.
So tomorrow, Kongresshaus will play against Marco Materia. So that will be an ultimate battle for tomorrow. And Václav Finek tomorrow is going to be a rest day. So really some action is happening at Generations Challenge. So let's go back to chess. We have one game to follow. One more time. We have already 2 games results. Limle against Levon Aronian, it was a draw. Also, we had Marco Materia against Václav Finek, another draw. And this is so far the most exciting game that we've had so far. Also with so many pieces on the board.
Love it.
And Aydin Suleimani, by the way, he just spent a couple of minutes and just come up with a very easy move.
Yeah.
The threat.
Threat into an exchange, which doesn't win exchange because after bishop b3, white can sacrifice the
Wait
queen
a second.
and play bishop d5.
Can he just? Oh, yeah. Okay. I want to say that that's also trapping the queen.
No,
But you're right.
It's a great move. It's a nice defensive move. So let's say white forgets it and plays rook d2. There could be bishop b3.
But you can still take him.
Take it, bishop d5, queen d5, rook d5, king f7, rook d1. I'm so sorry.
We have a moves on the board. Let's see. Let's follow live board. What does he play?
I'm always finding these
Queen
worst lines.
c2. He's allowing bishop b3. So he's going to probably take and go for this variation, what we're discussing. No, I don't think he will give up an exchange. Do you think so? I think he...
No, this looks so dangerous for black. There's no way he's going to do this. Like bishop e3, bishop h7, king h8, or... Okay, whatever. Let's say king f8. Yeah, king f8, queen something, bishop d1, rook d1. I would never go here with black.
Wow.
Like it just feels there's some problems unless there's some very concrete lines. Let's say knight e7, knight h4. It just feels unnecessary risk for black. Even though, by the way, Engine likes it. Wait a second. We might be having some excitement finally here. So bishop b3 is one move. This pawn is under attack. You never play h6 because it weakens some squares. There's a f5 and there's a g6. Now, which one do we choose?
So we found our excitement.
There we go.
Um,
g6 looks safe. f5.
G6 looks safer because f5 looks more loose.
Yeah, it's actually dropping material immediately.
So you would have to take the bishop on c6 with a pawn, but then it would ruin the pawn structure.
Now you just lose a pawn immediately. Ah, wait, yeah, takes, bishop b3 is rook d8, and rook d1 is queen d1.
Queen d1, yeah.
So you're winning a pawn. So that's why f5 is not happening, and it's really a question between g6 and bishop b3. So let's say g6. This is still a threat.
Queen e2 you can play, stepping away, but then there is bishop c4. You have to watch out for it.
I think g6 is going to happen. Like unless, okay, wait. Unless Suleimani is thinking that there might be an opportunity here. So,
Opportunity for?
fight for the win in the tournament. So why not?
So you mean bishop b3?
Yeah, like I'm thinking in terms of like the strategy he has chosen for the game. He has chosen to be solid, right? Take no risks, be solid, have a symmetrical position, and maybe hope for the moment. Maybe this is the moment. You know, so we're thinking like, okay, black is trying to be solid, but we're also forgetting that Suleimani might be seeing. Wait a second. So Aronian just played a draw, so this means that the tournament leader is not so far behind, not so far ahead. So how about I'm taking some risks here, and also look at the clock, 23 minutes versus 10. Yeah, so maybe let's not discard the idea just yet. Like it looks visually risky. And by the way, white can always play queen b3, bishop d5. Yeah, it doesn't really exclude this possibility. But I was thinking, bless you, bishop h7, king f8, queen d4. Like, if you visually like this position, I don't know. Maybe let's have a look at this position for a while and try to understand what's happening here.
So white just gave up an exchange
For a pawn.
For a pawn and for attack.
For a beautiful control of the light squares.
There are also knight g4 moves in the knight h4. Sorry, coming in.
Yeah, so it feels like knight e7 might be mandatory in some lines, but watch out for the pawn on b7.
But also knight e7, the threat is to win the bishop on h7. So knight g7, knight e7, g6 is a threat.
That is a very fair point. I love it, how you're being concrete.
Because now if you take on b7,
Let's
I
show
think
it.
g6 should seal the deal.
This is very important also. Rook d6 does not work because the rook on c8 is defended.
Everything is perfectly defended. Wow.
Yeah, this is actually a very valid point. So let's say knight e7, you want to play g6. Let's say I play knight h4.
Okay.
Wait. There might be something very concrete. Wait, this is quite forcing, no?
So queen has to go back on the diagonal, no?
Wait, but what about your knight?
Oh, knight g6 then.
Yeah, but this favors definitely black. Now there's some trades. And if you get this position, wait a second. Okay, now you're definitely playing this. Because now there's no attacking ideas. Like, I will definitely go here if I can do this.
Wow, what is the position right now?
So here. Okay, maybe you have to keep the queen on e4, yeah? Otherwise you jump under a knight attack. Here? Or is it some other move? Maybe you play queen e2. No, queen e2 is going to be g6. You're going to drop that bishop. So you got to protect it. Here?
Queen b. What about queen f5? Sorry.
Queen f5?
Queen f5, knight e7. Yes, was queen f5, knight
That's
e7.
what I thought. Like, take the exchange and play knight
Knight
e7. So
e7.
you're losing a critical tempo, yeah?
So you have to, it has to be queen e4.
It has to be queen a4. Take it. Okay, maybe there's an intermezzo move here, bishop. Wait, then you play bishop f3. You can't do this. You
So
gotta take
you have to take, yeah.
knight e7. Wait, it's very forcing. How do you play?
Well, you either have to give up the bishop with bishop f5, which you don't want to do,
Wait,
or you play knight h4.
now that I'm seeing this, look at this. Look at the body language of Aydin. He's like, wait a second. I know that this is risky, but how about we be concrete? Like, he knows perfectly that, like, this is my initial reaction, that I see these weakening of light squares. I'm not sure I like it. But then you remember, just is very concrete. You see this position, and you ask yourself, so what I'm going to do here if I'm white?
And you know that if we're zooming on the players right now, at this position, I remind the body language of Aydin reminds me the final round of classical. Do you remember when Limle blundered that crazy tactics with the bishop f2? And I see right now that Aydin just activated his mode. He's leaning onto the board. He's trying to figure it all out. That was exactly the same body language that we had back then.
Yeah.
You might see.
He's thinking about it. Yeah, because there's also an out, of course, for Erdogmus. Bishop b3, queen b3, and bishop d5. But the tournament situation requires him to take risks.
And dear viewers, still we wait for Aydin's decision here. Let's check the Erdogmus interview, which was made at the beginning of the Biel Chess Festival.
I'm happy to be joined by the youngest 2700 in the history of chess, Grandmaster from Turkey, Yais Erdogmus. Yagis, it's a pleasure to have you in Biel. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You've just become the youngest 2700 rated player in the world. Was it some particular moment then you realized that how special it actually is?
Okay, there was no particular moment. It's actually like very good thing to become the youngest 2700. I was just extremely happy when I reached 2700. Yeah.
Has it in a way, changed your goals, or has it simply made you aim even higher?
Becoming 2700? Okay, of course it's not enough to to stop with 2700. I want to just gain more rating. Of course, I want to become 750 now and then like 2800. Yeah, of course, I will still want to gain some rating.
Of course.
Yeah.
And now you're at the Biel Chess Festival playing Grandmaster Triathlon Masters. I know the tournament which has all Blitz, Rapid, Chess 960. Now, how do you feel about participating in such an event?
Yeah, I'm very excited to play here. I didn't play chess after Tepesi Yaman. My last classical game was against Carson, and now, yeah, I didn't play chess for 2 months, and now I play a lot of chess game here. Yeah, we have Blitz, Rapid, Freestyle, and I'm very excited to play the tournaments.
And do you have a role model, someone you're looking up to? Who is your role model and why?
Okay, Magnus, obviously, because he was a world champion for a long time and he has the highest rating in the history. So it's obviously Magnus. Yeah.
And now we're coming to the more funny questions. If you could choose one superpower that would help you during the tournaments, but not during the games, which one would it be?
Okay, it would be good if I would be very energetic during the tournament. I don't get tired, and yeah, it would be good.
If you could borrow one chess skill from any chess players in the field in this tournament, which one would you choose?
Okay, Magnus endgame skill probably. Yeah.
And in this event?
In this, okay. Okay. Maybe Aronian's experience. He has like a lot of experience. He played against a lot of top players.
What is something that chess fans would be surprised finding out about you?
About me? I gave 15 kilos in 2 months. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. And if your chess style were a movie genre, which one would it be?
Okay, something aggressive, but okay, I couldn't find now. Yeah. But okay, something aggressive, some action films, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Guys. Best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
We hope you enjoyed, dear viewers. Well, we still don't see a move. Aydin Süleymanlı right now is still taking time. He is thinking. From his body language, we already discussed with Arturs, we see that he sees there is an opportunity right now.
Yeah, this bishop b3 big moment here. But I also think for Erdogmus, there's a way out. And we talked about this bishop b3. Bishop b3, visually, bishop takes on h7. Your gut instinct tells you, oh, but this is such a very dangerous exchange sacrifice for a pawn. I can't go there. But again, your training kicks in. You remember chess is a very concrete game. And just before the interview, we were discussing this position. After queen e4, bishop d1, rook d1, black has knight e7. And surprisingly, g6 is very difficult to meet. So if white plays knight h4, try to dominate these squares, to suddenly rook c4. And I think this is what both players are looking right now. And he plays g6. Okay. Oh, scratch that.
Oh, rook
You
g6.
didn't go for this.
And now rook d2 immediately played by Yes. He is not allowing bishop b3 anymore. That's a pity.
No, I mean, it was very, very tempting.
But did you see this king h8 move?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you show?
I should probably explain you, dear viewers. Also, there's this one moment after bishop b3, we're thinking bishop h7, why not king h8 here? And I think the difference is that after queen e4, bishop takes on d1.
Here, maybe immediately.
Yeah, there might be bishop g6. And that's the big difference. So you see the king on h8 is in the harm's way.
By the way, the moves are incoming very quickly. Let's come to the live board. So we have bishop b3, but it has been played, unfortunately, one move later. Otherwise, we've had some craziness on the board. So Aydin doesn't allow that bishop h7 now being played. Queen b1, though, position for white is becoming a little bit more questionable. What about the rook on a1? What about the queen on b1?
All of these are very valid questions, of course, but I think one thing is clear here. Erdogmus has decided to fight until the very end because he had a chance. He had a chance right here. Look at this. He's taking risks right here. He's taking risk with queen c2. He's inviting bishop b3. And I think we already got our answer if he would have played bishop h7 or queen b3 and bishop d5. The way out, he's not going to do that. I think he was ready to play bishop h7, and whatever he was planning to do after that, we don't know. Maybe we're going to find it out after the game. So instead of this, he decided to keep the queens on the board, play queen b1, and the game is suddenly heating up. And look at this. He has 10 minutes left for 17 moves to make in a very unclear position, as you said. The rook on a1, Angelica, is a bit weird, but how do you continue?
Yeah, those are good questions. How do you continue for both black and white? I mean, what could be idea of involving the pieces. First thing what I see that maybe just queen e1, bringing the queen to e1 for white, you know, then somehow bringing back the rook. But about the black pieces, what can you do? Because the problem for you is that rook on c8 is targeting, I mean, defending the knight on c6. Ah, okay,
No,
this is
I was
what you want
thinking
to
like
do.
activate the pieces somehow. Maybe this? Is this a move? Where do you put the bishop?
Not so sure, to be honest.
Okay, let's try to do something. Let's say we go here. Boom. Bishop f8. Protect the king. Be safe.
Because here I always wonder what happens after takes on c6 or take on d8, because the problem is if you cannot take with the rook, so you have to take with the pawn or to take the rook on d2.
Yeah, probably you take with the rook. I think I have to take it. Rook takes. I cannot tolerate this bishop. Takes. Takes. Some queen e4.
And some
Queen
position
c4.
where you might say with white that, okay, the dark squared bishop is a bit worse right now. And we have a move, by the way. We have a move, and it was bishop f8. It is your move.
Bishop f8. But wait, but then this invites actually this forcing sequence. So Le Mans is trying to be solid. He was very tempted to go for this, but he decided not the right time to do this. Once again, let's check this. Yes?
I'm also thinking there is an idea of rook d8 right now, because you cannot take with a rook on d8, since there will be doubling of the pawns.
Yeah, but you also need to watch out for the back rank.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
There could be issues.
No, no, no. Okay.
Like bishop c6, I understand your idea. But wait, you could play knight e2. Give up the d file, play knight e2, try to get the bishop pair, then take on c6, bishop e4, and we are getting somewhere. Let's say here.
There are some questions, yeah?
I mean, it's obviously very equal here, but I think that white wants black to play f5 to weaken the king a bit, like f5, knight g5, queen b3. There could be ways to exploit the king's safety.
Arturs, we officially are there. We are at the stage of twirling pieces and some piano on the board for Erdogmus, because he has now 8 minutes on the clock. And he played a move. He played h4, the move we were craving for. A few moves ago, we were telling h4 has to be played. And what Jez is doing, he's playing first h3. And now in this position, he goes for h4, when black committed with a g6.
Yeah, but as you said, the situation has changed. Now there's a weakness on g6, something that white could try to exploit. The moves are incoming very quickly. Rook d2, knight e2. I don't think that black could give up this last square bishop. I expect bishop d5.
Offering a trade of the bishop, but then maybe some h5 already is there. You have to watch out. You have to calculate everything.
Oh, this is looking really nice now. So, I mean, the queen is still a bit misplaced. Let's say, yeah, h5 is a thing, something to consider.
Because h5 comes with a threat targeting the pawn on g6, so you have either to take the bishop or to do something about the pawn.
There's also g4, I think. g4 looks very interesting because, because you kind of slow down the f5 idea. Maybe actually that's what black wants. He wants to play f5, bishop b5, and queen d5.
h5 is on the board. He's breaking the position of black. Now, big question. Do you take the bishop on e4? Do you take the pawn on h5? What do you do? Because the problem is take on g6, take on h6 is a threat in the position.
I think g takes on h5 is something you intuitively just disregard because, again, it weakens the pawn structure. Like, it's a healthy extra pawn, but
what about knight e7? Sorry to interrupt. Knight e7 defending the pawn?
Yeah, it's a solid move. Protect the pawn, protect the bishop. But I think that, yeah, this g takes on h5 somehow, again, maybe let's pull up the analysis board and try to understand the position a bit deeper here. So let's say g takes on h5 happens. I was thinking, I think maybe even just take it. Yeah, take it. You're just immediately recapturing the pawn. Like takes, queen, f5, knight e4. It just looks fantastic.
Yeah, it looks incredible. So that's why in current position, probably bishop e4 is one of the candidates' moves, because bishop e4 is eliminating attacker on g6. The other candidate move, which I was thinking about, is knight e7.
I like your move, knight e7. It's a nice and solid move. But still, somehow you're also feeling a bit cramped here.
Also, maybe there is king g7. By the way, knight is it on the board? No, bishop e4. Taking the bishop.
E4.
Okay, yeah, it looks, of course, more simplifying, but it looks logical because now there is no problem on g6 any longer. So,
do you
what do you...
take with? I think you take with the knight. I mean, both moves look good to me. Like queen e4 looks good, get the queen closer to the attack. Knight e4 looks decent because you're also getting closer to the attack, and maybe if you put the knight on e4, the queen can join like this. I'm not sure. Like, I also understand Erdogmus' hesitation because both moves look good, but which one do you choose?
That's a big question, but he goes for the knight takes on e4. You would really like to bring your rook to the game. You would really like to take with the queen, but no, he goes for the take with the knight because the knight is now closer to the position of black. Maybe knight goes somewhere, knight g3, queen e4. Is it something that we consider?
We can. But I like the knight on e4.
Now
Bishop
bishop
e7.
e7.
Very solid.
The idea is probably to kick the knight with the f5 potentially. There is no g5 square.
That's correct. H takes, this doesn't really change anything. I think that white wants to keep the tension here. He's willing to sacrifice the pawn if he has to, because then he can try to dominate those slight squares. I think a queen move is necessary here, something like queen d3, queen d1. My money would be more on queen d1. Perhaps there's some room for knight e6 ideas.
Love it. Queen d1 looks amazing.
What do you do after rook d8?
You can play
d1?
queen a4 even.
Queen a4. Queen c2 instead.
Queen c2. Probably aiming for queen e2 or queen a4. There are many opportunities. Rook d8 coming now without the tempo. The moves are coming so quickly. The players are so ready.
They have to, because this is move 28, and I don't think you want to get a severe time scramble
No, you
when
don't.
you have to make many moves. Because again, there's no increment. They're playing with the time that they have, and the increment is starting only with move 41.
The Yagis here is twirling the pieces. We can see shaking in the chair. I didn't still
What about
casually.
g3? G3, can I do this? I want to play g3, king g2, rook h1. I need
Yes.
to activate my pieces.
I love
because,
it.
Yeah, rook d1, it's just trading the pieces. Like rook d1 takes, king g7, nothing. I don't think that Erdogmus is going to take on g6. He wants to keep the tension here, potentially maybe h6 at the right time. So g3, king g2 is maybe some f. Now f4 feels a bit loose here. Try to open up maybe the bishop here, try to get to the pawn on f6. Perhaps rook f1, threaten to play f4, or g3, king g2. Now which one is he going to choose?
Let's not forget the tournament situation. For both of these players, this game is a must-win in case they would like to fight for the first place. Because right now, Levon Aronian has 25 points. With 1.5 points, it will be 26.5. Way too far from yes. But we have queen e2 on the board. Not rook f1, not g3. Are you disappointed, Arturs?
No, I mean, it's a nice solid move, just in case. But this is also a bit uneasy moment for Suleimanli because, like, yeah, f5. Do you play f5? Don't you play f5? Because it feels like white is literally provoking you, like he wants to play f5. I mean, come on, play f5. After f5, knight e2, knight f3. The pawn here is going to be suddenly a target. So do you do that? I would say something like king g7 feels very safe. But again, watch out for the f4 idea because white might be toying with this opportunity to open up the bishop here. This game suddenly can become very exciting even though the Valencia bar says it's so dry here.
No, it's not dry at all. And we have, by the way, some interesting variation to show instead of the move queen c2. Would like to go a few moves backwards in the analysis board. So in case of, instead of here, bishop b2, bishop b4. I'm not sure if it's instead of queen c2.
Here, which one do you suggest?
Instead of queen c2, not queen e2.
Oh, even here?
Yes, bishop b4.
Oh, what? Bishop b4, knight b4.
Oh, queen e2. Okay.
I don't follow.
Sorry.
It's just bishop b4. So instead of this, yeah?
Instead of queen c2. Instead of queen e2, yes.
Here,
so
bishop
here.
b4?
Mm-hmm. Knight takes.
Ah, I see. Takes, knight f6, queen f6, and queen c4.
Yeah, and bishop is being under attack. By the way, the live action is ongoing. Let's go back to the current position because we see moves are incoming. Knight g3 has just been played, so queen d5, knight g3. This is the moves that we have just missed. 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes for Erdogmus here.
Queen e6, a silent draw for right here. That's what it looks like. Queen e6, it's like, do you want to draw? This is your route right now. So you can repeat the position, knight e4, queen e5, knight g3.
But you can also just repeat 2 times and continue playing. because then you would reach closer to the move 40, which, yes, would really desperately need here to get extra time on the clock. He has 4 minutes right now.
Aydin is playing really smart at this point, and he's also asking a question to Erdogmus. I mean, how many risks are you exactly willing to take? And I think that Erdogmus doesn't really have any choice. He's here to fight. For him, if he makes a draw, like, it's going to be really hard for him even to have any try to win the tournament. So rook d1, okay, the game is going, but now the rooks disappear.
The rook trade is being offered. Will Aydin take a rook, or who will? Who will take which rook?
I think you could just safely take it and play king f7. Suddenly black's position looks very solid. It was always solid to start with. I slightly don't like this move. I wished actually instead of rook d1, Erdogmus would have tried to play rook f1 and hint towards f4 to keep at least some attacking chances. But now I think the black is like immediately going to slap the rook here on d1, play king f7, and yeah, be very safe.
Yeah, let's see if Aydin will agree on the exchange of the rooks, because he can also may try to be ambitious. He just, briefly glanced at the score sheet. I absolutely love this moment. He's trying to check, how many moves are left. Yeah, it's 9 more moves. 9 more moves that have to be made. 6 minutes, 20 seconds for Aydin Suleimanli. 3 minutes, 49 seconds for Erdogmus.
Yeah, potentially we might be seeing a dramatic showdown here, and it's basically cat and mouse game between both players. Both of them are kind of hinting they are okay with a draw. Are you going to be the one who is going to be pushing? Maybe that's what Erdogmus is asking here to Suleimanli. Do you want to be ambitious? Do you want to take some risks? I'm here.
Those are all big questions. And now Yes is also asking a question. I really like it. That first Aydin is asking, do you want to repeat? And now Yes is asking, do you want to trade? Or not?
Is it think about queen b3 here?
f5? What? Wow.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
So the answer is he wants to be ambitious. I think that's the answer. The answer was, the question was delivered, and the answer is, I feel I'm entitled for something here. So he tries to be aggressive, plays for the position, h takes immediately follows. He's playing against this knight on g3. You see, this knight on g3 has no good squares.
No good squares for sure.
King f7, bishop f6, or potentially king f7, bishop d6, e4. I think that here Suleimanli correctly estimates that white is a bit in a danger zone with the time. Only 3 minutes, 8 moves to make.
And look at this, Arturs. We might see the dark squared bishop of black being activated now with all the pawn pushes, while, as you were mentioning earlier, knight on g3 is the one being eliminated. By the way, we have here some trade of the rooks.
Bishop takes on d8. All right.
Maybe you have to step away with the queen so that e2 square is there for the knight, because I feel like there could be some f4 push.
I think e4. What about e4, f4, knight f1, bishop b6? Again, this is something you have to calculate very quickly. Like, I want to fight for space. Is this the right thing to do? Yeah, this is actually a smart trade, this bishop d8. I like it. Not with the knight, but with the bishop. So that in this moment, if there's a push in the center, the dark square bishop can be activated to b6.
Yeah, definitely. Bishop is being relocated, and e4 is on the board. Arturs, your spot's on.
That is a pretty big decision. Okay, e4, f4, knight f1, bishop b6, knight h2, potentially bishop d4.
6 more moves have to be played. 5 minutes for Aydin, 2 minutes, 20 seconds for Erdogmus, and he's going for such a tough decision.
He has no choice, really. I mean, he has to risk it all. Suleimanli, in this regard, is a bit better situation. I think he has to play f4, but again, it's a good trade for any good player to pause, but before critical decisions. He's trying to be unpredictable. Maybe there's some room for some bishop h4 suddenly here, but f4 and bishop b6, these look just great choices to me.
Yeah, those are all good questions to Aydin right now. f4, grabbing space, targeting the knight, closing situation, or does he want to keep it open, not to push the pawn? Play something like bishop b6. You were mentioning bishop b6, knight d4.
Yeah, I slightly don't like immediate bishop b6 because there's going to be a trade and potentially queen h5, but maybe Bienne is looking at some concrete lines here, like knight e7. It looks a bit risky to expose the king like that.
So f4.
Sorry?
Sorry, so we expect f4.
I think f4 is the safe move here, but maybe Soleimani has other ideas. Okay, f4 is on the board.
f4 is on the board, and now Aydin is thinking here bishop b6 is possible, and he's going for it.
Very human choice. But now White might try to exploit these weaknesses, like knight h2, knight g4, knight f3, or knight e2, knight f3, and it feels that Black will have to play bishop d4 and not knight e4. Maybe he's not going to even trade any pieces whatsoever. So I would say like knight h2 here.
The pressure there, 2 minutes now for yes. 5 more moves that has to be done.
Knight e2, all right.
Oh, knight e2, okay.
Keeping opportunity to play queen c4. It's a safe move. Now bishop d4 or knight e4 or even just some king g7 move. I don't know. Bishop d4. Yeah, it makes sense. You want to keep the knight on d4 because I think that in this position he didn't want to land the knight on d4 because takes. White wanted to have a position where he can play a good knight against potentially bad bishop.
And the piano has started. The twirling the pieces, jumping from the chair. 1 minute and 38 seconds, and he's going for it. He's playing knight f3, attacking the bishop. Do you trade on the c3? Yeah, and he's doing it immediately.
It looks like it's going to end with some perpetual, to be honest. Like, if here Black's going to go something like queen b3, queen d3, the white queen is going to go in, and it looks like there's some perpetual. So maybe Black first needs to make sure that the king is safe and playing the long term for these weaknesses. But
yeah, because potentially if queen is getting there, king is pretty naked on the king side for Black. So you have to be careful. And potential knight jump to g5. There would be also some mating opportunities.
that is a fair point. Yeah, queen b3, queen d2 followed by knight g5. You have to watch out for your king.
Yeah, and that's what Aydin is thinking here. Can he play queen b3? Is it another move? Do you put your king in the initiative first? 2 minutes, 50 seconds. 2 more moves that have to be played.
I think you also want to be safe. You don't want to make any big choices. I love this move, king of 8. So,
King of 8,
yeah, he sees queen b3 first, get the king on e7 because this d file is where white is planning to crash through. So the king on e7 is going to take care of some of the critical squares.
Now, big question to yes. 1 minute, 20 seconds right now.
Knight g5 maybe. I was thinking if I could get the knight on d5, I could immediately do it. I don't see how do you get there. Maybe knight g5, queen g4. Or g3. Yeah, but it exposes the king again. g3 takes. Your king is kind of weak. You don't want to make such a decision in time scramble.
Yeah, those are all very good questions. Queen d3 is on the board, so he is putting the queen on the d file. So we expect king e7.
King e7, queen d5. You have to calculate this knight endgame also very quickly. Or maybe White wants to play c4 and queen d5.
Yeah, it was also, I was considering also stopping queen b3 with a c4 and then queen d5. Yeah, looks very logical.
I think king e7 is going to happen anyway. So the king is here for Black much closer than the white king. Move 39, king e7 is on the board.
1 more move has to be played. Under 1 minute for yes.
Very often mistakes are made on move 40. Historically, this is the moment when the player with white makes a lot of mistakes because you know that you're going to get a lot of time after the next move. So the question here is, if the Turkish player is going to find the right move here, there's probably many good moves, or he's going to risk with something.
Yeah, so we expect something like c4, queen d5. There's also, I mean, potentially some knight g5, maybe maneuvering the knight somewhere.
g3, knight g5, c4. The clock is taking 20 seconds. You got to make a move.
Has to play it. And he goes for c4. There he is, queen d5 now. And Aydin has to play 1 more move so that he also gets 40 moves.
I think they're also gonna check this gigantic screen where there's transmission of the game and the moves. So the players have made it officially to move 40. Erdogmus doesn't even do that. He just believes in his handwriting because in the score sheet, as soon as you reach move 40, you always double check if you didn't really miss any of the lines. If you are sure about it, then you're safe.
I can tell you a secret. It's added on the clock. So he already has...
it's automatic, yeah?
Yeah, automatically added.
Those are those clocks, right? Because there's 2 types of clocks, yeah? Right.
So, no more secrets.
No more
Yeah.
secrets, and Aydin needs to make a move.
Yeah, one more move left, but of course he has slightly more time, 1.5 minutes.
Queen d6 maybe? Queen d6, queen d5? I think queen d6 looks a really reasonable move here. You want to dominate those dark squares. Technically, black has a better pawn structure, so a knight endgame would be really good for him. King f6.
Okay, very interesting. And by the way, yes returns to the board, but Aydin stands up. So, dear viewers, we officially reached the move 40 in this final game that we have for today, round 1 of the final stage. We let players think a little bit. We come back after a very short break to break it down. Will yes or Aydin manage to strike in this first round of the final stage? Welcome back, dear viewers, to the 59th International Biel Chess Festival here in Switzerland. The summer is blooming outside, the weather is amazing and a perfect time for chess. We are here covering the Grandmaster Triathlon, the Masters and Generations Challenge. But overall at the Biel Festival there are so many different tournaments, over 15 of them. So dear viewers, come here, enjoy, participate in any of them. And well, Arturs, so far we've had 3 games today, 2 of them already finished. And now one more game is still ongoing.
Yeah, it has officially reached next time control. Before the break, we saw how Erdogmus and Suleymanli, they were trying to be ambitious, get some sort of a game going on here, and this is the current position. So I think that we have a bit of a time, to be honest, to think about what could have been, what is the current situation, what might happen, etc. So before we step back, I would like to share a bit some thoughts what's happening right now. All right? Well, visually, I like Black's position more. Let me tell you why. I think that here Suleymanli has been doing a really good job. He has beautifully positioned pieces. He has no weaknesses. And he wants to play g5, g4, and knight e4. So this is a very direct threat. Which brings the question, what is White planning to do against it? And we're discussing the move queen d5. But there are a couple of issues with this. The issue number 1, what happens if Black just takes it? That's what I'm thinking, right? Because you see, the Black king is so much closer to the action than the White king. And even though engine says everything is equal, for example, which pawn do you play?
I would take with c-pawn, but then there is suddenly a passer on the queen side you have to watch out for.
Yeah, knight a5. I won't play knight c4. You
Knight e2.
You go here. I'll play b5.
Bring the king, maybe.
You bring the king. And I could do the same. And who is really playing this for the win? Again, it's not very clear. So
everyone somehow.
Everyone, except us. So White has a passed pawn, but Black has an outside passed pawn. So there's this position to consider. There's also the possibility to take with the e-pawn. Knight a5, hit the pawn. c5 feels a bit loose. The king is so far away, probably knight e2. And I'm thinking about this like, for example, let's say in this position, what happens if Black plays e4, knight e4, king e5? You're playing without the king. That's what worries me really here if I'm Erdogmus, right? So this position is not so clear, so maybe the safer choice is to play c takes on d5.
But you have to calculate all of the scenarios. You have to
Sure.
calculate how it's going to be on the queen side.
What about this pawn endgame? How about you calculate this one? Because if you
Well-
have to retreat, then the knight is a monster.
But
If
it
you
should
take
be
it,
good,
I don't know.
because king should be in time.
I don't know. It's not so easy. Let's say b5, here, 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 a5, a4, b4, a3, and there you go. Let's say I'm gonna make like this, this.
Maybe you have to give up the pawn playing d6.
Okay, I just lost it. Yeah.
You have to play d6, king d6 now. Or no?
No, you're right. This is the right idea. You're gonna dominate the queen side. Yeah, but we might see an pawn endgame here. So this is idea number 1. Like I'm thinking from Aydin's perspective, I have a choice, so I can take on d5. The second idea I was thinking, how about I play g5?
By the way, we have a move on the board, and it was not queen d5.
Oh, so scratch that.
c5.
All of my beautiful ideas are out of the window.
Ah,
You know, but if I go back here, once
Yeah, of
again,
course.
this was the second idea I was thinking, this g5, g5, g4, sacrifice a pawn, and I try to understand what is this position.
and what is this position?
I have no idea.
Wait a second, isn't there some repetition? No, it's not
Where?
possible, yeah? Knight f7, king c5, yeah?
King c5, these are weaknesses, knight a5, I'm collecting those pawns, yeah? Okay, it doesn't matter, this is a past thing. But that's what I'm saying, like somehow I visually like the Black's position a bit more, and now I think g5 probably is going to happen. So what about g5
g5,
here?
g4. Now, okay, you can still watch this queen d5 idea, but with having 2 pawns.
Maybe. Maybe. Okay, and if I play now g4,
Now probably knight h4.
are you not afraid the knight is going to be so out of the game?
Because after trade, of course, after queen trade,
Yeah,
there will
like
be.
this and
Yeah,
this
you are
and
right.
this. I don't know about this knight.
No, no, no. That's not good.
So maybe instead of this up to g4, knight e2 would be more to the point. But now this knight is getting to d4. Again, like we have to look at the possibility that black could take on d5 at the right time. Or maybe, can I go back
Maybe
here?
knight h2,
Me here?
attacking the pawn. I want to play queen e6, knight g4. It's my threat.
Yeah. Maybe. Maybe it's a good thing.
But okay, everything is so loose for white. Yeah, like pawns look much more loose here.
That's what I'm afraid of for white. Like you have your extra pawn, but I'm simply dominating the queen side. Yeah. So I'm more like, based on a gut instinct, I would say that if you play, let's say, g5, queen d5, g4, more like knight d2, or maybe even here. Like what happens if you take it, if you go here?
Yeah.
Wait a second. So what about this endgame? It's super unclear. This pawn is under attack. You play d6. I'm gonna play knight c6. Watch out for my king. Like you might just drop these pawns. So that's the big difference. This king on g1 is so far away. So I have a feeling that here it's Suleimanli who is pushing a bit. So maybe this.
Wait, I have actually, if we can return to the line, I had some idea.
Sure.
So in the
Take?
a bit further, yeah, a bit further, in that moment where you asked about the d6 push. So I was thinking not to play d6, but first play c6, pawn takes, and then play d6. Because now, where do you step away? You have to step somewhere with a knight.
This is a very good question.
And now if I push d7, king e7, you have to watch out for knight e5.
Even here.
Even here, knight e5.
Yeah, but even this position, again, ancient says it's equal, but the black king is more active.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's why I have a feeling that.
So many lines. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Suleimanli is going to be the one who is going to be pressing a bit, and kind of brings up the memories from the game of Limle against Erdogmus, which also was this knight endgame, where the Turkish player managed to find the only moves just as he reached the next time control.
Luckily for him, it was on 41st move and not on 40th. Otherwise, he would be in the big trouble.
Yeah. So no, this is going to be really, really tricky endgame. Look at the body language of both players. They don't look very excited, do they now?
I have a feeling that Aydin is now very focused. And for Yes, he just made a move and he's, I don't know, trying to recover from this time trouble phase. But Arturs, would you like to go back in the game? You know, maybe starting from the opening just for viewers maybe who
Let's
missed,
do it.
you know. We have a lot of time now.
Let's do it. Maybe also I would like to ask the question to our dear viewers. We are on many channels, including the Chess24 channel. So the viewers, if you're watching this, how are you feeling today? How is your day? Who do you think is going to win this game, or this game is getting to a peaceful outcome? Or maybe the question would be who you are cheering for. So type your comments in the chat.
Yeah, right, definitely. Or maybe you're cheering for someone who already finished the game. You can share your thoughts on the tournament so far, format, what you've enjoyed. We are happy to interact with you. As now the pace is a bit slower, the players are taking time after getting extra time. We already have start to receive some of the comments that think this is 100% a draw. Well, there is never such thing as 100%. You have to be always very careful.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about the 100%. How far do you want me to go?
Maybe it's a critical moment.
So things exploded really rapidly around here. Rook d2, bishop b3, queen b1, bishop f8, all of this looks reasonable. I'm going to maybe switch on the engine and tell how the engine thinks.
Would you like to dig more in this bishop b3 move before instead of
No,
g6?
I think it's already way too fast. Yeah, okay, I can check the engine. So here, instead of g6, engine says bishop b3 was the best move. So bishop h7, king f8, queen e4, bishop d1, rook d1. Maybe we missed something here, knight e7. No, we didn't miss anything. Knight h4, Rook c4. Yes, exactly. This line, knight g6, knight g6, and queen g6. Actually, I would say it was a pretty big miss then for Suleimanli.
Very straightforward.
I think it was, but he probably, you know, he was really afraid that
Queen
he's going to
b3?
miss something.
Do you think he thought that Yes will play queen b3 here?
Instead of bishop h7.
Yeah.
No, but then he would just do this. I think he would just do this because he was trying to be very, very solid, like takes, bishop d5, queen d5, rook d5, something like king f7 or e4. That's what engine says. By the way, watch out. Watch out for bishop h2.
Bishop h2 incoming.
Yeah, so this is actually leading to a forcing sequence. Here, bishop a3. Oh, wow.
Wow, some crazy stuff.
Yeah, so the point is, if you take on d8, rook d8 is rook d8, takes, here, and black is better because of the downside pass pawn. Now, he missed it.
Oh,
I think he just didn't believe it can work. I can totally relate to that, but this was a very big decision for him not to play bishop b3.
yeah, all Aydin's fans are now very disappointed, of course, with that miss, but still the game is not over. There are still a lot of things that can go differently.
And here I had a feeling that it was Erdogmus who was having the chances.
H5.
H5, bishop e4, queen e4. Okay, queen e4, knight e4, these are equally good moves. Maybe actually here it made sense to take with a queen. Queen e4 and something like knight f3 or queen e4 and g4. Because as soon as he played knight e4 around here, he had difficulties to find a good square for the queen. So he played queen c2, rook d8, queen e2, queen d5, and black is very safe.
Super safe. But I would like to try to go to those lines which you were suggesting. You know, Arturs playing something like g3, king g2, rook h1.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Where was this? I think it was
Or rook f1, f4.
here, yeah?
Yeah, somewhere here.
Yeah, we can check it. So let's say we try to play rook f1. Rook f1, queen d5. And can we play f4? There's f5.
Annoying f5.
Would be getting really sharp. Knight f2. Okay, would have been a different game, yeah?
Yeah, different game, different position, approach.
This was playable. And the second idea we're discussing, it was g3 and king g2. Also playable. G takes on h5 feels risky, so queen d5 probably. King g2 is met by f5. So, yeah, like takes, g4, that's what engine recommends. g4, knight g3, try to dominate those squares.
Yeah, some ideas were still there, but of course very low on the clock.
Yeah, so queen e2, queen d5. Just to give you an update, no more moves have been made yet after c5, so we're not missing anything. Queen d5, knight g3, queen e6, knight e4, queen d5, draw. Yeah, I don't like this move, rook d1, but I thought that maybe this made more sense. With some f4. Black maybe would have played a5.
And now you can think, do you play f4 or not, or you play e4?
Now?
But here you cannot play e4
Now I
because
think it... I don't know, now I don't know. Bishop c5. Yeah, it quite doesn't work. Black is better. Takes knight e5, knight g4. Yeah, we made a lot of weaknesses there. Oh, sorry, I
That's a
jumped too
pity.
far. And yeah, this is where I think this was the moment when Suleimanli felt
relieved.
no, that he can be ambitious.
They can be ambitious.
Yeah, when he played a 5, this was the first sign. And here, he should have, according to an engine, white should have played e4, f4, knight f1. And what's the difference? Bishop c5, knight h2, let's say bishop d4. It's no big difference. But just to keep the tension here.
And without the rooks.
Yeah, with the rooks, yeah. Takes. But even this position is quite equalish. So he could have kept the tension bit here, but he automatically slapped this. Takes. Rook d8, bishop d8. That was a great move. So that e4 is more difficult to play.
And we have bishop d6.
Yeah, this was pretty forcing, I think, this sequence.
Yeah, super strong plate. Top moves, right?
I think so. I think so. So also here was an opportunity for black to play knight e8, knight f7. Secure the pawns, secure the king. Actually, great move. Knight e8, knight f7, everything is safe. Queen side is fixed. Put the queen on c6 and say, do your worst. You know, I have just a better pawn structure. But okay, this is also pretty good.
Yeah, and pretty impressive, right? To finding all the best moves.
Yeah, very, very high level stuff, really. So
And
none of the players make even like none of the inaccuracies in the time scramble, and
Yeah, now
that's what we have.
So we have c5 on the board. We see that Aydin Suleimanli is approaching the time situation, which also yes has at this moment. By the way, we have some comments in the chat that there is a willingness to bet on the draw result outcome for dinner for us from producer Big.
He already bought us dinner yesterday, so I don't think he's going to do it 2 days in a row.
But he didn't buy for me, so he can buy for me.
Your loss.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So, all right. That was the situation before. This is the current situation. Does the body language of Erdogmus spell you optimism?
Not really. I mean, looking at Yes right now, he doesn't look his usual self. Like he's looking at the board, but he's not so focused. Like look at Aydin, how he's sitting. He's leaning forward. He's calculating. Of course, Yes is also calculating right now, but I feel like he is disappointed of the outcome of what he wanted.
I mean, maybe he feels he could have done things better in the time scramble. Like there was this one moment when he sort of made some progress, but but I think ultimately he had to keep the pawn on h5 for some tension. But he was in a time scramble. This is what happens. You leave yourself not enough time. You want to simplify the position. And now Aydin is thinking, yeah, this g5, g4 is looking really tempting. Okay, maybe let's try to analyze it a bit. What else we can do? So, from the black's perspective. Because if I play g5, sometimes I sacrifice this pawn. I don't want to sacrifice the pawn.
You know, Arturs, what I'm thinking in this position, first of all, who is preferable to trade which pieces? Because I think that's also one of the important questions that players are asking themselves. Like, for example, who would prefer trading the queens? Probably it's black, right? Is it? Is it so?
I think so. Because if you trade the queens, you're playing with an extra piece. The king is here. Your king is like 1, 2, 10p behind, maybe 3. So it feels that black is somehow a bit more better equipped. On top of that, he has a better pawn structure.
Okay, so second question, who would prefer trading the knights? Or it doesn't matter so much?
Well, if it's a knight trade, probably just a draw. Like if the knights disappear, I don't see black winning this ever because there's going to be some perpetual most likely. The knight on c6 takes away this square. I have a feeling we're going for either a knight or a pawn endgame.
So it means it's limiting some opportunities for black, because if black doesn't want neither the knight, neither the queen trade, so then you cannot allow some queen d5.
Yeah, but you gotta play g5, yeah? Like, yeah, I was...
Oh, he played it.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, what other choices do you have even, but you gotta do this. All right, this is where it gets really exciting, right here. Because g5 was the move to be expected, g4 is incoming, and if white gets the knight here, it's very clear, at least visually, that black should be better. With the knight on d4, you are worse. So it's got to be something like queen d5, because queen d6 just doesn't feel right. Queen d6 is, I don't know.
The pawn will be hanging.
Yeah, like, you're going to lose this pawn. You're going to get the knight on d4, let's say. Here, and even this position, without any deep analysis, you can immediately tell that black is better. He has a chance to organize an outside pass pawn, potentially pick up the knight on a3, and your g-pawn is like a turtle, yeah?
And I see that, yes, in this moment he is realizing that he has to make up a decision. will it be queen d5 or will it not be?
I think it's actually the only move, to be honest. Like, I mean, what else? Maybe
Bringing the king.
where? I'm gonna play g4. What do you do? I'm gonna put the knight on d4. Like, I think that this is very dangerous with such a knight. Knight c4 and some sort of a queen c6. No, this can go really wrong for white very quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all.
So you gotta play this. And now again, so let's summarize what we have to calculate. Position number 1, takes, this position. Position number 1A. Oh, sorry, I missed something, yeah?
Oh,
Takes.
no,
What did I
probably.
miss?
Probably just king f1. Just king f1.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Just going for a pawn d6.
Are you gonna be in time?
d6.
Ah, you're gonna be in time.
And probably a4, a5 or not.
Yeah, the pawn endgames are so tricky. Yeah, but you're right about this one. You're right. Okay.
So knight has to go to e7 or d8.
What about a5? Knight e7 is a move. There's your idea.
Knight e7, this is 6, d6, but again, also not so easy.
Yeah, but even this is takes.
It's not easy to calculate.
No. No, it's not. So there's knight e5 and d7 threat. Let's say, we talked about this position briefly, yeah?
And what about knight g6?
Where?
If you play knight g6 here instead of knight f5.
That's also a move.
So there is no knight e5, but not knight g5.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can't take it. Okay. Even this position looks, again, super tricky.
And you know, Yaz already had this, as you were discussing it, he already had this knight endgame. And what is going on in his head right now? Okay, again this knight endgame, like it was played against Limle earlier in the tournament. Again this tricky knight endgame.
Wait, I'm gonna play knight f5 now. No, to be honest, my first instinct is if somebody is risking to lose, this is white. That's my first instinct. Is you're playing without the king.
So
It cannot
king
be good.
f1, we have to go. King f1.
I don't know. King f1, I might play e4. What do you do? Here. I don't like this. How is this okay for white?
King e2 maybe.
Must be some really concrete stuff.
Yeah, because you cannot take their e4 is going to hang.
Yeah, but like these pawns feel so weak. Yeah, like I don't know, some knight c6, knight e4, knight e6. Like I don't know. I would be afraid.
Now knight b3 is already there to defend.
Maybe. Like it feels the black is dominating to be
Yeah.
honest here. Yeah, like okay, maybe there's some tricks that.
Some
this is
crazy
one-
tricks.
Yeah, this is one line we have to calculate. The second line, so this queen d5 takes a knight f5 looks very human from black's perspective. Knight e7 looks very human. The third line is g4. And like I think this is really risky for white again because the knight is getting to d4. So let's say g4, knight e2, and now let's go look at this position.
Again, not easy.
Like, I think that black here has zero risk because I could play knight e4. And if you want
if
to
you
take my
take,
pawn,
yeah.
I'm going to play queen a2, and I will never lose this. Yeah, like, you have back rank issues here.
Can I play queen a6, queen d3?
Oh, I missed this. I didn't see this.
But probably some check, king, or maybe just g3. G3, by the way. Yeah, should be. No.
Wait, just a second. Let's think for a while. Could be some. Yeah, but these pawns are seemingly going nowhere, yeah? So the A pawn is going nowhere, the C pawn is going nowhere, the knight is dominating, the queen is dominating. Maybe some check.
Maybe queen e1. Yeah, no, I mean, no, okay, maybe Queen f1. I meant king h2 and queen e1 for black, but
You might just lose here on the
yeah.
spot. Like
Yeah, that's
knight
what I'm
e2.
saying. Queen e1, yes, in
Yeah.
case of king h2. So probably then queen f1 has to be played. Yeah, and the pawns will be picked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like here, black is super active. So there's also this line. Yeah. So
But also everything has to be calculated and so well evaluated. Because it's not so easy.
actually, this is such a human line. Okay, white is not obliged to take on b7. Like queen b7, queen a2. It's such a human line for a GM. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
maybe knight c4.
Knight c4 is definitely possible. Also, there is like queen d8 check.
Oh,
You have
oh
to
yeah,
watch
you're right.
out.
There's also queen d8 opportunity. I completely forgot about that. Well, one thing I think it's quite clear. There's not going to be a draw. Not immediately. Like, I think also the players are having a lot of curiosity about this. They're really curious. I'm also curious, and I don't really care what Evaluation Bar says. Yeah, so it feels that Suleimanli is the one who is ambitious here, and Erdogmus is not making a move yet because for him, like queen d5, it's such a scary move. And I think right now you can see the body language of Suleimanli. I don't think he's unhappy. He's just trying to figure out which direction do I take because you can't calculate. You're essentially guessing. And even at the highest level, like, I don't know what kind of calculator you have to be. Like the stuff after queen d5 takes on d5, knight a5, or let's say queen d5, g4, ultimately you're just guessing really. Like, am I gonna go left or right? And then whatever happens, happens. But I think that it's either a draw or at this stage, Suleimanli.
And it's getting more and more difficult. You know, Arturs, I would like you to raise a topic that some players thinking, well, you know, the more you trade, the more chances you're getting into the draw, and then it's going to be more equal, and that like all the exchanges are draw. No, that's not correct. And also, it's not easier to play when you exchange because the less pieces you have on the board, the higher chance of the mistake. Because right now, if the queens are off the board, then there will be knights, king, and the pawns, and like every small tiny move might have a big role, and like one small tiny pawn move can be already a big blunder.
Yeah.
And you have to calculate everything so precisely. And for these players, of course, they're calculating pretty well, as we've seen them calculating at the broadcast. They were coming here to us, they're sharing their thoughts. Amazing calculation by Erdogmus, as well as by Aydin Suleimanli. Some secrets in the preparation he didn't want to disclose, but still, even for them, it is so difficult.
Yeah, this is not easy. I mean, these endgames are really they tend to be very, very complicated. No matter how many endgames you study, every single new endgame fascinates you again. Like this pawn structure, I don't recall immediately. I can't even compare with nothing. Like queen d5 takes knight a5. The players are on their own. I've never seen something like this before.
Yeah.
Is there like a safe move for white instead of queen d5? Is there something else that white can do?
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, for g4 move, but then I realized that just queen g4. I mean, it would be cool if en passant would be a forcing move.
Maybe knight d1, knight c2?
But knight d1, you allow knight d4 immediately.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is I want to trade it off. Maybe that's the safe move. It's such a... I'm afraid to use the word. 91. You gotta play queen d5, but I see the concern for Erdogmus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna consult with engine. Maybe it says something I'm missing.
Let's see, what is it saying?
Queen d1. Queen d5 is equal. Queen d1.
Oh, of course, queen d1, because after g4 there is knight h2.
Wow.
But we were discussing it. We saw that the knight is going nowhere on h2.
Yeah, and on top of that, I could sacrifice this pawn. Let's say queen d1, g4, knight h2. I could just play knight e4.
Yeah, you don't need to take care
I
of the
know.
pawn. By the way, what's about the time situation? 7 minutes, 50 seconds now for Erdogmus. We've just had him in the time trouble before the move 41. He has just been in the time trouble. He's reaching for another one just a few moves later.
I don't like his chances. I have a feeling that there might be a mistake in the coming moves. Because the difference is the king's activity. The black king is much closer to those pawns. Maybe Erdogmus already mentally has decided that he cannot play queen d5. Your logic screams you cannot play queen d5 because the king is so far. You don't see anything else. And queen d1, like queen d1 doesn't solve anything because you're just giving an extra move for black to make. Like, what if black doesn't do this? Let's say queen d1, what happens, let's say after queen d1, the tension says g4, knight h2. What happens after king g5? Knight e4 is incoming. Do you like this?
No,
I don't
this
like
is
at all.
this is pure engine line. I don't really see it happening. Like, I cannot see it happening. Like, you do two moves which are going backwards. You're stepping backwards with the queen. You're stepping backwards with your knight. No, this is not going to happen. I think that Yas is trying to find some active ideas. Maybe he's still pointing at the queen d5. By the way, a few times he was already reaching for a piece. We could see him reaching for a piece with a hand.
He might play knight e1. Like, knight e1 is the human move to put the knight on c2 and counter it somehow. Because queen e5, I find it to be very difficult to play. Like,
Unless he calculates.
No, but like, I don't know if you could calculate that. Maybe you can calculate because like after queen d5, like queen d5, e takes on d5. You have to calculate this line very precisely. You have to calculate this line very precisely. You have to calculate this line very precisely. And it feels like in all the lines, you are the one who is risking here. Like, you're having no reward in these lines, and you're also unaware, obviously, of the engine.
Evaluation,
that says, yes, that it says it's equal. So I don't like this, and I'm looking for more clarity. That's what I'm saying. Like, if g4 and knight d4 is such a problem, so why don't I play knight e1 and knight c2?
What about queen b1? I would like to attack the pawn on b7.
But again,
Queen
g4.
b1.
Sorry, queen b1.
So my point is that after g4, I step away with the knight, probably to d2.
And if I play
No.
queen d7, I take over the d file. g4 is incoming, knight e4 is incoming.
Yeah, it looks very risky.
No easy moves here for Erdogmus. That's why he's spending the time here. He's literally spent like what? 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then some before.
The time is ticking here. Under 5 minutes right now for him. Not clear what to do.
He needs to come up with the move fast. He's undecided. He doesn't want to play queen d5, but he might have to. I think I would play knight e1 here myself, probably.
And look at his jumping, his body language. He is uncomfortable here. He knows that he has to make a move. By the way, dear viewers, the players already have the 30 seconds increment, so from now on it will be just that. 4 minutes, what Yes has right now, and 30 seconds increment on the clock, and that will be the final. There will be no other time control. For Aydin's situation is much better. He has 16 minutes, so more confident. And I also realized during the tournament that Aydin was always the one who was keeping some time on the clock, even if some crazy situation, even if there was some a very precise moment he had to react, he still kept always extra time on the clock. It was Erdogmus who is always getting under time trouble. By the way, yesterday before the quiz started, the players were here, as I was mentioning. Yes was here, Matthias, Tongshao, Carissa, and before the start, okay,
Queen d5.
Queen d5 is on the board.
Wow,
It's played.
I'm officially impressed.
Wow.
Okay, so this was a very, very tough decision for Erdogmus because he definitely sensed that the king is going to be so far away from the action, and now it's quite a big decision here for the Azerbaijani player. Is there going to be a queen trade and a rising knight endgame, or is there going to be a g4 move?
Aydin is almost halfway of the board, leaning in there. He's almost getting close to the queen on d5.
All right,
Almost reaching it.
let's try to analyze again, shall we?
Let's get.
Okay.
What I was, by the way, telling earlier, just finish it quickly. So yesterday before the quiz, the players were playing some bullet, 11 seconds plus 1 second. and they were like
Where?
blitzing it out here before the quiz.
Both of them.
Not both of them. Yes, Matthias and Ton Shao.
Oh,
That's what I said.
okay.
Yeah.
Some proper practice, yeah?
Yeah, some very good practice for the time trouble. And they played like so many games, so I think Yes is always ready to face the time trouble.
Okay. So, in this position, I think there's 3 moves. There's the knight e7, there's the knight a5, there's my silly move knight e4, which doesn't work. And there's also a move knight b8, which I just noticed. Because knight b8 stops c6, d6, d7 idea. I'm threatened to play e4, e4, king e5.
Can you play knight d2 here?
You have to, I think. Now, can I... You want to play f3 and knight e4, right?
Or a knight e4, and then.
Okay, this is
f3.
probably ridiculous, yeah? Takes here,
I like how computer always says it's equal, and then such moves happen.
takes, probably takes. Yeah, I mean, here white is not risking anything. Yeah, I think this knight b8, I think we can discard very quickly. It, according to an engine, it's playable, but I don't like it. Okay, well, what about knight e7? Knight e7, the point is d6, knight c6. I want to pick up these pawns. Looks incredibly risky for white. The king is so far away. I don't like that. Your idea was to play c6, b takes on c6, take away the c6 square. I think black has no choice. Black has to accept. Play d6.
Now knight g6, I think we're finding.
Knight g6 is knight g5. We talked
Ah,
about this.
yes.
But
Then
even this is
knight-
not so clear.
Knight f5, knight e5. Or no,
Yeah.
knight f5, wait, knight f5, d7, knight e5.
d7, king e7, knight d5, knight d4. How you're picking up this pawn again? Not clear, yeah? The king is gonna probably march during this time. Okay, there's this line. And then there's also the line after knight a5. What's happening here? So I want to play e4. Knight e2?
Knight e2, approaching for e4.
King e5 is going to be f3. So again, I sacrifice a pawn. Oh wait, can I not give up the pawn?
Now f3, you want to play g3.
Yeah. Like
Now,
I'm eyeballing this pawn. Here?
okay.
How do I make any progress?
It's always a question, yeah?
Yeah, I cannot make any progress. Yeah,
This is crazy, yeah?
Okay. So I give up the pawn here and here. But again, white is not risking here, probably, yeah?
Maybe there could be even, instead of taking the pawn on g5, if we move one move backwards, maybe there is even c6 here. Like after king e5. Maybe there is a c6 because c7 is a threat. So you take, I take. And then I take on g5. Maybe it's even
Yeah, but-
risk.
Yeah, it's also risk-free for white, yeah? We can agree on this. So queen e5 takes knight f5. Probably this is what Yes has calculated. So what about g4 here? That's the second idea, the second big idea. g4, I think taking is risky. Like takes, knight h2, I don't know, some knight a5, knight g4, knight c4. It feels these pawns are falling apart. The g pawn for white is going nowhere. The bar confirms. So after g4, knight e2. How do you make a progress? White once played knight c4, knight e6. We had knight e4 idea here, which looks super, super, super tempting. After queen b7, queen a2. No perpetual, yeah? There's no perpetual here.
No.
Or is there?
Here we were thinking queen a6.
Oh wait, there's this check. I missed actually. Sorry? Queen a6, yeah?
We were discussing a queen a6, queen d3, returning backwards.
Yeah, but it's so risky.
Yeah.
What about this check?
d6.
And this check? Might be a draw.
Wow.
Might be a draw. Unless white thinks he can play this somehow, but with such a knight and the exposed king are highly adopted. So, and there's also knight c4. All right, if you don't do this, if you don't play knight e4, what else do you do? Knight c4 is incoming. Do you trade it here? Is this something you consider? Now that the knight is pushed back? go for this line again?
But then again, there is c6. Ah, but then it's another story. There
It's
is
a bit
no knight
different.
f5.
It's a different position, yeah, with g4, knight e2. It's again different, yeah. Maybe knight e4?
No, but on knight e4, yeah.
Ah,
And now c6,
now
d6
C6
is
and
working, yeah.
now it's working, yeah? Okay. So knight e4 check.
King f7 or king
King f5.
7.
So that after c6, d6, your king is within the reach, yeah?
Yes.
So check. Here, here, here.
But you have to calculate all these lines. It's crazy.
Yeah, but it seems that black cannot make any progress. Or can he make any progress? Like the king is so far still, yeah?
So we have a move on the board. Queen takes on d5. The trade of the queens happening. Pawn d5. Now question is where Aydin will put his knight from c6.
Knight e7 is, I think, the most human choice here. There's
Also
think
knight
here-
a5. Here we're thinking.
knight a5. I'm not sure what to make of this position after knight e2. So whoever is blocking the view,
Biel
Mr.
Bienne advertising.
Mr. Please go away.
Maybe one of the arbiters.
Yeah, he's like, oh, check this out.
Yeah.
So knight e7, c6, b takes, d6. Where do you put the knight?
Either g6 or f5, yeah? Okay, knight d5 is also interesting.
Yeah,
Knight e5.
d7 probably.
No, but okay, doesn't matter. Maybe at knight e5.
Oh, I just keep the pawn.
Yeah, but you can take knight e5 instead of d7.
I can, yeah. I can. Takes, takes, and takes. So some moves are incoming. Let's follow
Let's
it
go.
live.
So we have
Whoa,
knight
whoa,
e7.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait a second. We've had this discussion before.
Wait a second. So he played d6.
Wait, we were discussing here that c6 should be better.
We did not like this. Maybe it's who is this? Who's blocking the view? I think it's Laurent, actually,
Let's move the camera.
our tournament director of the invitational tournaments.
Okay, so
I
this
don't
is the
like
live
this choice
position.
by- Wait a second. How do you stop again? G4, king e6, king d5. So
The king is too far away.
yeah, and knight d2. Are you sure about that?
1, 2. 2 moves need to be played for the king to get to reach the d5 square.
It's highly suspicious. Like, okay, c6 is a very difficult move. Like c6, d6, but we thought that we found a way, yeah, for white to stay alive. But here it kind of feels these pawns might be becoming really loose. So he wants to play knight e4 and f3. Look at this. I think Aydin is also a bit surprised because I think he was expecting c6 and d6, and he thought that this is somehow risky for him. And now again, he has to reassess the position.
So big question now, will he play now king e6, king d5, going for it? Or is there something else?
Let's see.
Because if king goes to f5, there is f3, knight e4. You don't go there.
I mean, it's another opportunity. King f5, f3, for example, g4, g3. I mean, it's super interesting stuff. Wait, let's check it again with analysis, because I think we kind of discarded this line because we thought that it's risky, but maybe there's something there. 9 minutes still for Suleimanli. Let's try the obvious idea. Let's try to play king e6. I think it's very clear. You want to get king on d5, right? So king e6, knight e4, and I want to go here. What do? You take on g5?
If you take the pawns are falling apart.
It kind of feels like b5, a5, b4 stuff is going to happen. It feels very risky. And I was thinking f3, there's going to be g4.
Very nice.
King goes here.
You can then play g3.
G3. Let me show you one beautiful idea, which maybe doesn't work. Maybe in the future. Check here. King c6, some knight f3 and g2 promotion. That's why I was check. No, not check. I'm so useless without.
Okay, the moves are incoming. We have g4 on the board by Aydin.
I like it. I like this move because the idea is to meet f3 with g3. I think it's a great idea. The pawn on g3 is very dangerous. No, this is super, super risky stuff. So I think that Erdogmus made a mistake with this obvious move d6. King e6, king d5 is incoming. I mean, we can check with an engine, of course, right now. One thing is clear, white is worse. Knight c4, knight b6. I'm not sure what the knight has, if it has any business on b6 whatsoever. I don't understand what's it doing there. So the other line is g3, f3, knight c4, knight e3. And white is still worse.
Wow. Knight is so perfect on c6, just stopping the pawn, it's covering all the squares, ready to jump anywhere. The pawns on c5 and d6 are not dangerous, though. Yeah. This is a very tough position. Also, 3 minutes, 50 seconds right now for yes.
That was quite a big miss, to be honest, because I would have thought he spent all of this time trying to figure out queen d5, that he would have figured out that he has to play c6. He didn't find this move, because like, it was pretty similar, like he saw a pretty more or less similar knight endgame against Limele, right? When he found this beautiful shot knight e5, which I thought was much more harder than this move. And apparently here something went wrong, because now he is realizing that, wait a second, how do I actually save this? It's actually a very instructive endgame, because you would think that white is better with the passed pawn, but it's all about the king's activity.
And also he played it very quickly, this d6 move. Yeah, he didn't spend even a second on c6. Maybe he already had it all calculated and figured out. Maybe some lines he didn't like in the c6 variation. But one thing is clear, is that Aydin now is dominating the position. His pieces are more active. White has some issues because king e6, king d5 is coming. White's king is too far away. The pawns are too much advanced. There are many issues right now for yes to solve.
This is a golden opportunity for Soleimani, because like he was being very patient, very careful the entire game, tried not to risk it all. He's ahead of Erdogmus in the rankings, and if he wins this, he actually gets really, really close to Levon Aronian. So he has like what, 21 versus Aronian's 25. So Aronian has 1.5 points. So he would get within what, 1.5 point distance to Aronian if he would win this.
Yeah, that would be very close, and then 2 more games incoming against Levon, one of them. So that would be really important victory for Azerbaijani Grandmaster here. Will he be able to squeeze this opportunity?
I mean, this will be, wait a second, this will be, if he does this, maybe we're jumping here really, but if he do this, this will be essentially his second win in a row with the black color against a 27 Hungary player. Because he defeated Limele in the 5th round, right?
Yes.
With the black color. And
Yes.
again, he's playing against Erdogmus.
And there was a break of the Blitz day, and there was also a rest day yesterday. That would be absolutely amazing by Aydin. But anyway, knight e4 was played.
Knight e4,
Doing a
king
check.
e6 is a very easy move here. King e6.
King e6, king d5 is incoming.
Maybe g3. Black's advantage becomes very obvious here.
Yeah, and we also see from the body language impressions of the players, you can see how nervous yes look.
This is also a great line. I mean, check this out. King f5. Let's maybe pull up the analysis board so that I can show you a couple of ideas. So I have the engine on right now, so I don't think I'm going to switch it off because we're getting to some of the tensest moments of the game. But I think this is a very human line. King f5, f3, and g3. And here white has to like walk a tightrope. Check this out. So king f1, knight e4. You're about to, in some lines, sacrifice a piece here on f3 and promote.
He's about to play a move. He's going for king f5.
King f5. Ancient Max is a miss. King e6 was better, but it's such a human move.
King f5 is on the board. Now the question is, what will white do? Playing f3 or stepping away with a knight?
So the engine line actually was, instead of king f5, playing king e6, g3, and then play king f5. I'm not even sure what's the idea, to be honest. But
Aydin goes immediately there. He's
Wonders
smarter
of
than
the
an engine. Yeah.
Yeah, wonders of the engine. So f3.
2 minutes for yes, by the way. 2 minutes, only 30 seconds increment per each move is saving him.
f3, g3, king f1, knight e4. I think this is pretty much happening. f3, g3. I don't think there's going to be a trade on f3. Of
Yes,
course,
g3.
g3, marking pawn on g2 as a weakness.
Potentially some knight d4, knight f3. If the king is not on g1, you might already see this kind of sacrifices.
White is supposedly now in the safe after king f1. Probably black could play like king e6, king d7 first.
But the problem is you cannot go far away with the king. Like if you play now king e2, there is knight d4, king d3, knight f3.
Exactly, yeah. This is the maneuver that white needs to watch out at all times. But also we have to remember that white's also having his own pass pawn at the d pawn. So
But that's what black has to do, just to bring king to e6, to be ready there, and then knight d4 will be.
and that's the question: is
threat.
how do you ultimately make a progress? So let's say white does nothing. King f1, king e1, king f1, king e1. How do you make a progress?
I mean, potentially there could be some. There should be something, yeah. But if
I
you
don't know.
break the pawns, the d6 will be defended.
Maybe this is what he wants. So put the king here, knight e4, knight c2, and go after the pawn. Let's say put the king on d7, play a5, a4, fix this as a weakness. Since this king can never leave the f3 square, I think that Suleimanli just believes there's going to be something. Engine doesn't really share the optimism.
King e6 was played. Looks very logical, just stopping that pawn from running. Now, king e2, there will be knight e4.
How is this actually working? King e2 is knight e4 check. It's only move. King e2 is the only move here to stay alive for white. Because you're literally walking under knight d4 check.
But then you
king
have to
e3,
go
knight
back.
e3.
You have to go back. So king e2, knight d4, you have to go back with the king. You cannot go to d3. Ah, no, wait a second. There is going to be knight g5, knight h3.
Yeah, I just noticed. Yeah.
Oh.
Knight e4, king d3, takes, g2, knight g5 check, king d7, knight h3. It doesn't work.
Wow.
Very
Okay.
precise.
So first you have to bring the king all the way to d7 so it all works.
And then probably white can activate the king. Wait a second. Well, that's a miss. Maybe this is what Suleimanli missed. He thought that king e2 is impossible. Maybe he thought that after king e2, he's going to play knight e4, king d3, knight f3. White could do this. And now he realizes, wait a second, g takes, g2, knight g5, knight h3. I can't do this. And if I can't do this, white is advancing with a king.
Yeah, but maybe he already thought even more through. Maybe it's the best way that he thought there is in this position. And we might also see king d7 trying to block the pawn. But then watch out for all the checks, knight f6. I mean, jumping here and there. That is possible. Or first, knight d4 and then king d7. Knight f3 will be still a threat in the position.
It's suddenly getting a bit more double-edged than I would have thought. So this king f5 was a mistake after all. Because, yeah, it seems that white has made some progress. So here Suleimanli was heavily banking on the idea that he's going to play g3, knight e4, knight f3 is going to give him the necessarily winning idea. And now he realizes it quite doesn't work. And it changes things. Because if it doesn't work, then white is advancing with a king towards the queen side. And again, let's not forget, white has this pass pawn here on d6.
There is a pass pawn. And
There was no way he was planning this.
it's very tough. 5 minutes now for Aydin Suleimanli against 3 minutes for Yaz Erdogmus. Oh, such a tough end game.
King d5, king d5, king d3. That's what the engine says. King d5, king d3, knight e8. King d5 is on the board.
King d5.
But how do you actually make a progress? King d3, knight e8, knight e7. You can never take on c5, right?
I don't know. I slightly don't understand the engine anymore.
Yeah, but what move do you make? You simply got to make a move because knight
Yeah, but
e4 is
I
gonna be
wanted to
king d3.
play. I wanted to play knight d4 and king d7. That's what I wanted to do, and then knight f3 was a threat.
Oh,
That's.
we can actually pull it on an analysis board, yeah? We can check it
We have king d3 by the way played. Yeah, if we can put
very
it.
quickly, yeah? So your idea was to play knight e4
I just
check
don't know what's the problem
here
there.
and here.
Yeah, and my threat is knight f3.
Okay, I have the engine on. Knight g5,
Now king c6,
king c6,
attacking the pawn.
king e4, and you lose. It's very easy with the engine.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
Crazy.
So you also have your own issues here. Okay, let's go back to the live position here.
Okay.
It's not so simple. But if we go back to this moment, yeah, this was the critical moment. King e6 apparently was the correct move. If you play f3,
Now
it's
g3.
actually a difference of a tempo. G3, king
Yes,
f1.
and now we have time for the knight e4 because
Actually, no, knight b8 and knight e7. Wait, how is it? It's exactly the same position.
what is happening? Okay.
I don't know.
Let's return to maybe to the live position. So we have king d3 on the board right now.
It's literally the same position that's gonna happen. Like, I don't understand what's the difference. So it's Zugzwang or something?
Probably it would be positioned with a knight on b8, and already knight would be on d7 the next move. So maybe there is one extra tempo for white, which matters.
No, but black can still play knight b8.
Yes, but then maybe white can do something else.
I don't know. Like knight b8, knight e7, maybe there's some b6 idea. Ah, wait. Knight b8, knight e7, b6, take on b6, take on b6, and then somehow try to collect the pawn on d6.
Yes, but white will not stand still. Maybe there is some idea for white in this position, that after knight b8, white can do something.
No, but the point is, there was this line, after knight b8, king c3. In that position, white was losing. And now it says it's a draw.
No, I think it was already this position with a knight on d7. So in this position, next black's move was knight d7.
I don't know.
Because there was a king f5, king e6 lost a tempo.
We have to again check some lines, but I don't think we have time. Yeah, we are like down to the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, we have to focus on the live board right now. So let's see what's going to be played.
Knight b8? Is he gonna do it?
He's reaching for the knight, we can see it.
Maybe knight a5? No, it's got to be knight b8. Knight b8, knight e7.
Now Aydin has less time than yes for the first time in the game.
Got to be knight b8. Knight d4 doesn't work. Does it? Wait, does it not work? Knight d4, d7, go back. Knight c6, provoke a pawn, push. By the way, knight e4 is also a move we cannot completely disregard.
It is possible. Knight
He's going with the knight. Knight
b8
e8 is on the board.
Knight b8 is there.
Only move. Only move. Knight f6, king c5, d7. Oh my goodness. Only move here. The engine just confirms. Knight f6.
Can you play king e6?
You can play king c6. Maybe knight f6, king c6, there's going to be king e4. But knight f6, king c5, d7, knight c6, king e4, king d6. The line continues. It's equal, but
Wow.
no, it just feels so risky for it.
It's so messy now. Are you going to proceed? Are you going to go for it?
I just don't
Look
understand.
at yes body language. I mean, he's just shaking. He's trying to calculate. You know, again we have the piano there.
Yeah, it's so easy for us to do the commentary with the engines on, yeah, on the evaluation bar. But I think what happened, yeah, ultimately when Yes went for the same game, he didn't really understand the dangers of it, yeah. So there was no choice already after he reached the next time cut. He realized how dangerous it is. And even though he made all the right choices until this moment when he pushed d6, he's still not out of the woods here. So he has to walk a tightrope.
And look how, what the difference in the body language, even though the time around the same. By the way, Yes right now is having 1 minute and 30 seconds. He has to make some decisions because otherwise you don't want to leave less time for other critical moments. But maybe this is the most critical moment right now.
This is it, yeah. Like knight f6, king c5, d7 against like strictly the only choice. But you're giving up a pawn for nothing. How do you go there?
But what for nothing? You have to give up the knight.
I mean, you might get there out of lack alternatives because what's the other move do you make here? Knight e7 is happening. King c3 maybe? King c3, king b4?
Knight f6 is on the board.
You found it.
So will we see king e6 or king c6?
King e6 repeats the position with knight e4. King c6 might be a move, but king c6 I think there's going to be king e4. So king c5 looks very realistic to happen.
But king c5, you're giving up a knight?
King e6.
King e6?
They repeat
No,
the
because after
position.
king c5, d7, you have to give up the knight.
Why? Knight c6.
Ah. You can come back?
Of course.
But then king is coming to e4.
Yes, yes, that's the line I'm talking about. Like, I don't know, what is that position? So here there's the big question. You got to play king d5 back, because otherwise white plays king c4. He's not going to give you back this square. And again, like, we also have to understand from Suleimani's perspective, he's also thinking about this knight c6, knight e4, knight f3. You want to carry this out.
You want to come there, but maybe there is simply no time for that.
They
And
repeat the position. I wouldn't really read too much into this, maybe just to gain time.
yeah, and then decide later. Yes, is calculating everything, trying to be precise here.
Again, only move, knight f6 here. There's no choice for white. Black is calling the shots. Knight
Knight
f6,
f6.
of course. No, big moment here, very big moment right here. Is Suleimani going to risk it? If there's even a risk, I don't know. King c5, it makes sense to try.
No, but because king c5, d7, even if knight c6, there is this king e4, d8, and
Yeah,
taking all
but
the...
king d6, I go back. I don't follow. Like, once again, king c5, d7, knight c6, king e4, king d6. I have an outside pass pawn. Why don't give it a try? Maybe I'm missing something. Like, maybe
There
there's
could
some
be also knight e8 check.
king d7,
knight
I take the
e8.
pawn. Once again, yeah, this is the line. So, oh, king e6, okay. He's not going to go for this. We're missing probably something. And maybe
Is
there's
he going
nothing
to
there.
repeat?
It looks like it.
And he's going there. Is it a three-foot
Yes,
repetition?
he has to call the arbiter right here. There's no way he can risk from here.
Yeah.
He has to call the arbiter. Just write down knight f6, stop the clock. It's a threefold repetition right here.
The king was already 3 times on the d5 square.
Yeah,
He's
definitely
checking
gonna do
it.
this. Yeah, he is going to call the arbiter. There's no way he can risk to play knight f6. What if Suleimani changes the mind and plays king c5?
Yeah, he has to be very precise. He has to stop the clock, say he will play knight f6. Of course, this is already 3-4 repetition with king on d5, but
I know, he
just
is
to
gonna
make
do it.
sure.
He's going to do it. Like, I don't think you can
He's
do
checking,
this. You
he's
can play
checking.
this.
2 minutes. He's checking, he sees that he is safe now. Oh my god, what a tough battle, Artur. So many chances, you know. Absolutely incredible.
Is he really considering to play? Like, king c3 something?
Maybe just double checking? I don't think he will
No,
continue.
no, he's already sure there's a threefold repetition. He's thinking, is he entitled to play for more?
But what more? And what, by the way, interesting strategy from Aydin. Yeah, allow this threefold repetition just to make decision on yes now here at this moment.
No, but we're definitely going to check. Why didn't he play king c5? Maybe I missed something. Okay, perhaps. Like, my brain is a bit disconnected. I'm sure he looked at this. Engine says it's equal. No, he's going to call the arbiter. There you go. So we have the time. Ah, they just agreed to
They
draw.
just agreed to draw.
All
okay.
right, let's immediately pull it up while we are here, while it's fresh. After knight f6, why not king c5? Right here.
King c5, d7,
D7,
knight
knight
c6,
c6.
king e4.
King e4, king d6. What are we missing here? Oh, knight g4.
But you were discussing it, knight g4.
No, but the point is, I thought that I just dropped the pawn, but I didn't realize I'm dropping these pawns.
Yes, all the pawns are falling. That was also my idea, yeah.
Takes, b5. Are you sure you can do that? Takes, here.
And maybe now you go back. Now go back.
And now you go back, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's why. And if you can't do this, then knight e5 is incoming. And if knight e5 is incoming, then the pawn on the 4 is dropping. Okay.
Yeah, everything
This
is
just
dropping.
me. I
Yeah.
didn't really realize this. All right. Wow.
Ooh,
What a game. What a game.
what a tough game we've had so far. I mean, 3 games that were played today. Here are the results. I mean, all of them are peaceful, as we can see. But what does it mean, Arturs, for our overall rankings? Because the leader is getting extra 1.5 point there.
Yeah, so the leader is a bit away, right?
Running away.
Running away with 4 points. So Aronian is still ahead of Suleimani. It feels like a miss, to be honest, for him, because like this endgame, okay, it was not very clear. Like maybe it makes sense actually for me to analyze it for the game of the day, because the other games were pretty peaceful. Yes, Erdogmus and Limble, they're behind with 21 points. It's still a very narrow race, but Aronian has a pretty significant lead, and in the Generations Challenge also the leader is quite ahead.
Yeah, Marco Matera has no chances to go for the first place, but Xiaotong can still shake up the leaderboard. He'll place tomorrow against Marco Matera. So, yeah, it was a very tough first round of the final stage at the Grandmaster Triathlon here for the Masters and Generations Challenge. Arturs, what are your impressions from today?
It was a quiet day, and I'm really thankful to both young players from Turkey and Azerbaijan for providing us some show. I loved it. I thought that this end game was very interesting, quite unclear. I thought that it was Erdogmus who made this mistake by not pushing c6 and first d6. But overall, it was a very high-quality game, and probably draw was deserved result.
Tomorrow, we're going to have the second round of the final stage of the Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival. Dear viewers, come back at the same time, at the same place, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Enjoy your evening. See you tomorrow.